Okay. Morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Morning, everyone. It's loud enough. Yes. Right. So good morning to you all, and welcome to this latest annual summit, Market Abuse Summit from the City and Financial. I'm Munib Ali. For those of you who don't know me, Munib Ali, I'm a partner at Alex Partners, and I'm delighted to be chairing today's event again. As a number of you probably saw me last year and the year before as well. It's a pleasure for me to be here again. So I just want to start with an observation. Today's event, in terms of the number of participants, has gone up again compared to last year, which is great to see. So thank you all. Virtually, so those of you who are dialing in, thank you as well for dialing in. In the room today, including the virtual room, we have representatives from the FCA, from other European regulators. We have lawyers in the room. We have senior compliance practitioners, senior surveillance practitioners. We have fintechs, large banks in the room, and smaller ones as well, and technology providers, and consultants, so including myself. So in the room, we have the entire ecosystem present, which helps us to keep these markets clean and to address the challenges that we face on an ongoing basis. And the market environment is very interesting and continues to evolve. So we know that the tactics involved in committing market abuse is evolving, particularly with the rise of AI, for instance, and new platforms. The regulatory landscape remains somewhat fragmented globally, which is important to recognize. We know that AI is becoming center not just to the possibility of committing abusive activity by bad actors, but also it's such an integral part of the solution that we have in detecting and preventing market abuse. And then there are new markets which are emerging, such as crypto, which are falling under new regulatory perimeters as well. So there's a lot that's been happening, and we're in a different world from where we were last year. And so it's a really good time for us to come together and discuss it. And I've worked in the field of regulation, including market abuse, for nearly 28 years now. And I've seen a lot of change in terms of the types of activities which bad actors have been committing, and the controls that firms have to put in place to help address those risks. And for me, it's a real privilege to be here with this ecosystem, which helps us to really move forward the conversation about how we need to be addressing the risks which continue to arise. And over the course of today, over the course of the next few hours, we'll be hearing from the FCA, we'll be hearing from other European regulators, we'll be diving into the latest AI techniques that are available to us when it comes to surveillance. We'll be hearing about crypto, which is falling under the FCA's regulatory perimeter very soon, and also learning a lot about the lessons we can take from enforcement actions which have been taken in the recent past as well. So there's a lot to discuss over the course of today, but my job is to make sure that we get through that effectively and make sure you're not getting bored as we go through it. But the agenda which City and Financial have set out today is really interesting, and there'll be a lot to take away from it. But before we get into it, a few housekeeping points, as we always have to get through. So the first thing is that this is a real opportunity not just to hear about these really important topics, but also to network within this ecosystem. And one of the best ways that we can do that is through the app, which you can see there's a link to the app on the table where you're sitting. and you'll have if you're dialing in virtually, you will have a link to the app as well. Please do download it. It's a very useful way to keep in touch, not just today, but also beyond today as well, with people that you're going to be meeting. So that's one element. The other thing is just to note that this event is being recorded and streamed live, as I mentioned, to our virtual audience as well. And those who are joining us virtually, you will also be able to interact with us using the app, which is another good reason to download it. There are signs for the fire exits behind you. If there is a fire, I don't believe we're expecting a fire alarm test today. So if you do hear something, it means that something might be happening. So we need to be just vigilant with that. The other thing is this session is always set up to be interactive. So apart from the first session, all of the other sessions we have today will be opened up to Q&A after the session. So the way to ask your questions is if you raise your hand, there'll be a microphone which will be given to you. And then please, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, your name and the company you're representing, and then ask your question as well. So that makes this interactive. The other thing is we genuinely value your feedback. And I know that City and Financial continue to improve these sessions, and that relies on your feedback. So there are feedback forms on your tables as well. Please do complete them. And then finally, I want to thank the sponsors who are, who've supported the event today. It's really important that support continues so that we can bring this ecosystem together. So that's really all just in terms of the introduction. We'll now get into the agenda. So once again, as we've done in previous years, it's always a privilege to start the day off with having the FCA giving the keynote speech. And we're very grateful to the FCA for giving us that time and their insights. So, and one of the reasons why it's so useful, I find, to have it at the beginning of the day, because it so often sets the tone for the rest of the day in terms of giving sort of backdrop to the conversation. So, again, it's a privilege and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Helen Boyd, who's the Director of Market Oversight at the FCA. So, welcome, Helen.
Thank you for that very kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I want to begin with a simple analogy. I want to think about fire safety in a large building, useful since we just talked about where the fire exits are. A well-run building has detectors, alarms, fire doors, and evacuation plans, and trained staff. Those controls are vital. They save lives. Ultimately, effective systems rely on people spotting issues and acting on them. If someone smells smoke, sees anything they don't like, sees a fire door being blocked, the right response is not to walk past it. The right response is to report it and act on it, not assume that someone else has already done so. So everyone needs to take responsibility before a small problem becomes a serious incident. For me, that's a useful way to think about market integrity. Clean markets need systems, procedures, surveillance, governance, and clear lines of escalation. They also depend on individuals across firms being empowered to do that and the basics well. Noticing warning signs, acting early, and speaking up are integral to market integrity. Keeping markets clean is not just the job of the regulator. It's the job of everyone in this room, as we've just discussed. It's an ecosystem that works well when we're all pulling together. That includes surveillance teams, compliance teams, and the advisors that support them, and also us. It depends on every participant playing their part. If you see bad behaviour, report it. If you spot a weakness, fix it. If you find a gap, escalate it. Responsibility should not be outsourced. So I know many of you in this room already are intrinsic in doing that. You're directly involved in reporting things to us, to maintaining those systems, and you have my truly heartfelt thanks for all the hard work you do on a daily basis. But unlike a fire, the forms and direction of market abuse are continually evolving. And we have to evolve with them. We have to remain vigilant. Bad actors move very fast. They exploit new technologies and they have vulnerabilities, and they are able to access things much, much more quickly than we sometimes are able to respond to them. So we all need to be equally agile and ready to spot them and close it down. So why does that matter so much? I was talking to someone in the break about this, because the FCA's agenda is very much obviously set out by our statutory objectives. We are there to protect market integrity, but it's more than that. We all want to see strong, healthy markets where reputation is at the heart of that strength and growth. Clean and fair markets support that confidence and support investment and growth and participation. And that helps attract issuers and investors and more capital, and ensures that prices reflect true information and real economic judgments. We don't have distortion, we don't have manipulation, and we don't have unfair advantage. And I hope it's not an unreasonable assumption that everyone in this room wants to see strong UK markets, where confidence in that cleanliness and integrity are the foundations of our continued success and growth. For this reason, market abuse is not a narrow technical issue for just people like us, the specialists, to worry about in the margins. It's for everyone to think about. It's for everyone who wants to see our markets thrive and grow. Market abuse damages trust. It distorts prices and information. It undermines that confidence that our markets are pinned to. And once confidence is weakened, rebuilding it is far, far harder than preserving it in the first place. Before I talk about the expectations we have of firms, I want to share some of the things that are on my mind and the FCA mind more generally at the moment. This is just a snippet. There's lots of things that we're thinking about at any one time, obviously, and there's a great array of threats that we're considering, but these are the ones I just wanted to call out. I want to talk a little bit about organised crime. I want to talk about leaks and a bit about pump and dump activity. So organised crime groups continue to represent one of the most serious threats to our markets. We've talked previously, I think actually, at one of these events about how we've identified over £500 million worth of organised crime profits from suspicious trading since 2022. We've also emphasised in that communication the need for firms and us to work together to complete the picture of what's going on in our markets. It is a jigsaw. We don't all have all of the pieces, but together we can put them together. Each report, each escalation, each intervention and each challenge helps complete it. With respect to leaks, we continue to see price movements ahead of announcements, which suggests leaking of information is continuing. The industry itself has raised concerns about this and the level of leaking to the media before M&A activity. I'll come back to that in a little bit later. And currently, pump and dump activity is of particular concern, given it is targeting an increasing population of retail investors. This is not a new typology. I think many of us have been in the market long enough to have known that pump and dump's been around since the beginning of time. But the use of social media, the use of AI, has extended its reach and its speed. The US has taken significant action to tackle this threat, and we are alive to the possibility of bad actors will attempt to replicate the activity in the UK, and we will do everything we can to stop it. So the world is changing, and the challenges keep coming, but our expectations of firms remain constant. There are three key expectations that I want to just pull out, and these will remain true and always will. Firms should understand the risks. Surveillance should be treated as a programme of continuous improvement rather than a one-off build. And culture and accountability matter at every level, from boards and senior management through the front office, compliance, legal, operations and advisors. These expectations are connected with one very simple concept. Effective controls are essential, but they are not enough if people assume someone else is responsible. 10 years into MAR, and yes, I did notice that there was an anniversary this year, we had a small moment, a suitably granular market abuse risk assessment is not a nice to have. It is essential. Firms should understand where their risks arise and how those risks differ across business lines, products, and across different business legal entities. You should also understand how your controls are mapped to those risks. And that means surveillance controls aligned to risk. It means strong data governance. It means escalation works that work in practice, not just on paper. We now expect firms to have those basics in place. There is no leeway on that. Doing nothing is not an option. Firms with unmonitored risks, no mitigating steps and no strategic plan for improvement are a long way from meeting our expectations. But on top of that, firms also need to consider how new products and markets may impact their risks. This requires periodic review and careful thought. That is one reason why this message of personal responsibility is really so important. A common failure within firms is that not that people didn't know there was a risk. It's often that several people each thought that the issue just sat just that little bit outside of their remit. The front office thought compliance would pick it up. Compliance assumed the surveillance team had it. The surveillance team assumed the relevant business line knew the context. Senior managers assumed there were processes that were being operated below them. And in that gap, with those assumptions, harm can grow. And in fire safety, that's how smoke becomes flame. And in market abuse, that's how warning signs become a supervisory issue and enforcement action and real market harm, which can lead to a serious loss of confidence. The solution to that is good communication and clear lines of responsibility. It's also why boards and senior leaders have such an important role. Good governance in this area is not passive. It's not satisfied with broad assurances that surveillance exists and that policies have been approved. Boards and leaders should be asking probing questions. What are our highest risk scenarios? Where are our blind spots? Which activities are hardest to monitor? How good is our data? How quickly are concerns escalated? Are surveillance gaps being tolerated for too long? Are we paying enough attention to activities that feel peripheral but are in fact material? Strong culture is not revealed by slogans on walls. It is revealed when people can assume they can ignore an issue. By what leaders insist on understanding is where good culture is demonstrated. And how those questions are then revisited when the context changes is another really strong example of a very strong culture. Surveillance sits at the heart of this. It's both a control and a statement of intent. It tells us whether a firm is serious about identifying its risks, understanding patterns and intervening early. We're part of that. Through our work, we often aim to prevent harm before it crystallises, rather than purely rely on our enforcement powers after the event. And this is often invisible to the market, but it is fundamental to keeping our markets clean. Again, I was mentioning this in the break, there's actually a lot we do that you may not be aware we do. So I'm just going to give you a bit of a flavour, perhaps show you a bit behind the curtain. Through our own real-time surveillance, we can and do spot potential leaks of information and intervene quickly to limit the harm. That can involve calling issuers and advisors to ensure the market's informed. And where conditions are met and things become disorderly, we do suspend the trading. We work directly with issuers who repeatedly fall short of our rules, helping them to understand what good looks like and challenging them where we need to. Likewise, we use intelligence and surveillance and engagement with firms when it comes to stopping harmful market-based activity before it crystallises. In the secondary market, this includes targeted interventions with firms and market participants, which could include asking questions on intentions behind the trading, challenging weak systems and controls, disrupting repeat suspicious traders, and coordinating with domestic and international partners to joint action against organised abuse. Alongside these measures and our formal enforcement powers, we also deploy alternative and often faster disruption tools. That includes supervisory engagement, industry-wide communications, and the use of data-driven monitoring in order to make markets more hostile to bad actors and improve overall market integrity. Enforcement action is and will remain a key tool for us. I'll mention some of our recent successes in a moment, but prevention is better than a cure. Therefore, preemptive intervention, stopping the activity before the harm crystallises, is an area of increased focus for us. And we will continue to work with partners across the system to achieve this, to make the UK a less attractive target for those who would seek to abuse our markets. But we cannot do this alone. We're reliant on the work that many of you do every day, your surveillance, your controls, your willingness to escalate, and your reports to us. All of that helps us build a fuller picture of where harm is occurring and enables decisive action. Good market oversight is often below the radar, It rarely attracts headlines. It matters enormously. The absence of drama is often a result of diligent people, such as yourselves, doing the right thing early. And this is also where technology can matter. We have for a long time invested in our own technology that helps us perform our role, and we continue to do so. We're also just keen to see firms deploying innovative surveillance solutions, including AI, where that helps detect risk more quickly and with greater precision. Better use of data, more tailored alerts, and more adaptive systems can all improve outcomes. But this should not be mistaken for a purely technology story. Technology may sharpen the lens. It does not replace the need for firms to look through it properly. It's an area as nuanced as market abuse. Human judgment remains indispensable. People still need to interpret context, test assumptions, investigate anomalies, and make proportionate decisions. Technology is an enhancer, not a replacement for expertise, challenge, and accountability. The firms that tend to achieve the best outcomes are not those that declare the job done. They're the firms that treat surveillance and controls as programs of continuous improvement. They maintain solid day-to-day monitoring while scanning for new risks, refining thresholds, improving data quality, working with vendors, internal teams, and investing in expertise. They understand that standing still means going backwards. Today's challenges have a habit of becoming tomorrow's fundamentals. So the message is simple. Keep reviewing your processes, testing your assumption, investing in improvement. If the alarm panel in the building was known to miss smoke on one floor, nobody would say, let's just leave it till next year and hope it fixes itself. The same urgency needs to apply here. Recent FCA outcomes show that this agenda is not theoretical. In public enforcement outcomes, we have continued to pursue insider dealing and other forms of market abuse using the full range of tools available to us. For example, our surveillance tools helped us to uncover the insider dealing carried out by Matthew and Nicholas West, who were later sentenced after coordinating trades on confidential information received through legitimate broker communication. That case is a reminder that surveillance matters, that misconduct can be identified from patterns of activity, and that we will act when people choose to break the law. Other recent market abuse outcomes have continued to reinforce our strong focus on individual accountability, the integrity of market disclosure. This has included outcomes in a number of insider dealing cases against individuals, penalties combining to over £100,000 imposed for breaches of Article 4 under the market abuse regulation. This demonstrates that even those who are making relatively modest benefits from misuse of insider information will still attract sanction. And at the same time, we've pursued senior individuals for their involvement in misleading statements and market manipulation type conduct. This includes action against former executives linked to historic disclosure failures, underlying that accountability at senior levels within issuers also remains a priority. Alongside these individuals' cases, we've also taken action against firms imposing a penalty of over £300,000 where firms' systems and controls were inadequate to prevent or detect market abuse. This underlines our expectations for firms that we expect them to play a frontline role in safeguarding market integrity. Our response is not limited to high-profile prosecution. Just like when tackling a fire, we use the best, most effective tool for the job. That can include supervision, interventions, guidance, business restrictions, civil action and criminal prosecutions. For instance, we've used communication to highlight our concerns about the unlawful disclosure and strategic leaks, particularly in live transactions caused by deliberate or careless leakage of inside information. Leaks can drive significant share price movement and lead to improper dissemination of information. This damages the smooth operation and integrity of our market. Written policies and procedures for identifying and handling information can have limited effectiveness if they're not accompanied by culture and practices which actively discourage leaks. We're going to be doing more on this topic, so now would be a good time to make sure you have your house in order. And just as importantly, we will act where firms fail to maintain effective surveillance arrangements in the first place. The point is not simply to punish after the event, it is to raise standards before the harms become entrenched. So what should firms and people in this room do differently? Start by asking yourself some challenging questions. Do you really understand your highest risk scenarios, or are you relying on generic, perhaps historic risk assessment? Do you know where your surveillance gaps are, and if you do, why do they still exist? Have you considered how developments such as AI, but not limited to it, may create new risks for you to consider? I encourage everyone to avoid assuming that the complex issue is automatically being handled by someone else. Instead, work with colleagues to ensure important issues are addressed collectively. Market integrity is a shared asset, and each firm is a gatekeeper for the market as a whole. Supervisors, front office staff, compliance officers, lawyers, operations teams, senior managers, boards and advisors all have obligations here. Don't assume, ask. If something looks wrong, act. If a process is weak, strengthen it. If a team is unsure, train it. If risk has evolved, update your controls. And if a conversation begins to sound like someone else's problem, that should be a warning sign. Let me end where I began. Fire safety works when everyone treats it as partly their responsibility. The fire alarm system matters, the evacuation plan matters, the fire doors matter, but the culture matters too. The instinct to notice, to speak up and act without waiting for permission or assuming others have done it already. And the same is true of market integrity. The FCA can set expectations, monitor markets and take action, but we cannot sit at every desk and we cannot review every decision in real time. And that's why every participant has a role in keeping markets clean. And this isn't just for our benefit as a regulator, it's for all of us. Clean markets thrive and grow. They attract new business and new opportunities. We want to work in a market that's going from strength to strength, and we all have a role in delivering that. Thank you.
Helen, again, thank you so much for giving us your time this morning and addressing us with your keynote. Thank you so much for that. Very, very interesting. I like the way that Helen reflected on the risk of a fire and using that as a comparison to market abuse. And one of the things that's quite interesting is that I think we all agree, and Helen touched on it many times in her speech, the role of surveillance in helping us keep these markets clean. And that actually is a really good segue to the next discussion we're going to have, which it allows us to focus a bit more about where market abuse detection is now heading, and particularly in terms of the advent of AI and the use of AI in surveillance techniques, and for compliance teams, understanding the latest. And Helen touched on how it's important not just to implement a surveillance system and stand still. The leaders in this are those who are constantly out there looking at and understanding what the latest techniques are and developments are in surveillance techniques. So this is a great session to follow up from that. I'm pleased to introduce Julie Shackleady, who is a director of primary markets and corporate finance at UK Finance. She brings a wealth of experience from multiple perspectives. So she's had over 20 years as a lawyer at leading firms, including Linklaters and Goldman Sachs, and latterly as a policy expert within the FCA's capital markets policy team, where she led on primary markets policy. And now she's directing the industry-wide policy engagement for UK Finance. So she's really well positioned to help us moderate this panel. So let me invite Julie to please come onto the panel. And the panelists, please. Yes, please.
So can I just test that working? Yes, everyone can hear? Yep. Thank you very much for the introduction. I also thoroughly enjoyed the fire safety analogy, and it was incredibly sobering to hear about that $500 million £500 million worth of profit from organised crime, which really does underline the importance that everyone in this room brings to ensuring a clean market. I'd just like to also reiterate the Chair's comment around we will take questions towards the end of this session, so it'd be great if you could think as we're running through the topics of any questions that you'd like to raise. I'm delighted to be joined today by an esteemed panel. You can read on the board who they are and where they come from: Liam, Justin and Cromwell. I'm sure that we'll be covering a whole range of things given their very different perspectives across the industry. Dime Trade's clearly a cutting edge prediction market. One of the sponsors of the conference today, Nice Actimize, embedded within compliance functions, and very, very pleased to be joined by the COO of London Stock Exchange Group. So I'm going to start with a very general opening question. We've heard from Helen around the integral role of surveillance and technology to tackling market abuse. And I've read recently that AI is one of the most transformative developments over the past decade in helping to combat market abuse and to improve surveillance systems. Please do feel free to comment on whether you agree with that. So I'm going to start with a very general opening question around what are the opportunities that AI brings for market surveillance. And Liam, I'm going to start with you, please.
Thanks. So I think noting Helen's speech, I think some of you may have been involved in the last couple of years at an FCA tech sprint for AI and surveillance. At the time, not really much output in terms of some of the detection capabilities, and it yielded some results, but not too much. I think, as we all know now, in the last 6 months, particularly to a year, substantial progress, and certainly from a COO perspective, not just in trade surveillance, it's now moved from a lot of us speaking in the surveillance industry from 5-6 years of what we were doing when a lot weren't really doing much, to now everybody feeling a little bit behind. In terms of the opportunities, what we're seeing, whilst there's obviously overall an ability to inspect data at a much more granular level, on a wide scale. So the cross-product capability really opens up. But I would say, immediately, and I'm talking principally from a transactional surveillance perspective, where we've seen great gains at London Stock Exchange in our oversight, is that we've implemented a surveillance guide, which is basically a model or a range of agents underlying that model that are doing a lot of the actual analytical task. So we have a news agent, we have a developer agent that will create synthetic data for testing, we have a triage agent that's looking at triaging a level of alerts, news sensitivity as well. How we're utilising that is to actually get to a point to assist the analysts, and that is, for me, one of the first real substantial implementations that I'm seeing, because it's the day-to-day workflow has moved on a lot. Now again, there's still a huge amount of human in the loop for that at the moment, and it is still early days, and we might touch on that later. But again, I think there's a real opportunity to conduct some sort of substantial analysis over and above what our human analysts would tend to do day to day at the moment. And again, to touch on as well, we do have some collusion models. I think the ability to pick out collusion and sort of network related effects are much higher in utilising these techniques. But again, I'll probably, Cromwell will speak maybe better than me, but certainly one of the other areas and opportunities on the communication surveillance side. In that domain, in that space, traditionally not a low amount of output for a lot of amount of work for analysing, the ability to translate and conduct generalistic time surveillance using AI models looks to me to be much higher. So again, the reality is, from a workflow perspective, really quite substantial, and maybe less so on the transactional alerting point at the moment. That's just my experience, but certainly in terms of replication of workflow and enhancement of workflow, both transactional communication surveillance, I think that's where I would see the opportunities. But maybe Cromwell, you from a vendor perspective, you'd want to pick up on that.
Yeah, I would agree, and Liam makes a very valid point that I am a big advocate of. That effectiveness is where AI is really helping us at the moment. We'll talk later on about where we're going to go maybe in the future, but at the moment the the benefit of effectiveness and making humans basically understand what they're looking at extremely rapidly and know that they're looking at effective stuff is good. And also Liam talked about communications, and I think that's where we've seen the fastest adoption for AI, because if you look at it from a data perspective, it's probably the most unstructured form of data that exists. And when people have been looking at running models historically to do surveillance on communication using things like lexicons and so on and so forth, that's very hit and miss in what it can achieve. And what we've been able to achieve as an industry, utilizing elements of AI and also large language models, have helped us really transform quite rapidly what we can do with communications and understanding the context and intent that exists within those conversations. Language is also another thing. So, you know, we live in a world that's very multilingual, with maybe the exception of myself. I struggle with English sometimes, but we do live in a very multilingual world. We live in global markets. And what we've been able to achieve from a technology perspective around large language models of having better understanding of being able to understand what's being discussed, especially in voice communications, and then being able to also have other tools for the individuals to make them effective with translation capabilities, means we can really get some understanding of what's being discussed within the communications and run an effective compliance program without having to employ lots of different specialists in different languages and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity in those areas. We will talk later about where we're going to go, because I think it's just the beginning of what we could potentially achieve. But from a global perspective, we've seen the regulators focus a lot on data completeness over the last couple of years, and that's a benefit to us as well, because once you've got a good data set that you can utilize, then you can start to train the AI engines to start to look for things in there. And that focus on data completeness is potentially a benefit for the adoption of AI in the platform. So good data as a starting point then gives you an ability to run some really good detection, build good grammars, all sorts of things that you can utilize with AI.
Can I just, before we move on, can I just pick up on one thing? Because it was interesting hearing Helen speak earlier around how bad actors in the market are continually pushing boundaries and moving ahead. And coming back to the comms point, I guess the sort of proliferation of communication channels, certainly since I started work 30 years ago, has been exponential, and AI presumably helps there in the to bring all of those different communications across different channels together at speed.
I think AI really helps you understand what's in the communications. You do need to be able to bring all of those things together, and there is a struggle in the market, right? There's this age-old thing of, and there was a big focus in the US a couple of years about off-channel communication, and the way they addressed it, the SEC and the CFTC, they addressed it by asking firms to basically gather as much information as they can. But there is always going to be a scenario if people want to collude, which is sort of a topic of conversation that will be there, that will be important for getting off a channel, that can always take place. And so where AI can help is, if you think about the conversational pattern that if Liam and I were talking and I'm trying to get him to ring me on a different device, or even just meet at a restaurant so we can talk about this, there is a conversational pattern that can exist. And that pattern creation is something that the AIs can help to try and help identify potential off-channel communication, help identify people that are having sort of collusive behaviours. And while obviously the best way to do surveillance is to have all the data in front of you, if you've got other tools to help identify potential behaviours moving forward, then you can potentially try and investigate that once you've identified it.
Thank you. And Justin, you have a slightly different perspective as well, given the background in prediction markets. So can I?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bigger background in normal markets, really. But I think when it comes to the opportunities, look, they're limited by the imagination, the creativity of those who have the access to the AI. I mean, notwithstanding the corporate propensity for sort of self-harm when it comes to the adoption of tools and sort of preventing their employees from using AI, maybe for good reason, but there's sort of a slow adoption in terms of the take up. But there's nothing really. I mean, I've been playing about, but with multiple AIs, the ChatGPT types and the Claudes are the obvious candidates, but there's so many others that are popping up now, and the ability to actually do almost anything when it comes to the implementation, particularly for say surveillance, is amazing. Cross market has been a long challenge. You know, how are you going to like map all these markets together to figure out which ones relate to each other and then keep that dynamic? Well, you know, AI can do that for you, and it can do that, run that as an agent dynamically, so you don't have to do it again. Yeah, you need to, I'd say it's more about curating with AI rather than creating. People without the knowledge will get something out and assume that it looks good. You know, it's almost like going to IKEA and assuming that the oak veneer is actually oak, but you scratch beneath the surface and you think that you can see that there's not too much more substance to it. I mean, I love it, IKEA, so I'm not having a go at it. But and then there's you think about the reduction of false positives. That's an obvious one as well. You know, I mean, we've always wanted those to be reduced. But what about the op model? What about all those procedures that you need to write? What about those, you know, hours spent writing minutes for your governance? Yeah, and there's so many applications that can be had. What about your metrics and your QA and ensuring that the data is accurate and complete? You can set that up and do the heavy lifting up front and then have the AI. But what would that actually, I mean, we talked about comms and large language models because they're called large language models. It sounded like an obvious place for surveillance to go. I mean, you know, in truth, you couldn't really make comms too much worse as it was. So it was a pretty low starting point, but it's leapfrogged the trade world, which was technologically more superior than the comms by quite some distance. And ironically, large language models, maybe because it's the misnomer of the name, could be better applied to the market abuse behavior types and to teaching it what layering looks like, whereas there's so many different ways a human can express themselves, be it in code or trader speak. You know, when it comes to say a wash trade, there's only going to be a finite number, a relatively finite number of ways that you can express that, and you can train up an AI model to look for that. So the opportunities are endless, really.
I think you make a good point about the adoption. I think one of the challenges, it's almost like an oxymoron for the surveillance space, is there's model governance, and there has to be controls and documentation put on around that. And so that becomes a bit of a challenge because the situation with the AI engines is, you know, a lot of people will sit and argue, oh, it's a black box. It's not really, but obviously there's elements of training and what have you. And so being able to have explainability in the process is an important piece to enable adoption. So if you can understand, you know, what is the model doing, how's it been trained, you know, what are the grammars that have been configured for it, and document all of that, then you can adopt this technology and basically use that as part of your sort of documentation and model governance around the models that you're embracing. And I think if we look at the adoption of AI so far, a lot of it's been around improving the process, not so much around detection so much yet. And I think model governance is the thing that slowed that down. I think you're absolutely right. What it can achieve and do is one thing, but we sort of struggle a bit as an industry to get the adoption because everyone's focused on the documentation that's needed for the model governance.
Explainability.
Explainability, absolutely.
Yeah.
On the detection point, this is a good point about the explainability because it definitely upgrades significantly the capability for detection. And I've seen examples in the communication space where some users, some vendors have capability at the moment where if you have all of your communications in a database, it's basically find me market abuse or market conduct risk in this space. And in terms of the explainability, how do you get, and I've seen outputs that are, again, well above, as you said, Justin, about the real sort of lexicon-based, going through, listening to huge amounts of code. I'm sure a lot of people in this room have had to do that job and continue to do that job. How do you explain that model? And to me, that remains one of the risks because we're all, Helen mentioned a few times about our risk assessments, how we are quite typology-led, how we have to think of our asset classes, and we're all used to working in that way. When you get into a very generalistic scenario of find me this, it finds that, you can look to the inputs, but again, how you're actually, that we are able to articulate how you get to that end state again is a challenge, but again, I can't see, having seen some of the outputs, I can't see that going away.
And I guess it's that sort of wider point around how it's embedded within compliance and audit processes more generally, so that the outcome is very clear. And if you don't have that, then the take-up is likely to be slower.
Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge at the moment because, you know, we obviously, in the surveillance industry, we see sort of half regulatory role, half technology related role, more and more and more. And I think the capability of the control functions within institutions to keep up with the pace of change and the models we might be wanting to roll out are probably somewhat limited versus thing. Now again, so I can only, at our institution, and I've seen across industry as well, you know, obviously model validation is now quite standard, but you know, AI intake, product delivery lifecycle governance forums, tech change, ARC forums, all of these types of components, but still we need to be sure on, is the data there, the hallucinations right, what is it repeatable models, obviously the data governance absolutely critical given that we all deal with the most sensitive data in our institutions. So in a compliance that you can imagine, the control functions are you know, have a big challenge on their hands to be able to assure each institution of you know, on the types of models and capabilities that the industry is now starting to roll out.
Is there anything?
Yeah, I'll just to add, like, to what extent does the model need to be explained? You know, I think that hasn't been explained. It needs to be explained. How explainable do you have to be? We use things all the time. We trust things all the time in our daily lives that we can't explain fully, but they're effective. And going round the other way and being able to demonstrate the effectiveness of the model, I think would be a better way round than looking to explain it. Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, himself has said that he's unable to explain how some of the OpenAI models, the ChatGPT models, are working. So to now expect a group of compliance officers to come up with an explanation, I think is inexplicable. But so I'd look for effectiveness and being able to demonstrate, like say for example the comms example, you can then feed some synthetic data in there and show, oh look, it's caught X number of and being X number of expected chats or messages, and it's doing what we expect it to do, rather than focusing too much on the bureaucracy and the cottage industry that is model governance.
I would agree. We've actually started documenting our test data to demonstrate how we're training the engines as part of a governance package. To your point of, you know, we need to show it's working. We also need to show how it's trained, and so we document that as well in addition. But it's not a silver bullet, and I'd love someone to answer your question of how do we create explainability in its whole form, because then we'll work towards that and achieve that.
Just ask the AI.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
that's
Yeah.
exactly what I thought.
Yeah,
Put it through
the iron
comms
circular
channel.
train.
How do we explain this internally?
Yeah.
Well, there's a challenge to everyone in this room to perhaps come up with a model on how to do that.
You're going to say
I
something?
was just going to
Yeah.
say, I think what you can do in terms of explainability is the inputs that go into the model. So again, and I think that's very important and part of the governance process that we do have. So in terms of when the model is generating an output and suggesting an action, so again I've seen even in the transactional space some good examples of we're theoretically looking at one type of market abuse and the model has suggested a different type of market abuse that's very, very innovative and well beyond what we would have expected our surveillance analyst to have concluded. But it's able to again show exactly the inputs and data inputs. So in terms of explainability, I think the best that we can do, and I totally agree because you can't really explain as well, but what you can say is again, you verify the data inputs, the stories, the transactional points that went into that. And I think you're right, the journey's going to have to be, that's going to be the assurance point. That's really, I would expect, where the regulators would be looking at us in the sort of store visits and assurance reviews and audits that we go through, to make sure again that those inputs are sound as we move forward.
And I'm sure we'll come back to some of the things that we've spoken about here, the hallucinations, and we haven't raised bias, but potential for bias when we come to speak about humans in the loop. But to summarise where we are today, opportunities are endless. We're on a journey here. There are challenges, but they feel that they're challenges that are, there is the potential to overcome these challenges. We've looked at risks from a firm perspective, but there are also potential market risks. It's not just about firms. I'd be interested in your views on potential market risks and how they can be managed. And Liam Cromwell, please do feel free to speak here. Oh, sorry, Liam, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, this is a topic that, COO of London Stock Exchange is something that is a concern. We are seeing almost daily more and more realistic deep fakes online and all of our media that we consume. Historically, and it isn't AI related, we've seen instances where potential regulatory stories have been faked. Very, very few in the market. I remember a French security and fake Bloomberg story moved the market around. The potential cyber risk, obviously, there's known now of Project Glasswing with the Anthropic Mythos model that a lot of global financial institutions are going through with respect to the potential cyber risk for financial institutions generally. I think it's inevitable at some point that there'll be market-related activity or movement with respect to some kind of AI usage. So again, these are active areas that I think we all have to mitigate from an overall market perspective around, potential deliberate usage of AI in which to manipulate market stories. We've seen, it's already a lot of crude examples of that, but at what point did it get to a point of maturity when actually the wholesale industry can be full? So again, that's something that some wholesale participants from a sort of market oversight, regulatory exchange, etc., are actively looking at.
I'm really, just before we come over to Justin, I'm really struck by, so the organisation that I represent, that I work for, covers a very broad range of areas, not just capital markets. We also cover bank fraud more generally. And I'm really struck with some of the parallels from the discussion with Helen as well about this fraud that is coming through social media and some of the challenges that is bringing to the market. It's interesting to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, sort of echoing Liam's experience and what you've just said there. I mean, specifically on prediction markets, it's about manipulating the outcome of the events, and the events are endless. They're popping up all the time. They can be on anything and everything that you can think of, right? In terms of like taking a trade on what the weather is whether the weather is going to hit 35 degrees in London this summer, right? And within which point in time. And there has been not manipulation on the weather, but manipulation on what picks up the weather. I mean, that wasn't done by AI, but it was picked up. So there's still lo-fi ways of conducting manipulation, which are very interesting, or insider dealing, of course. But putting out fake stories or coordinating social media posts to give the impression that something's happening and to change the probability on a market and thereby affect the event, and to pretty much try to bend the fabric of truth and take a position on that before it gets smacked back to where it came from.
Which is coming back to, and there are some entities that work really well with this, coming back to working together as a market and understanding where the risks are.
See, this is where the particular concern. Obviously, Justin, you're at the front end of this in the prediction market space, and there's been a lot of stories around that already. We're translating into an agentic trading environment, even at the retail end. So we all work for institutions, we have systems and controls procedures, we understand compliance, we understand the requirements for us the regulations that we work under. A retail investor at home who's able to have an agent trading on their behalf that's obviously looking to get an outcome, prediction markets, can set up events, potentially manipulate them to get the payoff. Again, we're moving potentially into, and again, I would expect, I think we've seen I think a couple of the US neo brokers and some of the prediction have already started to open up sort of MCP layer access for agentic trading in their applications. So it sort of it creates a much wider risk of any kind of action than seeping into public market. So again, it's sort of endless. We could go. Ultimately, we still expect for the institutions that hold the key, the systems and controls and that. But again, I'm talking very much from a traditional financial markets infrastructure perspective, the prediction market, event-based market area, and some of the crypto-based areas as well. That's still obviously an evolving regulatory picture around that. But the technology, to me, suggests that we will face significant market risk in the future from this type of access.
Which brings us probably quite neatly back to human in the loop. So should we have a look at that? I mean, I was reading, it's a different context, but I was reading this morning in the FT that 4 out of 5 boards are considering, you know, which of their decisions should now be taken by AI. And the question around it, it's come up, you know, it came up with in the discussion with Helen. It's come up already on this panel. So should we dive deeper into this now and look at, you know, how important is human oversight? How important does it continue to be within surveillance systems? I'm very happy for Justin maybe open this one.
Yeah, I think it's decreasingly important. I'm not saying it's unimportant, but I see that a lot of the white collar jobs, right, and we're talking about compliance, say surveillance in particular, are kind of like reminds me of the. Do you remember when self-checkout came out at the supermarkets, right? And you had the cashiers there training everybody what to do and how to queue up, and then everyone got the hang of it, and then you saw few of them about. It's kind of like that where we are with AI and surveillance analysts, and sadly it's those teams that are going to be providing the feedback to the AI, to the vendors, that will ultimately, I think, result in their roles being no longer. You'll still have a cashier hanging about the self-checkout in case there's like a borderline case of alcohol purchase where you need to check that one out, and maybe the progression of the surveillance analyst will be more to do with the investigations and picking up on things that need to actually be followed up, and with another human spoken to, like having to go and speak to the trader. But I do foresee that the need, I don't foresee it, I've actually like done a POC to test prove it really, that the need for surveillance analysts and those mini armies that have been set up all around the globe to pick up those false positives coming through will start to diminish, as long as, I mean, going back to an earlier point that I made, as long as the corporates allow for the AI adoption to take place, right, in the way that it possibly can do.
Yeah, and I think while I agree with Liam from a long-term perspective, I think the fact that there's an adoption slowness at the moment, there are some other opportunities where AI could maybe change the way we're doing our surveillance programs at the moment. If you think about what we've got, and Liam mentioned it, you know, there's a flood of false positives that exist within the market, and you can utilize AI a couple of ways to help the human be more effective. One of the first ones is change that paradigm around false positives, right? You can easily train an engine to understand what a false positive is, and then flip the information that you're sending to analysts. And why is that important? If you're employed to sit and go through an alert queue, and 99, probably even bigger percentile than that, if the alert queue is just something you need to triage and get out of the way, you actually get mental fatigue going through that process. And so if you do discover an alert that needs investigation, is there a possibility you might actually miss it? You might just go through the process and return it. So if you use AI to change the way you present alerts to the humans, then they'll suddenly start to hopefully get more effective in what they're doing, because they're being presented with the good stuff first and the other stuff can be triaged later, or even automatically closed out as a way forward. And then the other area we can utilize the AI to help the humans be more effective is understanding what they're looking at. While some of these people are ex-practitioners and you know really know it. At some of the lower levels of sort of the 3 levels of defence, they don't necessarily have that knowledge. So as it goes up through the escalation train, that's good. You've got people that really understand what they're doing and looking at. But you could use AI components to basically provide insights and understanding of what have I got in front of me from a data perspective. So while I think eventually we will get there, I think there's some real short-term gains that organisations can utilise AI for to make their compliance programs more effective today, basically, and then obviously grow that and churn that through.
Liam?
Yeah, I think human in the loop at the moment is very, very critical as we migrate working processes. And as I mentioned at the start, our sort of surveillance guide is suggesting clear outputs. It's not necessarily saving any workflow at the moment because we're still paranoid that we want a human being to actually analyse is this correct and everything around that. But again, inevitably that will change. The workflow will change for the surveillance industry, no different to, you know, some of the people here were probably floor observers on the exchanges before it went electronic. We then had electronic surveillance systems where we then build rule-based algorithms and alerts that trigger off of that. The future role will be overseeing suggested outputs and validating that, which in theory is more interesting. But I think it's clear, and we're seeing like the lower level roles that are, you know, like we've spoken about comms, sort of ploughing through huge amounts of communications for a keyword search and checking that type of, like these types of roles obviously will be done and are being done increasingly by AI. But for the moment, I think it's a good analogy on the. It's a bit nihilistic that all the surveillance officers will be sort of cash point observers. But I think it is. We will move into an area where the core analysis is being done by the models, and then there's an oversight, check and challenge, review, and that's, you know, I think a logical workflow progression that a number of participants are starting to see even now.
I could be mean and ask for timescales, but I suspect you would be saying how long is a piece of string. But if anyone did want to comment on that,
I think we will need to look at how, and it's obviously not just the surveillance industry, but from a regulatory perspective, what we're wishing to tolerate and how much we want models to actually run our workflow.
Yeah.
I'm interested, at the moment, certainly the FCA would take, will focus on the quality of your systems and controls and wouldn't prohibit the use of AI, obviously. But I think Helen, she directly said earlier, mentioned about the need for human oversight and interaction.
Indispensable.
Yeah. Now, I wonder whether, as MAR progresses in Europe and so, whether we do get actual regulatory intervention to require that. And probably not just, in a range of industries, legal professions, probably similar. Do we want human beings ultimately to make these critical decisions with the help of electronic? Like I would expect, and I'd probably hope that that's the way things progress. But again, the pace of change is unparalleled at the moment. So
I think there is no answer to the question of how quickly, but I think one thing that's interesting at the moment, which the industry's never had, is the technology's ahead of what we're adopting, and that's different than maybe what we did over the years with various different innovations within surveillance. And I think now the technology's ahead, and it's just making sure we understand how we're going to utilise it, how we're going to run it, what's the process we're going to have, and things like governance, and as you said, what are the regulators going to expect from people as well.
And explainability,
Explainability,
not just internally, but also to the regulators.
Yep.
It's hard to predict how long, but I think that Uber are bringing out driverless vehicles, and once that happens, there won't be Uber drivers, and that will happen very, very quickly. So in the same way that once we've reached that point where the surveillance analyst can be replaced, that replacement will happen very quickly.
And I think possibly leaving the last word on that to someone who works in a prediction market is a very helpful thing to do, potentially. We've heard so far about opportunities are endless, what the risks are to firms, explainability has come up across the board, risks in the market, human in the loop. We thought this would be a good point to turn to questions from the audience, and we have left a chunk of time for this. So can I please ask you to identify yourselves and where you come from if you have a question, but please feel free. Maybe hands up if you have a question.
Thanks for that, sir. Philip Riddell from Lloyds Bank as Trade Surveillance Analyst. You mentioned model governance is effectively an antiquated system. In order for that to manifest itself with AI replacing it, how are we going to get the regulator on side? And sorry, can I hijack another question? Prediction markets, these, in my view, they're so open to manipulation. Can and should they be regulated? Buyer beware.
So should we treat those as two separate questions perhaps and start with the model governance? How do we get the regulator on side? And I'm looking to see if Helen's still in the room. I think she may not be. Who would like to take that?
For model risk validation, I don't know. It depends on the institution as to whether it's antiquated. It's actually, for me, I think it's still relatively new in terms of the oversight of surveillance models. So now, like, there's been that sort of, I guess, operational risk oversight on the trade surveillance industry. It's probably the last 5 to 10 years. The reality is that industry will have to evolve quite significantly to keep up with the pace of change of the models. And again, I can say, how, like, in terms of the model risk validation that's going on at the institution I work on, it's about, again, explainability, repeatability, safety of the data, assurance, the actual cost reviews on the models and so forth. So there are, quite specific focused areas rather than a sort of model-based risk review on a surveillance algorithm, for example. It was, but that is probably a prohibitor in terms of sort of the technology outreach at the moment. So I think actually, to some extent, that industry maybe becomes more important, but it's going to have to change quite substantially. And I know a lot of us as surveillance practitioners have felt the pain of having to justify every component of our alerting with respect to that. But again, I can see more of a logic-based process there. That's what I'm observing. I'll leave the prediction market.
Cromwell, Justin, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I actually
take the prediction market.
Yeah, I actually think from a governance perspective, like all the firms I work with, governance has become far more detailed than it was historically, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And as we talked AI, the process that we're trying to support to have the model governance and drive that through has become far more granular and much more detailed. One of the things that's interesting though when we're looking at it is what is the outcome they're trying to achieve. And I know we can all argue, well, they want to make sure all the models are working and they've got a structure, but they go into so much detail now and we don't know what the end point of this is successful and this is what we've got. We're just simply providing more and more and more information. And I think that goes on to the point that Liam raised of we need the explainability, but we also need to understand what does the regulator want us to actually achieve or document. So I'm not sure any of us use the word antiquated, but I could be wrong, and if we did, apologies, because it's not the word I would use, but it is definitely a huge focus point now with the adoption of AI, that governance is key, and not really knowing what the ultimate perfect outcome and structure is. Everyone's going into vast amounts of detail, which just makes that process a little bit slower.
And moving to prediction markets.
Yeah, so I totally appreciate why it might seem that way. However, the CFTC are very much regulating the prediction market space. There's 17 applicants going for DCM through their DCM applications to become an exchange so that they can provide a platform for US investors and then more widely to trade on. And that's a rigorous process to go through. And also with the types of abuse that manifest out of prediction market, unlike say our industry or say traditional industries where they can be outside of insider dealing, a lot more esoteric, it really captures the imagination, or it's not hard to explain that you had a guy in the military and he took a position, or somebody at Google and they betted on the release of Google. It's very easy to understand, and the regulators, CFTC, have definitely put their stake in the ground for regulation. There's a bit of a bum fight between the gambling organisations, the gambling commissions versus CFTC, but my bet was always on CFTC winning that one, and they have. It is going to be very regulated. And the other thing I'd say is that these exchanges, these prediction markets, are coming in a lot later than I'd say we, because I'm so used to saying we, prediction markets now, than we have, right? So they have got, they've got the benefit of say late adoption when it comes to tech and it comes to surveillance, and the founders of these organisations are very tech savvy, right? And they're very open to ensuring that that they understand that the markets need to be clean, right? Because any exchange, as soon as your exchange's integrity gets called into question, you lose market share. So I'd just like to challenge on the idea that it is unregulated. It might seem that way. I mean, Polymarket perhaps isn't. I'm not here to talk about particular exchanges, but CFTC are very much on it. They are very tech savvy when it comes to the founders, very tech savvy when it comes to surveillance, and some of the adoptions in terms of technology to combat market abuse on those markets is a very real thing.
We've got a minute and a half. I think there was one more question. Thank you.
Thanks for the panel and the information. So there's a couple of questions really that I'd like to express. My name's Nick and I'm a compliance manager at ADM Investor Services. Anyone who hasn't been living under the rock for the last 6 months knows that AI is here, whether you like it or not, and it's going to continue to embed itself in our daily practices and our lives. But is the lack of implementation that was mentioned by some firms a healthy skepticism towards AI? Just as in, when the advert of nuclear power, for example, something a lot more powerful, but also a lot more destructive. Is that also a way that we can view AI? And are firms right in positioning themselves more at the middle of the pack rather than being at the forefront to see what happens?
I'm going to need to stop you there, if that's okay for the question, because we've got half a minute left. Who would like to take that?
I'll take that. I don't think that's an unreasonable position at all. Obviously, one of the is still that early on in terms of the cost of the models and whether that outweighs or is more or less than the human analysts that are doing the same tasks at the moment. So I don't think it's unreasonable. But at the same time, it's clear that the technology probably will provide and in a number of implementations reduce a level of human workflow that is probably unnecessary. But I don't. Ultimately, we have requirements to have systems and controls for surveillance practices and be effective in our process. And as long as you're hitting that mark, I think you're in the right place.
So what you don't know is that there is a ticking clock that is flashing at me at the front. Just to finish the panel, is there one word that you would like to say in terms of the future of AI for the next chapter? Anything anyone would like to say? We've covered it to an extent.
One word.
1 or 2 words. 5 seconds.
I think the success of the adoption of AI, the one word I would use is explainability. That's the success.
Okay.
Change, probably.
Do it.
And on that note, thank you to my fellow panellists.
Thank you. That was a great session, and thank you also for Julie for fantastically keeping us on time. And just in terms of questions, if you have further questions, then obviously there's a coffee break coming up very shortly, so you'll have an opportunity to speak to them and continue that conversation. But before we have the coffee break, we have a very important session coming up relating to enforcement. So obviously the FCA was speaking today about how they're not shy of using enforcement at all. It doesn't matter how big or small the misdemeanor is, where they see fit, they will take action. That's how important they take this. And so this next session, we're going to be talking about the trends in market abuse enforcement. And just a couple of things. Firstly, to say that this particular session is going to be held under Chatham House rules, which means that we would ask you not to post any content from this on social media, and sort of keep it within sort of the confines of this discussion. I'm going to be handing over to David Pygott, who is a partner in the Global Investigations team at Alishore Goddard. He's got extensive experience in contentious regulatory work, in particular focusing on FCA and market services, financial service investigations. He's acted for investment banks, asset managers, wealth management institutions, across the financial services markets. And so we're grateful for you to take this for taking this particular panel, David. And thank you, and please take it away.
That's great. Thanks, Manib. Hi, everybody. So, in short, this panel, we do fights, right? So we sort out things when they go wrong. That's fundamentally why we're here, and hopefully we can give you a bit of a view. What I'd like to do is first ask my fellow panelists just to introduce themselves. Fleur, do you want to begin?
I'm Fleur Eisenk. I am a legal counsel in Barclays Litigation Investigations and Enforcement team, formerly at the FCA.
I'm Abby Steele. I'm a director within Ernst & Young's Financial Crime and Forensics team. I'm former FCA and in-house investigations.
Thank you both. So, Manib introduced me, so I won't repeat it, but fundamentally, as a partner in private practice, I help a lot of people who get in trouble with the regulator, including market abuse and insider dealing cases. We won't be commenting on specific life cases today, because we can't, any of us, but what we hope in the next 40 minutes or so we can do is give you a sense of what we're seeing and where we think things are. So you heard very much from Helen this morning from the FCA about where their priorities are. This is, I suppose, a little bit more about what we're seeing in the live in the market. And across the experience you've got on the panel here, you've got people from both in-house roles, external private practice roles, and forensic practice in Abbey, so that we hope we bring those different perspectives together. Let's get down to brass tacks though. So our theme is market abuse trends. What are we seeing? What is the most significant trend, both that you're seeing in your practice at the moment?
I'll kick off first and then pass over to you, Fleur. I think if I had to identify one major trend, it would be linked to, I think, enforcement announcements around wanting to do investigations faster, more proactive, and having a bigger impact. And I draw from my experience just before rejoining EY, say 10 months or so now. And I've seen that in practice in terms of the way that they've been approaching their investigations. There is an active drive to do them faster, to focus the scope of them a lot narrower, and to really try and draw out the most serious types of behaviour. That's resulted in the way that they take on cases. So some of the investigations haven't made it through to enforcement. Some of them have been sort of more focused on the pre-enforcement stage, but the ones that are making it through to enforcement have been sort of where they relate to more novel type issues, or things that they haven't already sort of announced publicly. In terms of the more, I'd say that approach to like having a market impact, they're definitely sort of announcing. There's been a flurry of like enforcement outcomes over the past year or so, and part of that's been a drive to, I think, close the existing cases they have faster, which has naturally resulted in sort of more of a like public outlook on the results of those. And then another theme I've seen is the way that they draw on surveillance and data, and part of that is in relation to their use of stores. So I'd say around 70-75% of their enforcement investigations have arisen, or in relation to insider dealing, have arisen through through the store reporting process. And in my work with firms sort of outside of the FCA and within, a lot of them have drawn from maybe where a firm hasn't raised a store when others have. So it's like drawing that, kind of looking at the red flags associated with a lack of store reporting. So I think those are kind of the immediate themes I've seen, but happy to say that.
Thanks, Abby. So I'd say from a firm's perspective, the key trend that I've picked up on, I think you can see that across FCA speeches and publications for the last 2 years or more, is an increased focus on firms having in place proper governance and controls over their insider dealing and market abuse vulnerable activities. So particularly, I noted a few phrases that Helen Boyd gave in her address this morning, which clearly point in that direction towards an increased focus on what firms are doing to combat and target market abuse within their institutions. She talks about firms having a frontline role, have your house in order. She said, raise standards before harm is entrenched. Surveillance gaps, do you know where they are? So I think that clearly points to an increased expectation on the part of the FCA towards how firms are exercising governance over their vulnerable systems. So what does that mean in practice? I think it means effective surveillance. It means proper controls over information flows and inside information in particular, robust suspicious activity reporting, so ensuring that stores are made in a timely and effective way, and also strong governance over and data quality, accountability for senior executives. So to really understand what's going on underneath the bonnet, I think that the FCA has been quite clear that senior managers can't get away with just putting in place a compliance system. There has to be proper governance over that compliance system. They have to really understand what's happening under the hood. And it was quite interesting just listening to the talk before this in relation to AI. That does present obviously opportunities, but also significant new challenges. Explainability is going to be completely vital for executives to understand what's going on in their own firms. There are opportunities, but I think significant risks there.
That's super. I'm going to come back to explainability a little bit later on, because I think it's absolutely critical. But for now, I would say certainly in my practice, I agree with both of those things. I've seen those, all of those things picked up live. And one trend that I would pick out in my own practice is the robustness with which the authorities are gathering evidence. One of the previous panels, I think Helen alluded to it in her speech at the beginning, you recognise the fact that lots of people, lots of devices, lots of information all over the place. Many of you are involved in surveillance, bringing those things together, the tools that do that. Frequently, though, at the sharp edge, some of those tools are, or some of those conversations, some of that stuff is capable of being surveilled. It's information passing in institutions, in organisations like yours. But some of it isn't. It's people using personal devices or comms outside of off-channel, as I just referred to earlier on. And certainly in my own practice, I've seen close coordination between the Takeover Panel and the FCA. I've seen both of those organisations take robust stances over what they want to see in terms of evidence and how quickly they want to see it. And that can pose some pretty tough legal challenges, actually. Particularly where you're talking about personal devices, particularly where you're talking about devices that have mixed information on them, stuff involving more than one deal, stuff involving multiple customers, when you have confidentiality obligations into that to work through, and sometimes, frankly, human rights obligations as well in terms of the intrusion. So expect, in the event of suspicious trading and in the event the authorities get involved, the key trend I pick up is expect robust action, expect people or the regulators to require you to produce stuff quickly, and in a sense on that to shoot first and ask questions later in terms of what they're asking for. And certainly from my perspective. I think let's move on a little bit and just think about the kind of markets both where you're seeing regulatory activity. Which markets, are there any particular markets you're seeing the regulators focusing on?
I mean, I would say, in respect of insider dealing forms of market abuse, certainly equities dominate there, talking about kind of takeover announcements or considerations, negotiations, and also kind of other big corporate events will always be predominant in that area. Also, obviously, derivatives. We've seen cases where immediate profits are leveraged through CFDs and other derivatives. But the FCA has also spoken about, actually there's been a fixed income case, so the Italian bonds matter, fixed income case, but also the FCA's had a lot to say about algorithmic trading. It's kind of continuing concerns with regards to spoofing, layering, wash trading, and I think sort of going back to what I was saying earlier about about governance and corporate understanding about what's going on. I think that's in conjunction with AI presents the same challenges. Do boards really understand what their systems are doing? Like, what MI are they asking for in the first place? I think the FCA will has made clear that it expects firms, boards, and senior managers to understand fully what's happening. So it's not enough to just have a system in place. It needs to be constantly monitored. There need to be proper safeguards in place.
Yeah, and you need to be able to explain what sits behind the MI that you're showing. If the board relied on, or compliance relied on, a particular information set, and that inevitably will have some limitations to it, because that's just the way of the world. Being able to explain what that is and what impact it made on the decisions that you were trying to take, and whether or not it limited the decisions that you were taking, is critical, I think.
That's right, and also just asking the right questions, making sure that you have sufficient curiosity to really understand what's happening.
Agreed. Abby, how about you? Anything in particular on particular markets?
I'd say less on the asset class side, but I think when the FCA brought out Market Watch 83, it showed a bit more of a focus on the smaller markets. So it stemmed from their work with corporate finance firms. And at that time, I was working on a few sort of systems and controls based investigations, so actual enforcement investigations into those firms, which I think it shows their willingness to focus on sort of other types of financial services markets, and not just your typical large financial institutions. And a couple of those investigations really focused on your key sort of market abuse, inside information type controls. So market soundings, conflicts of interest, personal account dealing. And there was really, I think, a focus on firms being able to, or in the cases of my investigations, maybe less able to explain and demonstrate what they were putting in place to meet their obligations in relation to those systems and controls. And I think whilst those investigations haven't necessarily resulted in successful enforcement outcomes, example penalties or that sort of thing, I think one factor that is relevant to this, and I think relevant to why they sort of published Market Watch 83, is the fact that there is now a separate, there's a dedicated market abuse lot in their Section 166 framework, which is the first year that that's happened. So I'd say whilst there might not be so many enforcement outcomes in the systems and controls space, there is a lot more of I think linked to what Helen was saying, there's that kind of pre-enforcement work that they're doing in terms of your Section 166s, your VREX, your limiting ability to trade and that sort of thing. So that's something I've seen from the smaller market side.
That's super interesting. I think in my own practice, I'd add to what you just said. I think I'd mention commodities, particularly with the Iran war, particularly with the Ukraine war. There are energy market. There's been some focus on the energy markets, and without going into legal detail, that's can be quite tricky, because you have MAR dealing with the financial market side of it, hedging strategies and that kind of thing, but you also have REMIT, which is the effectively equivalent for gas and energy trading, and then on top of that you have sort of spot markets, some of which are not completely regulated, but which can be caught by MAR in certain circumstances. So it's certainly seen that probably prompted by volatility, I would think. A lot of those cases, I have to say, where I've seen them have been more sort of initial inquiries. Looking at the territory, there hasn't always been a lot to see, but have required some pretty effective lawyering quite quickly to get rid of them. But I think on top of the equity markets piece is by far and away the biggest one in my own practice, but that's definitely out there as well, I think. So one of the things that Helen's colleagues in the enforcement team at the FCA have gone on record publicly about on numerous occasions over the last few years, talking about use of criminal powers, use of civil powers, but focusing on financial crime, money laundering, other forms of financial crime as well. And by the way, the FCA does see insider dealing clearly is a form of financial crime. I mean, are there any kinds of cases that you have seen them focusing on? Just thinking about, you know, the use of civil powers, regulatory powers, and the use of criminal powers. Any trends there that you see?
There haven't been that many outcomes, I would say, in the market abuse space in the kind of last year or so. There have been a few. It has been interesting to see that they've been using their civil powers to reach resolution. There is a prosecution which has just reached the courts, but not scheduled for trial until 2028. It's quite an interesting one. So I think it's clear that they are using both strategies. Particular case of interest, you know, from a firm's perspective, in recent times was the Dinosaur Merchant Bank case. That is a case where, centering on kind of market abuse risk, with a firm operating a deficient surveillance system over its CFD transactions worth over $3 billion. So, you know, significant risk there. And the case I think is quite interesting from a practitioner perspective in not deriving from actual market abuse, but a real focus on market abuse systems and controls. So I think really one to watch for the industry. So I don't know if that kind of speaks to or points to an enhanced focus from the FCA on, you know, moving. They will continue to have their individual market abuse cases where risk is crystallised or where people have committed market abuse or insider dealing, but I think also increasing focus on the kind of architecture around it and how firms have a really important role to play in combating and preventing market abuse in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. One of the things that I think does come through some of the more recent published outcomes is, despite the focus on prosecuting financial crime as financial crime, you know, using criminal law powers, there is still absolutely a role for using the civil regulatory powers to enforce breaches of governance or poor governance. And in some respects, I think from the authorities' perspective, that could be, I wouldn't say an easier case to bring, but strategically might be easier to win. Partly because you don't have to worry too much about sort of jury trials and things like that, but you can use the FCA's own enforcement processes to deal with those governance issues on a civil regulatory basis. And my own sense is there is still very much a role for those, particularly on enforcing governance breaches. Abby, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd say with some of the cases I was working on, so I worked on a few of the misleading statements type market abuse cases. And some of them started off, at the time I was there were around sort of six investigations into AIM-listed companies which involved this type of market abuse. But it started off on a dual track basis. So for I think 5 out of 6 of them, they started off on a dual track basis where there was a criminal element to it and a regulatory element running alongside. And the firm, I think we would have looked at the firm taking a decision, say after the first few months of the investigation, as to what the best outcome would be for the investigation. So I think at the beginning there was definitely the openness to pursue the criminal and the regulatory side, but ultimately, and actually there wasn't a steer to sort of go one way or another at the start. There was really a sort of look at, okay, what does the evidence say? What is this really a criminal matter? Is it not? Is it best pursued down the regulatory route? What outcomes would be better for in terms of investigations into the individuals as well? So I'd say there wasn't a theme as such as to how they would use the powers. They were open to I think using them all, but would quickly take a decision as to which route they would go down.
Yeah, I've seen twin track cases live in my own practice, particularly acting for issuers, particularly where there are problems with market announcements, so inside information arose but wasn't disclosed on the current authority's case. Or one thing, you know, I think is quite interesting if you're looking at some of the more recent published civil outcomes is it does look like there is still a role for those kind of civil cases in cases where the gain isn't huge. So insider dealing, for example, or unlawful disclosure, where the conduct was not great, the conduct was poor, it was unlawful, but the financial consequences of it wasn't absolutely enormous. And you know, without sort of fighting my opponent's cases for them, you know, you could imagine a prosecutor, a strategic prosecutor, thinking, right, well, what, you know, how do we get the best outcome here? How do we get the best deterrence? How do we send the best message for the, you know, sort of the right level of investment? And trying to bring a jury trial all the way through the Crown Court, which can, given the way the criminal justice system is at the moment, could take literally years and years and years. You know, whereas going after insider dealing not as a criminal case but as a civil case through the FCA's own enforcement process, particularly with what you were saying, Abby, about the commitment to doing those kind of investigations faster, where the evidence is clear, you can see that there'd be a strategic advantage in sticking with the civil regulatory powers, particularly in cases where the gains weren't huge.
And this sort of certainly fits into the, you know, what the FCA has said about is their broader kind of enforcement agenda, you know, which has changed quite radically, I would say, since Therese Chambers and Steve Smart came into role, to do fewer but more targeted investigations, really kind of applying resources in a much more strategic way to ensure kind of key messaging gets out. And I think you're right to point to the length of time it takes for criminal cases to get to court. I mean, that really, you know, that doesn't support the agenda of quicker and more effective outcomes when you're looking at years for a case to come to court with a greater degree of uncertainty of outcome.
Okay, well, why don't we pick up explainability as an issue here? One, I thought the previous panel discussion was absolutely fascinating, because as a defence lawyer, the legal system is considerably behind where you guys are in terms of technology. And although we had a very senior judge talking this week about using AI to decide cases, which had a lot of lawyers kind of, you know, touching their collars and going, oh my God. I think, you know, there clearly is a huge role for AI to play in the legal system, and that is growing. We're seeing it in private practice. On the other hand, it poses some huge challenges, because under the enforcement processes that exist at the moment, if it's on the civil side, it's through the FCA's own process. Ultimately, it's the RDC, humans, who will decide the outcome. If it's a criminal case, it goes all the way, for the most serious, it's a jury trial. It's 12 ordinary people in the jury box. So your ability to explain how this conduct was picked up, why it's a problem, is absolutely critical. You know, during an investigation, you're going to have to interview witnesses, aren't you? You're going to have to ask people who are observing this behaviour in the market why they thought it was an issue, what, you know, why it's a problem, why it infringes the rules. And then when you get, you know, to the point of interviewing a defendant, you're going to have to be able to put that evidence to them and, you know, give them the chance to defend themselves, right, whichever route you go down. So the ability to explain how some of these technologies, the surveillance technologies, works, and the ability to prove them in court to a standard, you know, required by the system, I think is absolutely critical. And I can't see that aspect of this whole ecosystem changing very rapidly. I think ultimately you're going to have to cope with the fact that ultimately humans will decide the liability of these people, perpetrators, you know, particularly in the UK and around the world. So any thoughts on that as an issue?
I think that's absolutely right. And, you know, and I do foresee that we will have cases where you know, but boards and senior management firms just don't really understand what's happening. You know, they will be asked to provide kind of witness evidence by the FCA to support actions, and I think that is a you know, potentially quite a large problem for boards going forward. You know, they're going to have to skill up. You know, it was quite interesting listening to the talk previously about jobs that are likely to be lost in this arena. You know, with analysts becoming kind of increasingly kind of not needed, or sort of workforce and headcount reducing in that space. But I do see an ongoing need for people to be kind of getting in and understanding what's happening, and being able to be present and explain that in human terms to boards who are going to have to really dig into this and really understand much more than a kind of superficial level what's happening.
Yeah, Helen was very clear this morning about ask probing questions. Right? But when you're asking probing questions about proprietary technologies to which the answer is not necessarily publicly available, that's hard, I think. Should we talk a little bit about the international dimension of things, just mindful of time? I mean, cross-border cooperation was something that we, certainly in my own practice, have seen an awful lot over the years. Massive benchmark cases. I worked in Hong Kong for a while on sort of APAC elements of big cross-border global investigations. That's obviously some years ago now. But what are you seeing in terms of cooperation between the FCA and its peer regulators overseas? Are you seeing that?
Yeah, so I mean, I'd say we haven't really seen kind of in recent times a kind of classic cross-border, large-scale kind of international investigation where you've got different regulators or law enforcement bodies in different jurisdictions looking at the same conduct and coming up with kind of international outcomes. We haven't seen something like that for a while. But what you always have in these kinds of cases is heavy reliance on cross-border cooperation between agencies for the purposes of data gathering. Not least in something like insider dealing, you're going to need to rely on US service providers very often to provide you with communications data. That's absolutely central to most of these cases. So just a couple of things I picked up on in this space. I saw that the FCA was re-elected to the chairmanship of IOSCO at the end of last year. IOSCO, obviously the kind of international regulators, security regulators, cooperative body, and the FCA has been explicit about relying on that organisation relationships within it to get faster and more effective kind of requests for communications data or trading data. So I do think that's a positive from the FCA's perspective that they have that set of relationships. And continue to chair it, and also the FCA I've seen have made reference to the it's called COPO, the Crime kind of Production Order, International Production Order Act, in order to secure much faster response times from US service providers with respect to largely communications data. So taking it from what when I was at the FCA often took several years to obtain can now be obtained by that process of sort of bypassing the mutual legal assistance process within a few weeks. That is those are kind of big wins, I'd say, for the FCA in the kind of work that they're doing in this space.
Yeah, especially when insider dealing and market abuse intelligence is critical, isn't it? Often,
yes.
If the defendants are outside the UK, if they're not subject to UK jurisdiction immediately, then getting some help from overseas, whether it's to gather the evidence or to go after people, is critical to be able to bring a case. Have you any thoughts on that? Any cross-border stuff you see?
I think, just to add to something that maybe went a bit wrong when I was there, is like being able to iron out. Well, they've now been able to, I think, iron out and clarify like their powers when asking for information internationally, because I think in the past there's been instances where they've obtained information and actually it's gone down the line to court and they haven't actually been able to use the power that they said they could. So I think they've been doing a lot of work to iron out kind of what they can, like the basis on which they can request information.
That's a good point. I think sometimes the law just isn't very clear on those points, is it? And what you can get under English law, what you can get under US law, what you can get by going and asking for help from overseas may not be the same. It also raises huge issues around things like legal privilege, which is a story for another day. I think one thing, reflection from my own practice on that is I have seen some cross-border cooperation. Actually, interestingly, less so with US authorities than I'd seen earlier in my career, but perhaps more with some of the EU authorities in Australia as well on some of the cases that I've been doing. I think that some of the EU authorities are pretty active in the payment space, and as the new crypto regime, which we're going to talk about also the session on later in the day, crypto market abuse regime comes in, I think that will become even more important actually, just in terms of what I've seen live on the ground. What about accountability? I mean, Helen in her speech this morning was really clear about the need for senior management robust oversight. And clearly the FCA has a lot of power to hold senior managers accountable in the event that things go wrong. How do you see that play out? Because I suppose, to start the discussion off, as a lawyer in private practice, it feels to me that quite often those issues are often dealt with within institutions through, for example, accountability reviews or sometimes, adjustments to compensation or internal investigations. We sometimes get involved with those things, we sometimes help, but how about that? What do you think about that as an issue?
I think it's an absolutely huge issue, and I think increasingly the FCA has higher expectations on boards. They expect more from governance. You can see that with the whole of their kind of senior manager architecture and kind of mapping responsibilities and accountabilities. It's not going to be good enough to say, I put X in charge and they were dealing with it. You have to really understand what's going on underneath you. So I think it's a really key challenge for particularly large institutions. Obviously, Barclays is a multinational, multi-legal entity organisation, and I think certainly, without talking about Barclays specifically, you can see that the FCA is increasingly expecting there to be greater kind of understanding about within kind of groups like that across legal entities what is happening. Do we have clients that bank with us or have relationships with us across the group, and they expect much greater kind of cooperation, understanding, much less of a kind of siloed focus. That they want kind of joined up thinking, and they want executives to kind of really step up in that regard.
Yeah. I suppose focusing specifically on financial services, where you're looking at banks, advisors, intermediaries, brokers, the senior manager regime gives them a huge amount of power, doesn't it? And I quite agree, Fleur, that they use those powers and frankly ask some very testing questions of senior managers in those institutions. I've seen that happen recently. I've seen focus in particular on things like, did you understand this trading strategy? Did you authorise it? How far down between sort of the senior manager responsible ultimately for the business area and the guys who were thinking about the trade where the inside information issue or the market abuse issue arose, what level of oversight did you have? And some of those issues in SMC around delegation in particular, effective delegation, effective supervision have come through quite clearly in the kind of work I've seen. But stepping away from financial services for a second though, it's clear from the decided cases, I think, that there's also a lot of focus on senior management within issuers. So there the FCA has a bit of a different jurisdiction. But they've absolutely pursued senior executives in listed PLCs who have not managed market announcements very well on a raft of bases, market abuse, but also knowing concern in breach of listing principles, those kind of issues. A whole series of cases, including one in the tribunal last summer where importantly they got into sort of this thorny issue of what knowing concern of the senior executive is in the breach by the company. So some real focus not just on the sort of the financial services kind of intermediary side, but also on the issuer side and how well people have been handling information. Have you anything you wanted to add on that particular point?
I think it's, so I've definitely seen more of an expectation, I think like what Fleur was saying around like the accountable executives needing to be able to explain, I think, how they've discharged their oversight and being able to demonstrate like how I'd say especially in the compliance space as well, so it's not just in the front line, there's an expectation that the SMF 16 is able to explain and to show sort of how they sort of monitored the trades on the first line, how they've gone about making sure that that they were aware of the risks. So there's definitely that expectation, and the expectation of them to be able to explain what they've done and that they understand. And I've seen sort of people in firms sort of really struggle to be able to sort of explain those things sort of firsthand without a whole lot of prep beforehand. So.
Well, certainly when we're helping people prepare for witness interviews, those are exactly the kind of issues that we're going through, and I know that peer lawyers and other firms do that too. It's really important to be able to tell the story, right? What did you know? When did you know it? How detailed was your research? What did you base it on?
So, I think, also just to add, I think it's really important. Obviously, you need a really effective functional system of escalation and challenge down. So it's not enough to just say we have a system in place that does surveillance. You know, it's constant kind of question asking, understanding, how these things are calibrated, and a lot more than just simply perhaps kind of past practice was more, well, we complied with this and complied with that, and it's much more about, exercising effective and kind of challenging governance over these systems.
I'd say actually just on the calibration piece, like it sounds like quite a discrete thing in itself, like just something somebody like they do sort of every year. But actually, like in recent experience, I've seen the FCA pick up on like somebody or a firm not being able to explain how something was calibrated, not being able to understand what it like meant and why changes were or weren't made to their surveillance system. And then like that kind of inability to be able to explain the calibration or to understand why it was done, it triggered a whole lot of further questions into other areas, which then went into their market abuse risk assessment and cast maybe some unnecessary doubt that if somebody was able to explain their understanding a little bit better, could have been avoided.
Yeah, it's hugely important, isn't it? Because you can be on the back foot already in terms of your discussion with the regulation and enforcement scenario if you know there's a gap that you haven't fixed, and you have to acknowledge the gap early on. I agree. So a couple more minutes and then we'll go to some questions from the audience. Final question from me to my fellow panellists. What would be your top tip for avoiding enforcement? What's the best way, in your view, of avoiding getting into trouble?
I mean, I'm going to sound like a stuck record, I expect, but very much kind of drawing what I've said in the session, and obviously picking up on the FCA's statements about their priorities. I mean, it is ensuring that you have not just a kind of anti-market abuse kind of detection system, or that you not just just have kind of theoretical Chinese walls. You don't have an insider list process that is there but not properly governed. You need to ensure that all of these things have proper governance sitting over them, that they're being used effectively, not just that you have them and you can tell the regulator, yes, we care about this, it's in our policies and procedures, but actually how is it working on the ground? So if I was wanting to avoid market abuse interest or action from the FCA, as a senior executive, I would be making sure that I had the right people in place and I understood what was happening on the ground.
Be able to explain your systems.
Yes.
Yeah, got you. Well, there was a laugh there, but those of us who've been in FCA interviews with witnesses, you don't know how difficult that can be sometimes. But
I'd actually say use your market abuse risk assessment as well to pinpoint some high risk areas. Get prepared beforehand.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Abby, isn't it? I mean, my top tip, it builds on both of those things. I think as somebody who has been brought into crisis situations time and again, the regulators are over us, we've got an information requirement, we've started an investigation, what do we do? One of the best places you can be, I think, as an institution or indeed as an individual, is to show that you understood the governance you were working in and you followed it. Because you've seen this a million times, but one of the things that the authority will rightly do early on in an investigation is say, right, it shows you policies and procedures, shows you governance, shows you what the environment you were working in. And if when you put together the witness evidence and the emails and the WhatsApps and all the other evidence that comes together, the process you actually followed looked nothing like what you said you were going to do, that itself is already a difficult situation. That's already big red flashing light for the regulator thinking about the quality of the governance. In my experience, especially in this area, there are inevitably some horrible decisions you have to take. Is this information inside or not? Well, we've got 5 industry professionals, kind of a split 3-2 on whether or not it is. Right, we see that all the time. Those difficult decisions have to be taken. The best way of defending that often is to be able to say we have the right people look at it, the right time, through the right governance, and we just had to take a view. If you do that, and you can say convincingly to the regulator, this is why, right? This is reasonable, it's governed, it's controlled. We just had a damn difficult decision to deal with. It's quite hard for them, I think, to build an effective case that's going to stand up in court or the RDC or a tribunal or whatever later on, to say that was unreasonable, that fell below regulatory standards. If, however, the picture that emerges looks nothing like what you said you were going to do, then I think that is often, it's not indefensible always. Sometimes there are very good reasons why things are done in the way that we're done, but it's more difficult. So my top tip would be Don't just have the policies on the internet or whatever. Know them, understand them, update them, refresh them. If they don't work, do something about that, improve them. Because in the event that that awful day happens and there's the sky falls in, you will need them more than you think at the moment. So that will be my top tip for avoiding enforcement. And with that, with a couple of minutes to go, and the awful flashing clock down there, a couple of minutes for questions, folks. A question over here.
Thanks to the panel for that. We've seen some pretty huge indictments from the SEC around insider trading, like multi-million-pound profit, global insider trading rings. More recently, I think we've seen a group of lawyers as well involved there. Why do we think why does the panel think the US always land the big fish?
So, I think that's a brilliant question. I think some of it's to do with the way that the US law works. Some of it is a bit different to ours. I'm not a US lawyer, but I've worked alongside US law firms an awful lot in the past, and US insider trading law is quite different to MAR and what we're used to in Europe, and so the ability to bring a case in those situations at all is probably a bit different. I think where the regulator goes before the court as a party, effectively is suing or enforcing against the defendant, rather than dealing with it within their own process, which is, as I understand it, something that happens more commonly in the US than it does in the UK. The potential liabilities, the potential powers of the court are huge, and so you're talking sometimes about a bigger market in the first place, bigger liabilities, bigger things that have gone wrong, but also a forum that can deal with that effectively. I suspect also a lot of it comes down to strategic priorities within the US regulatory system as to what they want to go after and where they think they're going to get the biggest outcomes. I think, to be fair to our own colleagues, and I'm not in the habit of fighting my opponents' cases for them, the FCA enforcement team is my professional nemesis, so to speak. There's some really visible thought gone in over the last couple of years in particular to which cases do we want to bring, what we're going to, how we're going to get our message across. You heard it from Helen this morning, but it comes through, I think, quite strongly through the side of cases about deterrence. Where are we going to make our mark? And I think, to give credit to our own authorities here, I think the FCA is trying to go after, people where they think, the big fish, as you call them, people who are, going to make where they're going to get a good result. Having a significant recognised brand name, I think is something that, frankly, in reality, does probably expose people to a bit more enforcement risk than others. If you are trying to get across a point about bad behaviour or a particular trading practice or particular part of the market that the regulator's not happy with and wants to sort out, and you happen to have a recognisable brand name, then that's going to get picked up by the media. That's going to help them deliver their message.
So one aspect could be that I think our authorities have invested really heavily in in surveillance and monitoring sort of before things maybe get to that stage. So that could be another aspect. I think, like what Helen said, sometimes the quietness of what's going on is a sign in itself that a lot of good work is going on in the background and just maybe hasn't materialised in those sort of massive, huge litigation cases.
That's a cracking point, because if you have effective supervision, if you intervene early and you make the point such that the trading activity doesn't happen, then you probably have fewer big fish, as you call them, to go after for that particular thing. You probably stop the activity before it needs to go to court.
I'd just say, that may be right. So it may be that we've got cleaner markets here, or more effective regulation, or it could be we're just not finding them. It's our current system's not detecting them.
Yeah.
But it's a good question, but I think it's quite hard to kind of pin down an answer.
The red clock is flashing 0 and it's coffee time, so I'm happy to take one more very quick question if there is one. Otherwise, perhaps we can talk over networking. Let's go for coffee, shall we? Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone. I can see people took advantage of the networking opportunity, which is great. Just a reminder that you have the app which you can use for networking as well, and also welcome back to those who are joining us virtually as well. We can't see you, but we haven't forgotten you. Normally I'd be up there introducing the next the moderator, but this next moderator is myself, so I'm not going to introduce myself for this one. Now, this particular panel is about crypto assets, and just to set the scene on this one, I think so. At the moment, so far, we've been talking a lot about the traditional markets and some of the challenges we face in traditional markets. One of the things about traditional markets, however, is that in those markets, there are still we have structural controls in place. There are gatekeepers, who can retain responsibilities for helping to keep the markets clean. And now it's not without the challenges, as we've been discussing today, but still there are players that you can identify and controls put in place to help reduce the risk of market abuse happening. And also in terms of trading activity, you can put in place circuit breakers, trading halts, etc., such that just ahead you could just about create enough friction between trading time and behavior to potentially identify abuse taking place. Whereas crypto, by contrast, is a very different ball game. We're looking at 24-hour trading across borders with minimal gatekeeping, really. In fact, crypto is designed to avoid having gatekeepers. In fact, you've got communications taking place on Telegram, which is very difficult to record and monitor. Liquidity is fragmented across thousands of venues and blockchains, many of which are decentralized, adding to the challenge. And it's very difficult to find who to hold accountable for any acting which is abusive. So therein lies a lot of the challenges. And the regulators have been catching up to some extent, and obviously the FCA is looking to put in a new regulatory regime in the UK as well, which is designed to address some of those risks. So we'll be talking about some of those challenges on this particular panel, and I have a fantastic panel to talk about this. Before we get into some of the questions which I have, why don't I allow you to please just quickly introduce yourself so the audience know who you are.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Hugh-Smith. I'm the EMEA Head of Legal and Compliance at Galaxy.
Hello, I'm Avanti Veerasinghe. I'm the Head of Market Practice and Regulatory Policy at UK Finance.
Hi everyone, my name's Sebastian Barling. I look after UK and European financial regulation at Skadden. And what does that mean these days? Well, it's largely talking about crypto, given us what's happening in that landscape.
Very good, thank you. So we have a practitioner, someone who's sitting on a trade body, and a lawyer who's going to help us navigate some of the issues here. So why don't we start with talking about the regulatory regime? So maybe Avanti, if I can come to you, could you just help set the landscape a little bit in terms of the UK's regulatory regime, in terms of where it is and what we're likely to see from Mark?
Thank you, Manib. So in the UK, as you know, FCA has consulted on draft rules for market abuse for crypto assets. So they were in draft form, and the consultation came to an end sometime in February this year. So we are waiting for the finalized rules and the policy statement from the FCA sometime in summer, so it will be soon. And the new regime would be implemented next year, sometime in October, 25th of October next year. So that's the plan. Going back to what the framework is, and I'll take you through some of the high-level principles and provisions there, not in detail, but just in case you're not that familiar with the provisions there. So the FCA, as you know, they want to improve market integrity in crypto asset markets, and that's the reason that they are implementing a market abuse regime for crypto assets. And often we talk about market integrity, but without knowing what it actually entails. But when you talk about market integrity, there are 4 elements to it, as it's set out in FISMA. So it has to be a market which is clean, free of market abuse and financial crime. It has to be a market which is operationally resilient, and an orderly market and a transparent market. So those are the 4 elements, and cleanliness is one of the core elements within that, and that's why it's very important to have a market abuse regime for crypto assets. And the FCA has borrowed a lot of principles and concepts from the traditional market abuse regulation in coming up with the regime. However, one of the things that they have said is that they have tailor-made certain aspects because of the very unique nature of crypto asset markets. So rather than just importing it wholesale, there have been some changes that have been made. And also one other thing to point out is that the FCA has said that what they have proposed in the draft rules would be the day one market abuse regime when the regime goes live next year. However, it would evolve with time. And in terms of the main areas within the proposed regime, like in the case of traditional MA, you have unlawful disclosure of inside information, market manipulation, and insider trading as main offenses. And also they have the concept of the new regime has the concept of inside information, and the definition is very similar to the definition in traditional MA. So it has to be precise, it has to be non-public, and it has to, if made public, it has to have significant impact on the price. But one thing to note is that in traditional MA, inside information has to relate to the issuer or securities issued by the issuer. Now, in crypto asset markets, we don't necessarily have, I mean, sometimes we do, but we don't always have an identifiable issuer. So in that case, information could relate to an issuer if there is identifiable issuer, or it could also be the offeror, or it could be the trading platform that has admitted crypto assets for trading. So that's one change there. In addition to that, there are requirements if there's inside information, and if you're obliged to disclose them, you have to disclose it. But under traditional MA, we have the PIPS regime, primary information provider regime, which is the official channel. Whereas when it comes to the draft rules for crypto assets, in response to the request made by the industry, what the FCA is proposing is that if you are an issuer, you would publish inside information on your own website. So if you are a trading platform that's obliged to disclose inside information, that will go on your own website. And then you would disseminate them. When I say you, the person responsible for disseminating that inside information, in my example, the trading venue, they would put that first on their website and then disclose it by using social media and other outlets. So that's one other difference between the traditional MA and the market abuse regime for crypto assets. Of course, there are other things like insider list. You have to have insider list for both, under both regimes, and systems and controls have to be there. Even under the new MA regime for crypto assets, if you are a trading venue or a trading platform or an intermediary, you have to have systems and controls. And of course, one difference between MA and MARC is that there is no PDMR regime, person discharging managerial responsibilities. That's a core concept under MA. That is not there under the MARC regime. And there is a concept of stores. However, when it comes to stores under MA, it will have to be notified to the FCA, whereas under the new regime for crypto assets, it will be notified to the trading platform. So those are sort of the main areas where there are differences. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the point about the notification to the trading platform is a really interesting one in the discussions we've been having with platform. And I think it'll be something for us to drill into a little bit. I think it'll be interesting. But so that was a useful sort of high-level analysis of the difference between MA and MARC. And obviously in Europe, MiCA has already been in place for a little while, and the Title VI, which addresses market abuse regulations. Seb, if I may come to you, just in terms of the differences between MiCA, Title VI, and MARC, what are sort of the key things that you would sort of note?
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to start off by saying I think that's a fantastic summary of the kind of MARC changes. And the sense I get with MARC is that obviously people will agree that crypto markets potentially are not, shall we say, orderly, transparent, fair at the moment, and that's an area which perhaps could do with some cleaning up. But I get the sense the FCA are very nervous about this, and they have an element of intermediation happening here. The fact they've turned around and said, we don't want your stores, we want them to go to the crypto asset trading platforms, you try and deal with them, and then report to us if you can't, and this is a day one regime, and we are going to change it as we think it's appropriate, sort of gives the sense that they don't want to be too hands-on with this, and they know they're not getting it right at the moment, but I think anything is going to be better than nothing. So I think the UK regime will change a fair bit as they do all of this. But in a way, the FCA is kind of slightly pregnant with the problem that they're now responsible for it, and I think they're nervous about how they do this because it is very new, it is innovative, it is cross-border, and it is technical. And trust me, this is relevant to the MiCA bit, I'm getting there. And I think that shows with some of the differences that they've got in respect of MiCA. Actually, the first kind of macro one is MiCA and the regime is baked into primary legislation, secondary legislation. It is going to be difficult for that to be flexible and for that to adapt. The FCA at least have that flexibility. It's in their handbook, so they can sit there and they can move things around a bit more easily. Well, I say it's in its handbook, the detail of the rules as to what they expect and their expectations for people will be in there. So I think we're going to see a nimble regulator here compared to Europe, which is going to be a little bit slower, and that's going to be useful for, well, I think that's going to be useful for the market overall, because actually if something really isn't working and the industry don't like it, they can chat to the FCA and hopefully alleviate that pain point. The counterpoint being you're going to have to monitor what's happening in the UK a bit more, and maybe you need to make changes a little bit more quickly. So that's sort of the kind of macro difference between how they'll approach things. In terms of some of the detail, I think there's probably 2 points I want to pull out. So the first is on-chain monitoring. So that is a proposed requirement in the UK that for your large, as in 10 million plus revenue trading platforms, they not only need to monitor the activity in their own books, but they're also going to have to monitor what is happening on-chain with a view to trying to detect market abuse. And actually the scope of what they're obliged to do is also goes a bit further here, because they've got to try and detect, prevent, and also disrupt market abuse. And I think that disruption bit is interesting, and the tools people deploy to try and do that. I'm not sure we've seen much of that at the moment, and it's going to be an area that's right for people to explore. So that is UK only, and we don't have that in Europe. Secondly, we have the idea that trading platforms need to be able to communicate with each other once they detect market abuse to try and facilitate that prevention and disruption. And there are some interesting concepts imported around safe harbours around trading platforms being able to share information with each other without breaching various rules to do that. And again, that's a UK only concept, and we don't have that in MiCA. And that to me strikes me as something that will take firms a long time to get comfortable with, because sharing information with, frankly, your rivals as to how you best manage and coordinate raises all sorts of questions to me around GDPR, kind of competition concerns, collaboration. And whilst the intention is noble, I think, to try and get people to deal with all of this, there will be a nervousness about using those measures properly. So I think that those are probably the two key changes I've got. I think in terms of then what people are going to build, the problem with all of this is lots of this crypto trading is cross-border. Appreciate you will need your kind of base in Europe to deal with the European market. If you end up with something in the UK, but you've got similarly admitted tokens, what are you going to build? And it would be enormously useful if people could build one tech stack that addresses the high watermark of these regimes. And I suspect people with a big UK European retail base will probably go in that direction. I don't think there's anything in MiCA that says you can't do the things that you have in the UK, except for maybe that information sharing provision. So I think that is going to be quite a tricky one.
Really interesting. So again, that's a really, really useful introduction to the differences between the regulations. Interested, Chris, from your perspective, as the compliance officer sitting on the ground, having to address these regulations and the differences between them, how are you addressing this? Because you've got market abuse regulation, MiCA already in place, Mark coming in, all with some differences. How are you looking at that?
Yeah, it's a fun time to be a compliance officer, isn't it? So I suppose, so first of all, Galaxy, we're a MiFID investment firm. We trade an awful lot of derivatives, securities, and other instruments. And we also are MLR registered crypto asset firm as well. So we straddle the traditional markets and the more innovative crypto markets. When it comes to Mark specifically, we've also identified the same differences with MiCA that's just been outlined. I think that one of the things, obviously, you look at the crypto asset regime in the UK and immediately you really only think about spot crypto assets. But there are aspects of it that concern more traditionally regulated firms as well. So as a MiFID investment firm, for example, in the context of this discussion, if you look at Mark, or proposed, there is a line in there that says it captures crypto assets as well as other things, related instruments. And you could interpret related instruments to cover derivatives, to cover securities or structured products with a crypto asset underlying, right? And so the capture is quite broad. Now, I wonder if that was intentional or not. And that's something which we've obviously raised through our industry associations to communicate to the FCA. But it is a point for concern, because in terms of actual more operational preparation, as with any new regulatory regime, we're looking at our vendors, looking at our processes and our controls and our governance and our level of knowledge and education and all those usual things. And we have had some challenges finding vendors that actually meet those requirements and meet our requirements. So that's one of our biggest challenges right now. And then to your earlier point, we've got UK kind of crypto asset regulation going live in October next year. We've got MiCA that's already been there. And there are some significant differences. The UK certainly places more requirements than MiCA. The other one that we haven't spoken about, which is not technically relevant for this discussion, is the prudential regime is far more onerous in the UK than it is in Europe. So that, in addition to this surveillance on OTC derivatives of crypto asset underlying, you must go and disrupt crypto asset market abuse, the exchange must communicate with each other. It is, on the whole, sets far higher requirements than, frankly, any other regulatory regime that I'm aware of when it comes to the crypto asset market.
It's a really interesting point. And the point you made about it being a lot more onerous compared to others is it's a very relevant one. From my own experiences working with crypto firms, there's a real strategic discussion happening as to whether firms want to actually have a UK FISMA license off the back of the burden from the prudential requirements, but also the very specific requirements coming out of areas like MARC, etc. So it's a real discussion at the moment from a strategic perspective as well.
I think one really important point to that is that obviously, more traditional firms have an embedded legacy in London as a financial centre over, say, hundreds of years. But the digital asset industry is far more nimble, right? If they wanted to up sticks from London and just move everyone to Amsterdam or Frankfurt or Paris, they could do so, and they wouldn't hesitate to do so. I think Gemini pulled out of the UK quite notably relatively recently. And as we get closer to implementation in October of next year, we may see more of that.
And the point about some of the capture of instruments under MARC, which I think a really interesting point of interpretation there. I don't know whether, Seb, you've come across that particular sort of clause in MARC, or whether sort of your clients are sort of thinking about whether sort of the perimeter of what MARC is going to capture is going to be quite broad, and whether that creates challenges.
It certainly creates challenges. I'm not sure whether we've seen people, for lots of the reasons you just mentioned, start going and worrying about sort of individual instruments just yet.
Okay.
I mean, OMAR has always been broad in, it's capturing the derivatives reference and things that are in scope, and certainly we'd expect the position to be the same under MARC. I think the challenges will be for institutions that are doing something like a tokenized security, tokenized bond that's going to be captured by the legacy regime under MAR, plus also running similar but actually technically crypto products, which will then be subject to MARC. So you're going to have these two regimes running in parallel with slightly different rules. But actually, I think the discussion is one stage removed still in terms of, okay, this is what the UK regime says. We pretty much know what that is going to be. I appreciate the FCA stuff is still in consultation. We need to develop a target operating model to do that. And the costs of this are going to be high for the reg cap reasons, for the operationalising all of that. How can we minimise this, and is it worth doing it? And how can we structure our products so that perhaps we minimise some of those costs? I think that is the current discussion we're having, with then the MARC compliance being a subset of that, but not necessarily getting the same level of detail right now than the broader operating model.
Interesting. And also, Chris, you touched on surveillance and technology. So you mentioned you've been looking at various vendors, etc. And we've spoken earlier today about how important the surveillance capability is in helping us keep the markets clean. So how mature is the surveillance architecture at the moment?
So there
when
are
it comes to crypto?
Yeah, there are certainly a very, very small handful of vendors that can handle this sort of flow. I mean, on the electronic communications, I mean, talking about Telegram and WhatsApp earlier on, like, you know, there are solutions for that we're using reasonably successfully. I think that when it comes to transactional surveillance, this is a very, very new area. Now, you know, you could say thankfully MICA has a surveillance obligation as well, so that's why you know we're sort of fast followers, I suppose, when it comes to implementing surveillance obligations. I think that, you know, because we are a MiFID investment firm, we already have surveillance in place, albeit for a different type of asset. So to implement it on a spot basis for us, whilst it's costly, operationally speaking, it is not new, if you like. So it isn't. So I think where the sorts of firms that may find this challenging are those that were simply registered under the MLR regime for money laundering purposes, who have not had to do market abuse style surveillance for their existing product set, and all of a sudden, big bang in October of next year for all of it.
Interesting. And Avanti, I don't know whether from sort of in terms of the members of UK Finance, are you hearing anything? What are you hearing in terms of the sort of the challenges in operationalizing compliance with the new regulations? Anything particular that you've been hearing from your members?
I mean, most of our members are firms who are very used to the market abuse regulation, so I haven't necessarily heard anything particularly concerning as such from those who are very conversant with traditional MAR. But can I go back to the point that Chris raised earlier about related instruments, the fact that it would be capturing, MARC would be capturing that, and then they will have to those firms, and so that will apply to traditional firms as well. And then there are so many systems and controls that the FCA expect them to implement if you are doing OTC derivatives, if you are trading OTC derivatives. I mean, this has been raised by some of the advisors that advise us as well. One thing I'll say is that the FCA, when they came up with their rules, one thing they have focused very much is the proportionality point. Of course, in some ways, proportionality is a very nebulous concept, but at least in theory, they have said it would be implemented in a proportionate way. So if it's a firm that doesn't necessarily trade in qualifying crypto assets, but only get caught because they are trading the crypto derivatives, then of course, hopefully, the FCA would be very proportionate in implementing that as well.
I think that's a really interesting angle, because we've been coming at this from a how does this impact native crypto firms, but I think a really important point, some of the existing regulated firms who are looking to, or who already are invested in, you know, getting involved in activity relating to crypto assets, then this is an important regime for them as well in terms of readiness. I don't know, Seb, one of the questions that would be interesting to kind of get your perspective on is, there are clearly challenges in terms of being able to put in place, you know, strong system controls, particularly in terms of things like surveillance platforms, which still more is needed to be able to put something in place which is fit. How much should firms be worrying about the enforcement side of things, given that it's going to take time, probably post, you know, licensing or permission expansion, for firms to be really get comfortable with the level of controls they have in place?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And first of all, I think there's a point there that you've sort of all made, which is actually if you're an existing investment firm, you are going to be broadly familiar with the size and shape of the new regime, including the market abuse stuff. Like, you know, you will have a compliance team and you will have some surveillance. You will understand what the activities broadly say. And I think that is a bit of a, well, gift might be too strong, but it's a competitive advantage, I think, to kind of legacy players in the UK that are moving into this space. It's not going to be an easy lift, but at least it's an iteration. I think to the extent that you've got people that are coming in for the first time who have been solely crypto native and not been subject to regulation, maybe some of the MLR stuff, there is a big lift here and a big kind of, you know, education that's going to be needed. I suspect we've got some SMFs in the room, and I don't suspect any of them particularly enjoyed the process. And people having to go through that for the first time, if they've not come from legacy TradFi, that's going to be an educational experience.
Yeah, that's the one way of putting it. Yeah.
Yes. And then going back to then, okay, you've also then got to do your systems and controls lift. I mean, people that are seasoned in the market will know what that means. It is systems and controls, it is a solid reporting framework, it is having that tested by compliance, it's having your 3 lines of defence model in place. So there is a lift there. That's going to be a really big one for people that haven't done that before. And I think people will need to be conscious of the fact that if they don't build their framework properly, if they don't have the right systems and controls there, their surveillance system doesn't work, that is in and of itself a breach of the rules. Like something doesn't have to go wrong. A regulator can come in and say, explain how it works, explain it, that's insufficient. In theory, they can then fine you. Appreciate in reality there is then a remediation process. So what do people like to do? Well, I think everyone would love the fact you can go, I'd like to get authorised, here's my surveillance programme, can you tell me that's fine? And I think people know what the regulator will say there. They'll go, great, thanks, we'll approve you, but we're not going to tell you it's fine. That's for you to go and get right. And if something goes wrong, we reserve the right to come back. So that is frustrating and there is risk there. And of course, regulators are able to come in later because there has been some failure to detect inside information or insider dealing. They have hindsight in 2020 and will be able to come here and potentially fine you, and those fines can be quite large. So I think there is risk here, particularly if you're building it for the first time. Obviously, I appreciate there is proportionality, but given the fact that these markets are fast, hugely liquid, 24-hour, this is something that I think people do need to build carefully and probably not shy away spending some money on, and they'll be taking some risk, I think, when they're doing this. And it's going to take a good couple of years of engagement with regulators, guidance coming out until I think people understand what is going to be the acceptable practice. MiCA's useful, but there's more to this than just the MiCA bit.
I think if we think about the overall FCA posture, they've tried to be very communicative with this regime, but there's no getting away from the fact that they have higher expectations of firms in the UK than in their peers in other their regulator peers in other jurisdictions, and so. You're absolutely right. The FCA could very easily, in 4 years' time, look back and say, well, the rules came into force in October 27. In January of 2028, we see that you missed these stores or something, and it could come back to bite you.
And actually, so one further, I mean, in a way, there is a bit of a gift towards just the firms that are kind of facilitating trading, because it sort of implies just over-report your stores to the trading platforms. Yes. And you'll slightly protect. But if you're the trading platform, I think they're really on risk here, because this is a kind of new thing where they are now empowered to deal with the reporting effectively in lieu of the regulator. And how are they going to use those powers, and what does good look like? I'd like to think we have a period of proportionality. Maybe grace period is a bit too strong, when the regulators are going to engage them and gives them some discretion. But they are now a quasi-enforcer, and that's going to be a new role for them.
And then, sorry, one more point I'll show up. The other really important point as well is we talked about operationalisation. But as every compliance officer knows, culture is everything, right? So at the board level and all the way down through your sales team, your traders, your operational staff, obviously compliance, legal, and risk. But getting that kind of muscle memory into place to operate in the most regulated regime in the world for crypto assets, that's going to be arguably the hardest lift. Like the conduct rules, principles, getting that kind of lightning fast reaction to send a notification to the FCA when something happens that is material enough to report to them. I think some of the firms that are native, there's going to be a lot of learning there, and I'll be interested to see how they get on.
Yeah, I'll come back to that because that's a really, really interesting point. But I also want to just come back to the point about the stores and the suggestion that it would be going to the trading platforms. So from my discussions with our sort of crypto clients that are on the trading side, they don't really care about that particular proposal. Yeah, we'll send it wherever, it's fine, as long as it's not with us. That's okay with us. Is that your perspective as well?
I couldn't possibly comment. My goal will be to comply with the letter of the FCA rules to the fullest extent possible, of course. Right?
So the point about conduct is a really important one, because one of the things that I find is that the big change to some extent is the governance and the culture change that's required for this. And certainly when firms were going through MiCA licensing, a number of firms still are going through MiCA licensing, one of the biggest shocks that they have that they weren't expecting is, right, we've got to put in place proper governance in this organization, and we don't operate like this. We've got to bring in board members, some non-execs potentially, and it's a real change for MiCA has actually brought quite a lot of change in terms of the way native crypto firms have had to operate. And that's an interesting one. I don't know whether you sort of, is that something that from an FCA perspective, how much is that going to now start sort of ringing true for UK-based firms?
Yeah, I think that the FCA, they're an outcomes-based regulator, right? Probably one of the most outcomes-based regulator, and that's good in some ways and challenging others. It's good that, first of all, it's good for markets, right? Because it does encourage good behaviour from all the firms that participate in markets. I'm definitely all for that. As a firm, where it gets challenging is that you don't really know sometimes where you stand. You kind of try your best and hope that it meets the expectations. And of course, that comes after years of judgment and some scar tissue. But you're right. There is, I think, as I said earlier, for the existing regulated firms under regimes like MiFID or payments, I think the uplift will be less of a shock to the system. To your point.
Interesting. Yeah. So we're starting to talk about some of the big challenges in coming into compliance with the UK regime. And I mean, Avanti, from your perspective, are there particular areas that you think about, your members think about, where more guidance from the FCA could be useful, or where further sort of changes maybe valuable to put in place?
Yeah, so one area that members have raised is the whole concept of inside information and who has the obligation to disclose inside information. So if there is identifiable issuer, it would be the issuer or the offerer or the trading platform. And one of the things that they were wondering was if, for example, the issuer or the offerer would make inside information public, what would be the remaining obligation on the trading platform, for example? So that hierarchy of obligation when it comes to inside information, because in traditional markets it's very clear cut. There is identifiable issuer. It's the issuer that needs to make the inside information public. And one other thing, because my background is in traditional markets mainly, and when I think of things like the way how to cleanse yourself when it comes to traditional markets, you publish inside information through an official channel like a primary information provider, and then it's in the public domain. And under the new regime, it would go on the website of the issuer or whoever who's responsible, and then it'll go on social media. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, in a world where there's a lot of fake news, how can we rely on certain certain channels? Now, I have to say the industry asked for information to go on the website of the issuer who were responsible in the first place, and I think that because of the very nature of the crypto asset markets, that is fine. But I think when I take a step back, because my background is in traditional markets, I'm thinking, okay, how does it actually translate, and how would it work? And also there's a requirement for insider list, and who would be an insider in crypto asset world, whether a code writer would be an insider, and there would be new things, and it could be because I'm coming from traditional markets, and I'm thinking, those could be things to focus on. But that is during the implementation period. But I think, like with traditional MAR, when did we implement traditional MAR? When I said market abuse regulation, that was back in 2016, and before that we had a market abuse directive. So even after so many years, even now we see FCA, they issue from time to time market watch articles saying, this is what we expect the industry to do, and this is how your systems and controls should be. And on the primary side, we have the primary market bulletins, and even recently there were ones about identification of inside information related to M&A transactions. So it is an ongoing process, and I think even for this market, it would be very helpful for the FCA to say, what the expectations are. As Chris said, when it comes to an outcome-based regulatory regime, that's quite important to say what your expectations are.
Makes sense. And Chris, from your perspective, any particular areas where you think more guidance is required? Any sort of, maybe sort of the one or two areas that you think
just
we
one
need
or
further
two
guidance?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the subject of this discussion, which is what does other related instruments mean, right? That's definitely one area, right? That's probably the main one, frankly, that's front of mind for me. I think, as I said, we had some points on the prudential regime that we're still in very active discussions with the FCA on through our industry bodies. But yeah, prudential and market abuse are probably two areas. Yeah.
And Seb, just from your perspective, this may draw on, I guess, experience from traditional finance as well, where we would expect that when the regulation comes in, there will remain some ambiguity in terms of the expectations of the regulator. What's the consequence of that for firms who are looking to, develop frameworks that are compliant or sufficiently compliant to give the regulator enough comfort to get a license, but yet there will be some ambiguity? What are the consequences of that in terms of risks that firms will be taking on?
I mean, I think, to minimise that risk, firms need to look at having a fairly kind of high watermark approach if they want to be protected from that. I mean, regulators can look back, hindsight's 2020, it's a new regime, and you don't know how expectations will change over kind of 6-12 months, but then they look back at behaviour that's happened in the last year, and they may be looking at that as a different lens than firms were expecting 2 months in. So I think if people want to manage that risk, it means trying to build something that, where those ambiguities are the kind of safe end of it, well, that comes with a cost. And that may mean that if for people that want to be seen as the good actors, the safe pair of hands, there is additional cost that is required at the beginning to look like that, until we see the things like the Market Watch come out, or various things like that through industry bodies that say actually our expectation for this is not this high watermark, but we think that kind of this is proportionate. Now, not everybody will do that, and certainly people will have a greater risk appetite, and we will see some firms and lots of clients that we work with will want to take a risk appetite and a proportionate view and turn off various things or not put that standard in, and people will do that, and I think there will be a desire to want to sort of be in the pack around that sort of approach. So I think we're going to split. There's going to be the people that make a big virtue of the fact that they are sort of whiter than white, and they put in place kind of market-leading standards, and I think we'll probably see all of that in their advertising material. And then there'll be another chunk of people that are perhaps willing to be a bit more competitive in their approach.
So the timer which I've got in front of me went from 40 minutes to 0 in the space of 30 seconds. So I had no idea I've run out of time. But I do want to give some time for a couple of questions. But before we do that, just to end the panel discussion, I want to ask each of you, what is the single most important thing that you think firms should be prioritizing now in terms of market abuse crypto regulations? So I'll come to you first, Chris.
Education.
Okay. As you were kind of discussing earlier, yeah. Avanti?
Ditto, but plus governance.
Governance, yeah.
This is tricky going third now. I'm going to say it's like focus on operating model, because that's going to drive a lot of what happens next, and the real nut to crack is kind of global liquidity pools, and that impacts Mark, because it's how you're going to implement that, particularly when you've got a global pool with stuff trading happening elsewhere.
Fully agree with all three of those. I was going to give my own as well, but I went from one to the other to the other. I thought, okay, I'm out of my ones then, so I'm not going to offer any more. Okay, so let me just open this up for a couple of questions. We've got one over there.
I'll shout. I hope everybody can hear me.
I think it'd be good to have a mic just so that people who are joining virtually will be able to hear you as well.
Oh yes.
If you wouldn't mind, just.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. Richard Metcalf. I run regulatory affairs for the World Federation of Exchanges. Our members are the most centralized of centralized market infrastructure. So I would say this, wouldn't I? Or I would ask this question. But I'll quote IOSCO instead. I think it was their December 2023 report on DeFi, decentralized finance, where I think basically they said there is no such meaningful thing in financial services. This discussion seems to suggest that that is kind of how it's working out in practice, but maybe some or all of you would like to push back on that idea, that theory.
I'm happy to start. Regulators really struggle with, I think, this concept of DeFi. I think it does exist, and it can be structured in a way where there are DeFi platforms. But the FCA, and I may be slightly misquoting them, but obviously their focus is on trying to find if there is actually a directing mind or something like that controlling the organisation, because they say they don't like it. So I think there's going to be a big push to try and find somebody that is controlling those platforms. And IOSCO, there is effectively a regulator. Regulators don't like them. So there is a push to try and identify them, and it's going to be on DeFi networks to push back and say, look, you push and poke who you want. There really isn't anybody here. But there are some clever questions to try and kind of focus people around that. So, well, actually, who owns your IP? Who's branding this material? Who's putting stuff out? Is there some kind of controlling body around all of that? So I think DeFi was going to come under enormous scrutiny, and a lot of people that present themselves that may struggle, and you're going to have a residual kind of really hardcore bunch that do continue to exist, but they're really not going to be allowed in the reg perimeter particularly easily, and they're certainly going to struggle with kind of marketing themselves, given how regulators are looking at things. I don't know whether you guys have thoughts.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you're right. Regulators around the world, they do seem to struggle with the concept of DeFi. The impression that I get from the FCA in particular, though, is that maybe 2 years ago when they first released the discussion papers on this, is that they're approaching digital markets sequentially. And so what I mean by that is that they're first of all going after the very clearly centralized exchanges and trading firms and custodians. And when you look at the discussion, I forget which discussion paper it was, there was a little DeFi section at the end, but it was very short. And when you read the entire set of discussion papers and consultation papers, the hundreds of pages, you did get the impression that it was the underlying message seemed to be, we're going to deal with the centralized actors that are more clearly centralized. We are aware of DeFi, but we haven't got to it in great detail yet.
I'm going to call an end to this particular panel. I want to be honest to the chairperson today for keeping timings if I can. But let me thank my esteemed panel members here today. Thank you for that fantastic conversation. Much appreciated. And as mentioned earlier, we're around, so if you have further questions, then please do catch the members on during lunch break, and we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
As our shift rolls quickly. Right. Okay. So this next panel is again specifically furthering the conversation about enforcement, particularly to do with market manipulation. So this is going to be a more dedicated discussion to that. And I'm going to introduce Tipu Din, who is a partner at Temple Bright, who specializes in investigations, regulatory enforcement, and financial crime. And actually, Tipu brings quite a unique perspective because he's worked on both sides of the enforcement equation. He spent a bit of time in the FCA's enforcement and financial crime division, where he led investigations and enforcement actions in some of the highest profile matters. And since then, he's been advising firms and individuals who are navigating enforcement proceedings. So very well placed to carry this panel discussion. So Tipu, if I may hand over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the very kind introduction. Now, the title of this session is Latest Developments in Market Manipulation Enforcement. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and build on what's been discussed already, particularly what David Fleur and Abby were talking about in terms of enforcement trends, and then kind of elevate that up to talk about some of the practical issues that firms have to face, and some of the regulatory expectations that arise from the enforcement actions that have been taken. Got a brilliant panel, AAA panel by the looks of it, Andrew, Alexandra and Amber. So I'm very lucky. I'll ask each one of them to introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll crack on.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll go first. So my name's Andrew Adams. I'm the Head of Trade Surveillance at Royal Bank of Canada. Prior to that, I worked as Head of Trade Surveillance at Market Access and Bloomberg prior to that, and spent a long stint, about 10, 11, 12 years, at Deutsche Bank in their trade surveillance firm.
Amber Wood, Chief Compliance Officer of Panmure Liberum. We are a small, mid and large cap market maker, broker, investment bank.
Alexandra End. I'm a Senior Manager at Cornerstone Research, an economic consulting firm, so we provide economic financial analysis for commercial litigation regulatory proceedings.
Brilliant, thank you. We'll try and keep some time for questions at the end. I'm very conscious of the fact that we're, kind of the last session before lunch, but it'll definitely be worth your while. In terms of a starting point, maybe Alex, I could start with you. In terms of the kinds of manipulation tactics that are potentially out there, the sorts of things that regulators could be interested in, and I'm really interested in some of the newer stuff that may be out there. Some of it's familiar to everyone here, but it'd be good to hear about some of the newer trends.
I'll speak to two specifics. I don't know if I would categorize them necessarily as newer trends, but I think they continue and they continue to be relevant. And I think they highlight a lot of the sort of complexities that we'll talk through on this panel. Just in general, I think in terms of market manipulation, of course, we know it typically sort of gets at this idea of sending a false, misleading impression to the market. As we're going to discuss in this panel, introduces a lot of complexities to identify what is something we do a lot in our work is how do you distinguish between a false or misleading impression, market manipulation, and sort of legitimate trading activity. A lot of it rests on a notion of intent. What was the trader intending to do at the time? What were they thinking? And that's difficult to assess at times. If there's communications, of course, it can be a bit more straightforward, but oftentimes it's a really complex thing to try to understand. And so one area that we see and do a lot of work around is, for example, benchmark manipulation. I know that the panel was billed as spoofing, layering, etc. I'll talk about spoofing a little bit, but benchmark manipulation I think highlights the complexities that I'm referring to. So benchmark manipulation, typically, I'm sure many are familiar with it, but trading around a benchmark setting window in the manipulative sense, to try to impact the price that might come out of a benchmark in a way that's favorable. Of course, if a market participant, if a trader is aggressively trading around a benchmark in a benchmark setting window with the sole intent to impact the benchmark in a beneficial way, that would be considered market abuse. But oftentimes there are many other legitimate economically justified reasons for the activity we see, and that's something that you have to consider. It's one of the complexities that needs to be understood. So for example, risk management purposes, market making, benchmark setting windows typically are periods of higher liquidity, so traders want to be there for that reason. And so sort of in a roundabout way answering the question, but that's one area where we see a lot. And of course, it's complex to analyze. Spoofing is another area where I think it has been of interest, and I think continues to be. And I think one of the more interesting things around spoofing is that why the regulation around it is clear in the sense that you're placing orders with the intent to cancel. But again, the intent is the tricky piece, and the guidance around what constitutes spoofing is fuzzy, in part because it depends on the market where the activity is occurring. And so it makes sense that it's fuzzy, but I think it introduces a lot of complexities that we'll talk through here. What constitutes a spoof? What size of order? How do you think about that? It depends on the financial market. How fast are the market? Most of these markets are very fast, so what constitutes a short duration to cancellation, and these types of questions. And of course, again, as I said with benchmark manipulation, there are legitimate economic reasons for placing large orders that may overlap with a smaller order on the other side, different strategies, hedging, etc. So these are the types of things that we think about and I think are relevant to others with me on the panel. So I wanted to tee that up.
No, that's really great. Now, before we get on to kind of more of a discussion about analysing what we've got to understand whether there are legitimate reasons for it, for example, maybe I'll kind of ask you, Andrew. Yeah. Kind of how do you spot this stuff in the first place? How do you get the raw data from what you're seeing in your firms to think, okay, this is a potential problem that requires analysis?
Yeah, obviously we've got several vendors that we engage, but the legacy rules-based systems that we've got, they do create an overwhelming amount of low-context alerts. So that's where you can't see networks of behaviour, where you've got huge amounts of false positives that drain our resource. And we are, bound is the wrong word, but we have a list of behaviours that we are very aware of and know that we have to go through in order to satisfy the regulator that we're looking at spoofing, layering, front running, etc., etc. Obviously, as we've discussed or heard on previous panels, the world is changing with cryptocurrency and with the advent of AI, of course. And so it may be the case now that we move more into a detection where we're looking more holistically at kind of order to trade ratio, order book imbalances. So rather than focusing on specific behaviours, that we take a different angle, that we actually look at their behaviour holistically rather than specifically trying to target exact alerts. Would be my opinion on where we should go.
Okay, and Amber, from your perspective, how do you spot the kinds of activities that Alex was talking about, and other activities that are potentially problematic?
Yeah, so I think just to draw on what Andrew said, but also sort of drawing on some of the other comments in previous panels, I think the honest starting point is that traditional surveillance was geared towards a simpler world. A single alert in a single instrument on a single venue is far easier to detect, and as we've seen through all of the conversations, that world sort of doesn't really exist anymore. And really the challenge is how we can ensure as firms that we have systems that can keep up with the emerging conduct risks where it's increasingly more difficult to spot market abuse. And I don't know if anybody saw the FCA's paper that they put out yesterday called Emerging Technology Horizons Scan for 2026. But you've now got to introduce not only bad actors who are humans, but bad actors who are AI, and where they're geared up solely really to conduct their manipulation in a way that does go undetected. I think for us, we're a fairly simple firm in that we only deal in equities and ETFs, so we don't have some of the other challenges that other firms will have around cross product manipulation. But certainly we've got cross-venue manipulation and cross-border dimensions that we need to consider, where you've got entities that will be trading in dark pools, in lit pools, OTC, on the RSP, on sort of various different mechanisms. And if you're only looking at one side of it and in isolation from the other side, that could all present itself as legitimate trading. So it's ensuring that to identify it, you've kind of, to Andrew's point, you've got to have that holistic view. And so data aggregation is really important. And then separately on the cross-border, if you've got an instrument that has many listings or multiple listings, or has an ADR and also trades in London and in Amsterdam, for example, actually being able to look at all of that activity holistically, to your point, is again a challenge, particularly when your surveillance system perhaps isn't continually evolving to keep up with all of that data aggregation.
Okay. So, we're in a position where we've got quite sophisticated surveillance systems, we know what, kind of bad looks like in terms of activity. You get all this data in, you get all this information, you've spotted all this potentially bad stuff. What then? And this, certainly from my perspective, is the most difficult bit. I don't think anyone in this room is lacking data. You've got loads and loads of data, loads and loads of information. What do you do with it? I mean, how do you work out whether there's a legitimate reason for what's going on? How do you work out if it's a false positive? I mean, maybe Amber, if I start with you, and then we can come on to others.
I mean, I think having at the end of the day, to your point, Thibaut, you have huge volumes of data, but actually you need a human at the end of that chain to be able to have the expertise and the knowledge and be able to apportion some legitimate human thinking as to whether or not the context in which that activity has taken place is legitimate or not. And that requires training and resourcing. It's not just solved through technology and through the sort of invention of AI that can help that. And I think the uncomfortable truth is that actually it's genuinely really quite difficult. It's expensive, it's complex. The smaller firms aren't as sophisticated as the bigger firms, and I think that probably naturally leads to both challenges as to how you can go about identifying abuse, but also in terms of where that abuse migrates to. I think when we're looking at, you know, alerts that come up either through our surveillance system or that we've been alerted to through the exchanges systems or through the FCA systems, you know, the challenge is in really quite a quick period of time, you have to be able to identify the depth and breadth of that. Is this an isolated issue? Is it systemic? What is the root cause? Is it obvious? Is it something that I need to stem the bleeding of now, or is it something that we have a little bit more time to ascertain? And all of that has to happen in, you know, super quick time, but it also involves humans typically. So there's an element of HR that you need to engage with. There's your legal team that you need to engage with, perhaps your middle office and settlements team to the extent that there's been any sort of further fallout. And I think for smaller companies, particularly, you know, we're not resourced with masses amount of people, and all of those people have day jobs as well as the investigative part. So I think that is also a challenge. It's having the human resource to be able to, you know, put hands into the investigating teams.
Yeah, I mean, building on that, I mean, deep dive investigations, it's kind of stating the obvious. They're really hard. You've got a lot of data stitched together. You've got order book, execution data, communication data, position data, market data. They're often held in different systems. They've got different timestamps. They've got different client identifiers. So it's a real drain on resource. Frequently, there's gaps in data, and then there's off-channel communications that you're not going to be able to pull back. Personal devices can be involved as well. So it's a drain on resource, and at some stage, some things simply aren't possible. And then systemically, things like calibration. I don't think it's controversial to say that static thresholds that we have in calibration in our surveillance systems, they age badly. So the volatility that we've had over the last, you know, it's gone on for a long time actually. You know, really since kind of Liz Truss all those years ago, and then Ukraine, and then obviously Trump, and then Iran. The calibration is always behind where the world is at the moment. So that's definitely something that's a huge drain on resource at the moment. So creating those false positives and having to review those.
I mean, it's a very complicated picture, and as Amber said, particularly for smaller firms that perhaps don't have the, you know, kind of the infrastructure, don't have the, you know, kind of the human resources to you know, kind of analyze this stuff as quickly as perhaps they would like. I mean, Alex, you know, kind of from your perspective, are there things out there? You're probably going to say yes, aren't you? But I mean, there must be tools out there to assist. I mean, what is out there, and how far do they go?
So this is kind of where we come in. Not to have a shameless pitch, but no, I mean, this is sort of what we try to do. We try to bring this color, we have capabilities to work with these massive data sets, as you said, order book data coming from the exchanges, also internally the trading data, positions data, building up positions sometimes, because what we find from our experience too is that oftentimes the data we receive from a trading firm that's trying to understand, for example, with the benchmark manipulation case, think about what are the reasons that you might want to manipulate? Are they even there? We'll receive positions data, and that might not actually be the best format to answer the types of questions you need to answer when you start thinking about benchmark manipulation in that case. And so that's something that we often come in and try and help do, and it's a conversation, of course. A firm might think, here, we've given you the positions data, work with this, and we have to explain that actually that might not be the most suitable way to answer some of these questions. And of course, processing this data, it takes time, and it takes a level of familiarity. Different exchanges have different features, etc. And so that's, again, where we come in. And as you're saying, it's complicated. As I was saying at the start, sort of trying to work with the data, because oftentimes, again, there isn't necessarily communication related to it, or we're trying to interpret a communication. Working with the data to understand, is this activity, is there an economic justification when we look at this, perhaps going with the benchmark, I keep going back to that, but it's a useful example to reference. Were there client orders coming in and it made sense to be in that window for risk management purposes, and it's just part of prudent risk management? Were perhaps, or was the activity consistent with this economic rationale, legitimate trading, or is there maybe concerns that it's potentially consistent more so with market manipulation? That's kind of where we're able to come in, and I mean, in terms of tools, we're working with different programming systems, to a certain degree, more AI, though, of course, with a human behind it to make sure we're using it in a prudent manner that doesn't introduce issues, especially in a regulatory context. But I think it ultimately comes down to the idea that, and I'm sure everyone in here is aware, orders aren't placed in a vacuum. So often when we're working on these regulatory proceedings or internal investigations, a screen has turned up specific instances, and the focus is on that, but you often have to step back and look at the broader context. The spoofing case, what are typical order sizes being placed in the market there? We look to the market data to get a sense of what sizes are other market participants placing. Processing that data, order book data, building the order books to have a sense when these orders were placed. Was this a period of more activity, greater liquidity? Trying to assess whether or not there was or could have been a price impact. And so I think it's just working with the data to help bring that context, the bigger picture, to again go back to contextualizing it. Is this potentially more consistent with legitimate trading activity?
That's great. And before we move on to kind of what potentially are the regulatory expectations around all of this, I'd be quite interested to hear again from Andrew and Amber. I mean, and obviously, kind of this is your industry view rather than a specific firm view, but do you feel a lot of this stuff is still very kind of human, manual, rather than automated? And is there an evolution going on at this point that you're seeing? It'd be kind of interesting to kind of gauge where we are in that potential evolution, if there is one.
I think there probably is still quite a significant amount of human overlay, and that's necessary because at the end of the day you can't get away from the fact that the activity is typically created by a human, and that has employment law consequences. We all work in a highly regulated environment where SMCR is not really that far away from anybody's lips, and I think the consequences of not applying that human judgment, where AI can't replicate that, is really quite significant for both the firm and for the individual who is under scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, from a trade surveillance perspective, obviously we deal with several vendors, and they're all taking small steps with AI, but none of them are really going down that stage of the machine doing the work for you. There's always human interaction with it, but the surveillance systems are changing slightly in that it's not quite, or certainly some of the vendors aren't binary anymore of an alert firing, not firing. We now in some systems get a degree of suspicion, so rather than it just being you've hit the rule, bang, here's an alert, go away and investigate it, it's actually giving us a degree of judgment of, yes, this might have been a spoofing alert, but how big was it on one side, how imbalanced was the order book, how close was the trading to each other, insider trading, for instance, how close the trade was to the information being released, how it reacts or how it looks in terms of their overall activity for a certain period. So I don't think we necessarily are at or even want to be at the stage where the machine is making the decision for us, but there's definitely a lot of work. There's a lot of background work the machine can do that we possibly would be doing ourselves. I think definitely the vendors can and are making noise about doing more on, and definitely some of the vendors are at that stage already.
And I think that kind of moves us neatly on to kind of what I said was the sort of the regulatory expectations in relation to this. Regulatory expectations are very often directed at people, because ultimately the FCA, for example, will look to people to understand whether a firm's systems controls have been set up properly, whether the automated systems that they're operating in terms of surveillance are operating properly, etc., and so on. Amber, I'm going to chat this back to you again. Kind of, we all operate under the weight of a lot of regulatory expectation. It's not always clear what they are in this area, and kind of Helen Boyd gave us some useful pointers earlier, but they were, and this is not criticism, given given the environment and the context, but they tended to be general rather than specific. I'm just interested, to hear from someone who's actually at the coalface, kind of what, or, how do you deal with regulatory expectation? How do you identify what it is, and then what do you do with it?
So yeah, I think you're right. And as one of the previous panelists on the last panel said, the FCA prescribes outcomes. It doesn't give you a nice checklist that you need to be able to complete and go away at the end of the day and say, okay, I've done that, super. And they purposefully don't do that, because market abuse is not a perfunctory task that needs to be fulfilled. It's got to be proportionate to your business, and your controls have got to be commensurate with the sort of nature and scale and complexity. And that obligation is continuous, and you're always going to be judged ex post as to whether or not that was right. I think the FCA promulgates a huge amount of expectation through market watches and through speeches and forums like this, but their supervisory focus has definitely moved away from whether or not you're strictly complying with the black letter of MAR, and more into what is the quality of your surveillance program, and how do you evidence that actually you were on it, that you had regard to all of the sort of final notices and enforcement action and expectations that they've promulgated. So in the case of market abuse surveillance, it's how have you calibrated your alerts, how have you documented that calibration, who is that escalated to, how have you reviewed it, and critically, how is your first line and second line working? Are the first line appropriately trained? Have you when was the last time that you undertook face-to-face training? If you're just relying on computer-based training, we know the effects of that. And so I think there's probably, certainly from my perspective in the business that I work in and the sector that we operate in, I think there are sort of three areas where firms sort of consistently, when they're going through enforcement, fall short. And it's either because their alert calibration and documentation has just not been fit for purpose, and partly that might be because as we as practitioners move in and out of our roles, we adopt somebody else's market abuse surveillance. So how long have we spent actually really kicking the tiles on that? Is that consistent with the business as it operates today, or was it sort of put in place 10 years ago? And the FCA definitely expects you to be able to demonstrate why your thresholds have been set the way that they've been set, and if you've gone into new products that you've ensured. We'll sort of come on to talk about one of the most recent enforcement cases, but as you've got new products in, have you challenged whether or not you've got alerts commensurate with the new levels of activity that you're doing? The quality of your investigation and your escalations. So, if you're not going to put a store in, you'd better have a bloody good reason why, and be able to evidence what you'd considered, and that it wasn't, that it wasn't nefarious behaviour. And then just the coverage of your universe, and this comes into, the point that we made at the beginning, which is if you're doing a lot of different products or a lot of different instruments across a number of different providers and across a number of different venues, then you've got to be able to ensure that actually all of your activity is taken into account. And quite often market abuse surveillance systems are quite binary. So for us as a market maker, we need to be looking at both sides of the trade. It's both whether our clients are committing market abuse, but also whether my traders are doing the same. And quite often you'll have, your sort of off-the-shelf product is geared to only looking at one side of that activity, not both. And then finally, I think, it's clear we've discussed, governance in a number of different ways, but it's absolutely clear that this is just not the sole responsibility of the compliance officer. The board has responsibility. They need to be able to understand and articulate the firm's market abuse risks, its controls, and yeah, I think, as a compliance officer, one of my most important reports up to the board is effectively based on the efficacy of our systems and controls and what that MI looks like.
Andrew, your take on that.
Exactly, yeah. So I'll bring it back to the recent fine that we had, or that we saw for Dinosaur Merchant Bank Limited, and it was a case of essentially failing on all points that you've just mentioned, Amber. It was a £300,000 fine, and I think that the interesting thing of this was it was an example of the FCA working at pace, and from the enforcement notice to the outcome was 8 months in total, which I think was a record for the FCA. There will be other areas of Dinosaur that they looked at, but they were specifically looked at the CFD business for Dinosaur, and it was failing to put in place effective systems to detect and report suspicious trading for the CFD business. So they introduced a new order system in June 2024, and that caused a sharp increase in CFD trading. And so with that new system, the trades weren't captured for trade surveillance, and they identified that issue shortly afterwards. So June the system went in, October they realised it was failing. Then they didn't fix the problem until the next May. So the FCA were concerned. So the FCA saw that other firms were submitting stores that referenced trading that went through Dinosaur, but Dinosaur themselves hadn't submitted any stores during that period. I attended a recent trading firm surveillance forum at the FCA, and they told us a number of details of it, which is kind of public knowledge at the moment. So there were 12 stores that were coming from different areas or different firms that had referenced Dinosaur, and they hadn't sent stores themselves. So it's a good note to say that it's not enough that other firms submit. If other firms have submitted against you, you also need to be submitting to the FCA as well. And so the store visit was at the end of January. And they hadn't had an insider dealing alert at all for 3 months, which you would expect is their kind of bread and butter from a surveillance perspective. There was also an issue with their calibration, their risk assessment, and they didn't have a risk assessment, and they didn't have dedicated surveillance staff. So it was one of those of anything they could get wrong, and they did get wrong in that case. Interesting case. It's a good read. I think, like I said at the start, really, the interesting thing is, given there was so much wrong, was how quickly the FCA expedited the fine in that case.
No, it's interesting. I'm just picking up on one of those points. Certainly when I was in house, it was a consistent theme from both legal and compliance to everyone else that we need to get kind of whatever bad thing has happened to the FCA as quickly as possible, because there is nothing worse than the FCA coming to you and saying, we've heard about this from an overseas regulator, from another institution, that you've done something bad and you haven't even told us. I mean, it's it's the worst position for a legal compliance officer to be in, to have to explain away that type of situation. I mean, Dinosaur is still going, though.
Yeah, well, just to follow up. So when they did a rerun, there was 2,200 orders submitted during the period that generated 3,000 alerts. So there was 3,000 alerts there, and since that outcome, they've now exited the CFD business.
Right.
So it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, not worth putting in place the systems and controls to continue that business.
Yeah, but also as well, I think bad actors were seeing Dinosaur as an easy place to hide their behaviour.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Before I move on to the top tips, I think we're kind of coming towards the end of our time. Has anyone got any questions? The microphone is circulating. I think we've got a question over there.
Malkeet Soki. I'm the financial markets specialist at Alex Partners. I'd just like to ask the panel, how do you manage in your risk assessment and alert analysis processes, how do you manage different lenses of different participants? So what may appear to be normal to a trader might be highly extraordinary to compliance and legal. So for example, pre-hedging and the whole debate that's going around that. And the reverse is true. So what might appear to be cross-product manipulation to legal and compliance actually could be a legitimate basis trade, which is very normal in the markets anyway. So in terms of actually assessing risk and actually investigating alerts, how do you manage that in terms of participation of all to make sure nothing falls between the cracks?
That's a good question. So I don't think at the moment surveillance systems can distinguish types of participants. They can do a look back on previous activity to understand if this looks abnormal. And certainly in-house at RBC, where we've got that other lens of our own trading, we're developing in-house to look at our own traders to see anything that they do in the market that looks suspicious. And part of that is profiling, essentially understanding what's normal. Typically, if I take an example of an FX desk, if we've got traders that are doing NDFs, they'll book a trade, it'll always be off market, and then a few days later it'll get reset to the correct rate. And because the surveillance systems work T+0, T+1, they pick that trade up as off market. As part of our internal build, we're looking to kind of normalize that noise, so we kind of understand actually this is the normal profile for this trader, and then understanding what's outside of that normal profile, so building that picture of who is what. But from a vendor perspective, I don't believe they're doing anything on that specifically on the client side. Certainly on the instrument side, the systems will look at it and understand or have the ability to provide liquidity scores for instruments. So where we see specifically volatile instruments, we can apply a different calibration setting, but I don't think that's happening at a vendor level on the client side.
Thank you very much. Alex, did you have anything to add, just to open it up?
I can't necessarily speak from a surveillance systems perspective, but I mean, the question of pre-hedging versus front-running, I mean, it's an important question. I think when we're trying to look at this, it's usually once maybe a regulator has concerns. But it's important to consider the trader's perspective because there could be very legitimate, I mean, pre-hedging is allowed, and we try to look at, for example, how was the pre-hedging done? Was it done in a way consistent with trying to minimize price impact? Are you pre-hedging all in a condensed period of time, large volumes in excess of what actually the order related to the pre-hedge, or is it over the course of a next period of time using different types of orders to minimize volume throughout over that period, etc. So I mean, I think it is important to consider, and again, can't speak to the surveillance component, but that's the angle we would be looking at it from.
Great, thank you. Any more questions?
Hi, I'm Elena Makienko. I'm a markets control testing utility in Citibank. I would like to ask you about your observations on developments in governance. Do you see any changes in how governance is done towards civilians? Coming back to purely MI reporting, so what has changed in this area so we can say that governance is actually effective?
So, speaking personally about my firm, we have, reasonable steps. Evidence is we have monthly reports that we pull together, which we discuss with our senior leads on the trading desk, who effectively are responsible for the first line, and that will set out trend analysis. How many alerts are we getting? Have we had an increase? Have we had a decrease? Has there been specific behaviour that has given cause for concern that hasn't been immediately escalated? Are there patterns? Are there trends? And that's a useful tool not only for market abuse surveillance, but also just sort of trading efficiency more generally. best execution alerts fall in sort of into that category. Then on a bi-monthly basis, we have various risk committees that convene, and so that reporting gets sort of consolidated and goes up into there. And then on a quarterly basis, we have our board and audit and risk and compliance committee, and so that MI filters up again. The higher it goes up the chain, in all honesty, it's only the sort of serious exceptions that get escalated up, as opposed to the more granular instances that are discussed on a monthly basis. But I think MI develops both in terms of the sophistication of your market abuse surveillance system. So actually, what can you draw out of it? What useful information have you got? And are you able to do trend analysis on it that's meaningful? But it also includes, what else is going on in the business at that time, and the extent to which you usefully separate out the stuff that people really need to know. Ultimately, it's incumbent on you as the person responsible for the second line to ensure that the people on the front line, at the first line, and then up through your governance committees actually have heard you and you've given them that information. Absent that, you can't demonstrate your reasonable steps.
From our perspective, it's definitely changed. Say since I started in surveillance, really, say about 10 years ago, we now have a dedicated MI function within the surveillance function itself. So it is crucial for us. And one of the other interesting, I completely agree with everything that Amber said, and it mirrors exactly the process that we do as well. We also do, which I find really useful, a monthly report of particularly of stores or escalations that we've found within the surveillance system that we would have reasonably expected the front office to have highlighted to us. So it's given them that kind of making sure that they realise that they've got skin in the game on this. They can't just kind of turn a blind eye or not be aware of what's going on, that they are kind of key, not just stakeholders, they are also responsible for finding this behaviour as well.
Yeah, we do that as well, and it's also a catalyst then for the head of the desk to say in the last X number of months you've never reported anything suspicious yet. There have been X number of examples where they have been alerted and or have been reported, so...
It's always a good story for us when we get a surveillance alert and a front office escalation. We kind of feel proud.
Job done.
Brilliant. Okay, I think we're just about out of time now. I just want to thank the panel for the great engagement and also the practical tips as well, which hopefully all of you found useful. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. So, welcome back to the session. Hope you had a good lunch, and welcome back to those who have been joining us virtually as well. So, one of the things about market abuse risk, of course, is that with having global financial markets, we can't tackle market abuse by looking at it as a siloed national issue. To tackle market abuse effectively, we have to be looking cross-border across different jurisdictions, and it's important that the regulators are also coordinating across the borders. And so this particular panel is going to help us have a discussion about that, and I'm delighted to introduce Melanie Ryan, who is a partner in the Global Investigations team at Pinsent Masons. And Melanie advises clients in disputes and investigations across several sectors in financial services. And previous to Pinsent Masons, she's also been a partner at Norton Rose and Morgan Lewis, where she was the head of the London litigation practice as well. And I would say she's established herself as a very respected practitioner in this area. So glad to have you moderating this particular panel. So thank you, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, everyone? Yeah? Good. So welcome to today's panel on European regulatory cooperation and enforcement. And thank you very much for that kind introduction. I am delighted to introduce our esteemed panelists today. Immediately to my left is Carlo Miglio, who is the Director and Head of Market Abuse Investigation Unit at Consob. I won't try and say it in Italian because my Italian is not sufficiently good. I do have it written out here nicely. Next to Carlo is Helen Packard, and I can at least pronounce the FCA. She is Head of Market Oversight, Data and Intelligence. And next to Helen is Raul Navarro, and I won't try and pronounce the CNMV either, but he's the Deputy Director of Equity Markets. So we're dealing with Spain, Italy and the UK here, but obviously we'll talk about Europe more generally as well. So today's panel, we're going to try and have a discussion around what is being observed by regulators in the market abuse space and the challenges that are being faced, and how regulators are cooperating and collaborating to overcome those challenges. And hopefully we'll have time at the end to take some questions from the floor if there are any. So in July, in fact on the 3rd of July, so a little over 3 weeks away, it'll be 10 years since the market abuse regulation became effective. And as you know, MAR has effectively the twin objectives, if you like, of improving and increasing market integrity as well as investor protection. So if I can start with you, perhaps, Carlo. Broadly speaking, what have you seen, very briefly, I guess, 10 years is a long time, over that period? And are there any particular trends that you're observing in Italy?
Well, thank you, Melanie. Very happy to be here again. And yes, 10 years ago, MAR entered into place. And when we compare in Italy the last 10 years compared to the previous 10 years, we see more or less the same number of cases detected and enforced and sanctioned. More or less, we sanction a person in Italy every 2 weeks. So is still an important number, but the composition of the cases probably is different. So I would say that now we do have more insider trading case than market manipulation cases. We do have probably more price support and trade-based manipulation carried out by holding companies or people who the owner of the issuer. While we do not have, and this is probably the nice side of the last 10 years, is that the involvement of firms is not so important as it was in the past. So we do not see so many cases of front running. We do not see so many cases where the prop trading is involved, and we do not see even cases where the firm is supporting or advising clients to manipulate the market, because typically the manipulator has not the direct access to the market to understand to what extent an order can have an impact or price impact. And so in this respect, I think that the firm's involvement has reduced significantly, and this is probably. So as Helen said in this morning, the role of firms as a gatekeeper is probably well working. So we are pretty satisfied with that. Probably the dark side is still around the issuer, around management, how to reach people around the manager, so typically friends and parents that just for a few €1,000 commit insider trading, for instance. And so this is an issue. Probably it's an investor education issue, and probably have to go beyond the inner circle of the professional. And so reaching the wider spectrum of market participant is not easy. So it's an issue, and probably we have to work in this direction.
And Raul, are you seeing something similar in Spain?
I believe that in general I can echo what Carlos has said. In general, the trend is pretty much the same. But I would like to remark that the safe harbors have worked quite well in terms of preventing market abuse. In particular, we have a great number of issuers that are using buyback programs, and also as an accepted market practice, liquidity contracts. So all the activity of issuers in their own shares is basically within the circle of the safe harbor from MAR, and that has produced a reduction in the number of cases compared in the previous situation.
Helen, do you want to chime in there?
I mean, I think it's fascinating that as ever that, you know, activities don't happen just on one island or one. It's international borders, so we all regularly engage. I'm sure we'll touch upon it later, but you know, we are seeing a different shift on the FCA. We publish on our website our number of open, closed, and criminal cases. And I think that's really helpful as transparency. And you know, the numbers do shift around, and as Helen said earlier, and our executive director said earlier, or last month, you know, the world is changing, but we're watching. We are all watching, and I think we're all here to reduce market abuse. Everybody here is looking at to reduce market abuse, and it's a collective mission.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'll just sort of add from the private sector side. I think when MAR first came in 10 years ago, we were doing a lot of advisory work. I'm sure other lawyers in the room will agree with this. We're doing an awful lot of advisory work around MAR and what it meant and what you needed to do to be compliant. In more recent years, there's been quite a shift away from that, and it's much more, there's a much greater understanding of what's required of firms, and going to your point about being gatekeepers, firms are much more proactive in terms of trying to identify potential instances of market abuse, you know, among their ranks, so to speak, and whether it's front running, you know, share ramping, you know, manipulation by traders, whatever it might be. There are a lot more internal investigations we're seeing in the last 3-4 years in particular, where firms are very proactive and wanting to know what's going on and whether they need to make a Print 11 notification or anything else like that. So it's almost like inversely proportional. You know, the number of enforcement cases seems to have perhaps gone down a bit, whilst maybe internal investigations have gone up. Okay, in terms of other challenges facing regulators, Raul, what are you seeing in Spain? When we spoke earlier in the week, we talked a bit about stores, and for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with the acronym, that's basically a SAR in the market abuse world. It's a suspicious transaction order report. So, Raul, you talked about quality of stores. What are you seeing in Spain?
Well, definitely stores are a key pillar of our supervision approach. We have a strong reliance on them. We receive a significant number of stores for both insider dealing and also market manipulation. But I believe it is necessary after 10 years to revisit the main principles about the store submission. So who is the relevant competent authority of an instrument? We have a database that provides that information, which is first. We need to revisit maybe the thing about financial groups that are based in Europe and also in the UK to avoid duplication of stores. And I'm saying this because as we devote a lot of resources in management of stores, when we receive each and every store, we need to dedicate a lot of time. So probably if we are talking about the very same kind of information, it will be better to spend that time in a new one. About the quality of stores, always there is a reminder about trying to take advantage of all the information that the investment firm have internally to provide some insights where we can get from another sources, at least if we don't make any further action. So I believe that in essence we need to revisit the principles. We need to be very efficient about the submission of the store to the relevant competent authority, avoiding several submissions to other national competent authorities that are not involved, and trying to improve the quality as a general matter.
I would completely agree with Raul that there is room for increasing the efficiency of the system that is pretty well working, but probably something could be improved. I think in particular two dimensions. The first is that once we receive a store, we try to put it into context. Put it in a context means not first looking at the trading history of the person. And looking at the trading history means that we have to track on the it has been said in the morning, there are many false positives. So how to reduce the false positive, especially when insider trading cases are detected. Probably looking at a very wide spectrum of cases in the past, but even across the allocation of the portfolio is very effective. And this is important because once we receive the store, and probably we have to go back to FCA to ask for the transaction reporting that we have not at our disposal immediately. So it could be even very interesting is the some firms or other international firms are already cooperating with council in the sense that once there is something more that we have to ask to the firm, we can ask to the Italian branch or the Italian company rather than go back to FCA and in order to ask to the the firm who notified first the case. So this type of loop could be probably avoided, and this is important. So looking at the context means also looking at the public information set. Because yes, sometimes the customer is involved in some outliers according to some dimension, but sometimes even the other events could explain that trade. So looking at other news released by the other companies or even research produced by firms that are released approximately in the same days could add value and probably reduce the suspect around that trade. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess data and the management of data is also going to be quite clearly an issue in the context of stores, but more generally, I guess, as well. So maybe, Helen, if we come to you next, how is the FCA embracing technology and dare I say it, AI to tackle market abuse?
There's no conversation without AI now.
No.
I think the pace of technology change is just vast and fast. And within my department, it's all about data and tech, how we can reduce the regulatory burden, how we can be more efficient, how can we use the data to the fullest and also work with our peers. We get 1 billion rows of data a day. It's a lot of data to analyze, right? So but it's really important that we think about how technology can help us, how our skills can help us, how data can help us. So part of that, we are currently exploring and developing an in-house AI capability to support the triage of equity insider trading, those stores, with an initial version that will be trialled in autumn this year. Now that's a really good exploration to see what can we do, how can we summarize, how can it aggregate key information from those stores, how could it put together the data, how can it think about it, allowing us to be faster and more consistent prioritization. where we can really, focus our capacity. So this hopefully will represent a significant improvement in our efficiency, and over time, as it grows, we expect our capabilities to grow further. And as we were just talking about, potentially incorporating data from other data sets within, the FCA, publicly available sources, and this really will enhance our analysis and thinking. There are a lot of opportunities with data and tech. I think we've all got our own programs of work within our respective organizations, not just here, but all of you have. There is a long list. The list of AI things always grows whenever I speak to my colleagues. I think there is an opportunity there really for us. And I think for all of you working on it, so it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I see that it is twofold in a sense that we use in concept AI to detect market abuse, so we are able to find probably some pattern that in the past we couldn't be able to detect. We do have an unsupervised learning approach that is published in our website, according to which once the person departs from the cluster he belongs, then there is an alert. And so since the clustering concern many dimensions, not just this can add value because you can isolate the person from his peers, and so this is very, very effective. But on the other side, we are a bit worried about what is going on in the market, because yes, in the morning someone was very confident in the procedure, policy, governance is definitely the main tool, but we have to also consider the frontier. Because in the frontier there is a paper by FSMB, Christopher Rich, circulated that a couple of months ago, and I think it's very interesting because it gives you the idea that the top firms can have still some concern about the way they can use some form of algos. I think in particular to reinforcement learning, where the algorithm is able to detect the best policy according to something that even backtesting is not enough, because of course it's a continuous activity, so it can learn and interact. There is the risk of collusion with all the algos. And once it happens at a very high frequency training, so I mean at nanoseconds, maintaining the human in the loop is not so easy. So it seems that finally we have to consider how long we can allow the algo to go along without intervening, without switching on. So there is probably room to think for a form of accepting market practices. Probably depending on the importance of the trades and the frequency of the trades. So to what extent, in a sense, even when the innovation of cars, we are today able to accept some accident happening, while of course benefiting of cars, and so probably we can have a trade-off between the two forces at work.
I was just going to interject that I think it's always human and machine, how we supervise, but that the ethical understanding of the algorithms will grow in importance, and that's a really important part. We have to, we're creative, we're innovating, but with the confines of our ethical perspectives, and I think that's a really important point.
Yeah. And Raul, presumably you're seeing something similar in Spain in terms of, are you using AI, are you adopting early adopters as well?
Yes, as a matter of example, what I can tell you is that we are working in a proof of concept for detecting investment recommendation in social media networks. We are, let's say, in the phase of accommodating that proof of concept into our ordinary APIs and to put the tool into the real use of our market abuse analysis. So we will see how it evolves in the future, but it's a very very smart system that provides you with filtering a lot of information from different platforms and to get whether or not an individual is issuing investment recommendations. We can use it for market manipulation cases, but also for ordinary supervision of fair and objective presentation of investment recommendations, which is also one of the areas of our interest.
It's interesting, okay. Let's just turn to the EU just for a moment. Obviously, the Listing Act took effect last week, and it amends MAR, as I'm sure you're aware, and introduces greater divergence, unfortunately, for people who are both in the UK and the EU. But what does it mean for cooperation between regulators? Raoul, are there any new initiatives that you're aware of or you're seeing in this regard?
Well, Article 25 of Listing Act, amending MAR, is going to include a cooperation tool for EU regulators. It will mean that we can coordinate between ourselves to implement, for instance, on-site inspections together, and ESMA can play a role within that. We are working through the Market Integrity Working Group at ESMA in the development of this provision from level 1, and we will see how can we use it in cross-border cases where it is necessary to have, for instance, to request statements from prospective suspects and to collect evidences in a much more coordinated way. This is something that informally we used to do it in the past through the ESMA structure. Now that is in level 1, I mean in the regulation as a formal tool. It will mean that we have, let's say, more sophisticated base to work together. And together with the IOSCO MOU, maybe with the UK FCA, we can have further coordination and probably more efficient way of working between us.
Okay. And Helen, with respect to cooperation more generally, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that markets are becoming more and more international, and no doubt so is market abuse, and the players become more sophisticated as time goes on. How is the FCA dealing with this? What's their approach?
I think, we've always been very international in nature in the relationships, and that continues. Market abuse is increasingly cross-border, as you've just said. So how we respond requires that international collaboration. Though the relationships that we have at working level, at senior level, are very important. Whether it's with regulatory or law enforcement partners, helping us really put together that intelligence picture, that comprehensive view of what's going on. And that's really important when we think about the risks that are growing, the suspicious activities. Getting that comprehensive and confident picture is very important. But it's not just collaboration at the start, it's also collaboration post the event and what happens with enforcement. Whilst we do, equally focus on early intervention, working with our international peers is very important, so we can interrupt, disrupt, identify that market abuse before, ideally, it turns into harm. I think that the coordinated action on international pump and dump schemes that we've seen in other complex abuse typologies, is an area where we do work together on. Ultimately, market abuse is international in its very nature. So how we collectively work with yourselves, work with regulators, other international partners, it just helps us contain and manage the market integrity. When I look at my career over the years, I've always worked with international regulators, and I think that is so important that we have those relationships where I can send an email and it's one line, hey, can you help, what are you doing here? Can I have that? And how it works. It's those relationships that are multi-year, really deep relationships. And that really helps us because the world is moving very fast. And, we can't wait months, we can wait hours, days. So, the relationships, the ability for us to use our data and tech just really come to light.
Great. Sorry, did you? Sorry.
No,
Fine. I thought I was about to cut you off. My apologies. So, when I spoke to these guys earlier in the week, I got the sense that something big might be going on, but they're not obviously going to share that with us. So we'll opt for something else. But I mean, talking about current cooperation efforts in the field of enforcement, something's going on. Maybe next year we'll find out. Who knows? But anyway, Carlo, I understand there was a recent case that you can talk about where the FCA provided assistance to the Italian authorities that resulted in a conviction. Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, exactly. It was a very interesting case because it was published by FCA because there are a couple of brothers who were able to exploit a lot of money trading just before accelerated building auction. So where one of the two was hired in an asset manager, so he was able to, as an analyst and researcher, to steal some email from colleagues, and so he gave some advice to the sister, and the sister was trading, and so initially we were able to detect 3-4 cases just before accelerated building, and then FCA had a very wider picture, and so those kind of cases detected, and finally the two brothers were arrested, and probably also risk of money laundering inside. So it was a very, very effective way. So having many eyes are probably the solution.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So we talked a bit earlier about data volumes and obviously the billions of rows you receive every day, which must be quite daunting. So just let's turn to the market data processor for a moment. How does that support your broader objectives, and what does it enable you to do from both a regulatory and operational perspective?
So for some of you know that the FCA has the market data processor, RMDP, and is a really exciting but quite powerful platform, and it helps us to basically process and make all the transaction data usable, which is really important. And we get 35 million transaction reports a day. We get billions of EMIR reports annually. It really gives us a very unique, comprehensive view of what's happening in the markets. And a couple of years ago, we set out publicly that we were going to bring this capability in-house. And this is a real step forward for us because it gives us so much flexibility, that agility to think about what do we want to do, how do we want to change it, how can we bring that data together, what else can we do. Having it in-house gives us an opportunity for the future. You would have seen recently we set out in our consultation paper for transaction reporting that we're looking to harmonize across MiFID, EMIR and SFTR, and our MDP is at the heart of that, of what we can do to technically make it happen. And we have our industry task force kicking off shortly. So, conversations like this are really, really important to us to hear from what your opportunities and insights are. But how we use our data is so important. We have to be that smarter regulator. We have to be efficient. We have to use our data well. We all do. We're all trying to, use our data, but we have such large volumes of data. How do we navigate, how do we use it, how do we put it together in a trustworthy way, and that is really important as we detect, assess, investigate market abuse. And you would have heard from Helen Boyd this morning, there's a lot to do, but we are investing in our technology, we're investing in our processes, the ways that we're working, and all of those things really help us move forward, and the international collaboration is definitely a critical part of it.
So, Raul, when we talked earlier, you talked about your proof of concept that's being rolled out in Spain, and if I didn't mishear you, you say you're using it in the context of social media networks as well. Mm-hmm. We certainly over here, we've seen lots of instances where celebrities are pushing products in circumstances where they definitely shouldn't be, but I don't think I certainly am not aware of instances where we can see evidence of market abuse on social media networks, but I'm sure Helen could speak differently. But what are you seeing in Spain? Because it was quite interesting.
Well, we have done a couple of exercises about influencers, one in 2021 and the last one in last year in 2025, and we haven't detected a correlation between social media activity from influencers and market abuse cases. We cannot conclude that there is a kind of direct relationship. We have supervised, of course, the compliance of MAR in terms of fair presentation of investment recommendations. There have been contacts with influencers because of that, but in general we haven't seen a direct correspondence. However, in 2025 we had a quite important market abuse case concerning a U.S. short seller, Gotham City Research, that is in the process of investigation through the court, promoted by a report from the prosecution office in Spain. Let's say that the regulatory side of the investigation is interrupted while the big case is treated in court. But I believe that reading recently, for instance, in Wall Street Journal, that there was a decision from a U.S. federal judge about a similar case affecting Citron Research, where they have considered that the activity of this U.S. short seller has been considered fraud of securities in the U.S. I believe that in general there is a kind of feeling that something is changing among let's say judges in international courts. The thing is that we haven't concluded the case in Spain, but this is, let's say, the most important case that we have observed in connecting social media activity with trading activity.
Okay, great.
So yes, the same applies also to Italy, the investor education, and we thank you also FCA because we had the Global Week just to have a way forward together, and that was very important. And Consul finally published in a website a message just to inform investors. Of course, anyone in YouTube can find many recommendations of trading from someone who presented itself as an expert, and of course the very dangerous situation, and we try to also target the retails just to give an important caveat about that.
Just from the consumer investment perspective, it's really interesting that earlier in the year the FCA launched a Invest Smart campaign. You may have seen it with Seal the Deal, this kind of large seal, and that went down really well. You know, it's very important. There was a TikTok video recently that I saw, right, in sort of in the style of a Fin-influencer. And she was in a car, actually, when I saw it, you know, the one that I saw, and trying to kind of give advice. So, you know, I think we have to communicate in different ways. Yeah. That's you know, that's particularly about the consumer investment and Fin-influence. But, you know, the way that we communicate, the way we're looking at these things, you know, is changing fast. But if you haven't seen Seal the Deal, terrific. You should. Yeah.
Circulate the link up.
Oh, absolutely. It's all over LinkedIn and TikTok, right? It really is.
It's quite hard to miss, actually. There you go. Okay. We actually have a few minutes. I think we covered pretty much what we were planning to cover. But does anyone have any questions from the floor? Gentleman there with the tie. I think we're just getting some mics. If you just bear with us for a sec.
Hiya, Andy King, Morgan Stanley. We've heard a lot from European regulators, and particularly the FCA, around prevention of financial crime, making sure we push bad actors away from the market effectively. And what we've seen over the years is effectively that chain between central marketplace to the end client is getting longer. And in particular, what we're finding is some more obscure jurisdictions coming into the middle of that chain. Insert name of your favourite tax haven as appropriate. what I'd like to understand from the panel is how's the European regulators' cooperation improving with those more obscure jurisdictions?
If I may, I think that following the tragedy of the Twin Towers, even tax haven are cooperating very effectively. So I would say that we receive data information from those centers as well, and it's just a question of time. So cooperation, I think, in this respect has improved significantly. I understand that from the firm point of view, something that is in between that comes from some particular country could be more suspect. In this respect, this could be entered into the full context of the possible store that the firm is considering. So the quality is important, but cooperation, I think, has improved in the last 10, 20 years in a way that I didn't expect, let me say. Thank you.
From my side, I would say that convergence is key. Convergence can be obtained through different means, but the first layer would be to have the same interpretation about rules, but also to implement any type of cooperation arrangement between the national competent authorities. For instance, like could be assistance to less resource national competent authorities that maybe have some difficulties to cope with the size of the market and to cover the whole dimension of the trading activity in each jurisdiction. So that will be probably something that we need to explore. I believe that in general, international setters like IOSCO are promoting more convergence through the different standards. I believe they have implemented different tools to warn about fraud and scams. They are working quite well in that regard, and that is my particular impression. So convergence and cooperation should be the two ways to mitigate this situation.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Charlie Ryder from the World Federation of Exchanges. Just picking up on your final point there, Raul, I wanted to ask, follow on about IOSCO, and also to come back to the point around cooperation and collaboration in terms of data. You talked about how Article 25 of MAR allows you to collaborate on things like on-site inspections and make data requests in conjunction with ESMA, etc. But what are the next steps in terms of international coordination on having more of a consolidated view of things, having a more aggregated look at data cross-border? Is that even possible given national barriers? Is it something you would like to see? What can international organizations like IOSCO do to facilitate that?
Thank you. That is a brilliant question. My reaction to that is IOSCO is playing a central role in this regard worldwide. They have implemented very interesting tools like the enhanced MMOU. It provides the legal basis for exchange information, including communications. That will be probably the first tool that national competent authorities should wake up to consider when requesting information from other jurisdiction. Of course, the other jurisdiction needs to adopt the enhanced MMOU to allow that exchange of information. But in general, we have sorted out at the European sphere with this MAR amendment at the international sphere. I believe that the key point is the work from IOSCO.
Add to that? No? I think we've come for one more question, and that's it, if there is one. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you. I have seen the FCA viral video on TikTok, by the way. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, so let me invite the next panel. So let me just go on to the next one. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, there we go. ARC. So, oh yeah, MARC, that's right. Yeah, here we go. So we're talking about FX and commodities now. So as we know, FX and commodities are quite unique markets in that they've always posed challenges in the sense of undertaking market abuse surveillance on these products, particularly when you're looking at the complexity of the products, the cross-border and cross-product manipulation opportunities, etc. So this is always a very, very important panel to engage with. And in doing that, let me introduce you to our moderator, Mark Bainbridge. And Mark is the Director of Market Surveillance at ICE Futures. And he actually brings quite a unique vantage point in that he sees the surveillance and enforcement challenges across multiple asset classes, multiple jurisdictions, and it's really at the front line of helping to address some of the market abuse challenges when it comes to these product lines. So, Mark, welcome, and very much looking forward to your panel.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Before we begin, I'd like to invite the panel to introduce themselves. Start with Richard.
Do I need to press this, or is it on already? Richard Metcalf, Head of Regulatory Affairs for the World Federation of Exchanges. I've been with the organisation for about 8 years. We look after what you would think of as the incumbents, the fully regulated market infrastructures running exchanges, and CCPs as well. I would just like to add that in my previous life, I spent a long time working on OTC derivatives for an organisation called ISDA, so I have seen things from both sides.
Thank you. Alexander?
Alex McDonald. I'm CEO of the Trade Association of what were hitherto interdealer brokers. They operate a variety of exchange organised venues around the world these days that come under the various national conduct and reporting regs. So we're called EVIA, but sort of European EMEA outlook.
And Chris. Chris Rich. I'm General Counsel and Director of Standards at the Financial Market Standards Board, which is an industry standard setter for wholesale markets, and was the brainchild of Mark Carney when he was Governor of the Bank of England. It's a public sort of created but industry financed membership body for standard setting. Thank you very much. Now, before we get started with the questions, I wanted to pull away some of the things I actually heard in earlier panels. I think David mentioned earlier commodities being one of the things to look out for from a market asset perspective. And one of the things that was pulled out was equities is the usual focus. One of the stats that's been pulled out over the last few years is the vast majority of stores, as you're probably all aware, are in the equity class. Now, the insight you might pull away from that is that there's far less bad actors in the commodities and FX space. Unlikely true, I can imagine. Instead, I think what it actually reflects is the challenges that these markets have compared to equities. So, to that end, I'll start with you, Richard.
Yes. Sorry, go on.
A significant proportion of commodity and FX activities happen outside regulated venues. Does the WFE see a role for exchanges in extending the surveillance perimeter beyond their own order books?
Short answer, yes. We've had this discussion actually more in an analogous context. My colleague Charlie Ryder, who just asked a question, deals with our CCP work. He leads on that work. And one of the issues that's cropped up there is the lack of visibility if you're running a CCP from a risk management perspective as to what's going on in over-the-counter markets. And we can probably all think of instances where that's true, particularly in the commodities relationship. We don't necessarily think that exchanges should be leading on that, but it probably wouldn't harm for them to have more power. And the principle applies equally across the piece in terms of any kind of regulatory outcome that you're trying to achieve, we would argue. I come at this from the point of view of what advantage organized market infrastructure operators can bring to the table. And in some ways, they have it easy. If you're talking about equity markets, you can run AI surveillance tools relatively easily. You've got a concentration of volume. You've got a lot of data to analyze. But I also remember, and I was looking for it online, and sadly it's not there, but ISMA, which was a predecessor organization for what is now called ICMA, did a fantastic piece many, actually it's probably decades ago rather than years ago, looking at the ways in which derivatives and cash markets interact. And those issues are still with us, but they highlight the fact that you really kind of got to be smart. And I'm sort of stepping back from the day-to-day details, which I gather most of you are focused on, and I don't mean to disrespect that in any way, because that's very serious and very nuanced work. But it does seem to me that questions about how markets are structured and what you can expect from them in that context are increasingly important. I'll come back to examples later so other people can come in, but if you look at what's happening with prediction markets, there's one to think about. Crypto too, the concept of maximum extractable value. They should all give us pause for thought, as should a topic which is the subject of a current IOSCO consultation, which is about the balance between intraday liquidity and the closing auction, which raises all sorts of interesting questions. So that's my opening bid, and glad to come back to any of all of that, but I hope that gives you a sort of feel for where I'm coming from and the sort of issues that we're thinking about in the market abuse context.
Certainly. Would you either of you like to come in on?
Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up on that. Certainly in the commodity space, over the last couple of days, we've been having the REMIT conference by the, if you like, the owner of REMIT, the ACER, the energy regulator for the EU, and once you get out of the intraday or the network transmission systems, then you are in a world where the physical market and the financial markets overlap and underlap intrinsically, and there's a rivalry to regulate them in Europe between the European Commission for Markets and the European Commission for Energy, and we've had a few notable papers in the last in the last 4 or 5 days. Firstly, the Commission put out an opinion on its, if you like, MiFID III approach, kind of kicking back on most of the Draghi proposals to extend their scope to short-term and physical markets, and then they put out a parallel report a couple of days later called the Gas Market Task Force Report, which is a co-regulatory piece picking up on these same issues and basically saying that you need to get a whole lot more cooperation between the supervisors and the regulators, which in the first instance just means data standardization, and then it means data sharing, and then it means MOUs, and then you think about, hang on a minute, why do all of the commodity markets start and stop at the end of the EU? Of course they don't. So those MOUs and data sharing need to go further, and that brings us to the comments in the last panel about IOSCO actually doing a lot of work on MOU and data sharing. So, yeah, data sharing and trying to bring what are the monitoring or surveillance of decentralized markets with different operating and data standards together, I think is one of the big themes of the moment. And Richard said it's a lot easier if you're a singular exchange with all of your own data standards to do that than you are for diversified or decentralized markets. So I think that's one of the current themes, and certainly the energy market brings together that idea of what is physical and financial, and what is cross-border, and what is decentralized as all together in one little use case. But clearly that's just the commodity markets. This morning, ESMA held a big round table on its equity market consultation, which looks much like the UK one that's out at the moment, and is much the same as the IOSCO one. So I think IOSCO really jumped the gun. They should have let the UK and Europe establish some sort of process before trying to do the same thing at the same time in a different way. But I think, I don't know if it's available to watch again, but you had the interesting juxtaposition, very deliberately done, of the world of exchanges with the FESI hat on making a point, and the world of Goldman Sachs with the Goldman hat baton following that with an entirely opposite point. And these are two polarities that don't that don't touch and don't meet, and this idea of what is liquidity formation, where should it happen, and therefore what is how do you form a number for market abuse surveillance, and all of the other baseline cases to which to surveil and so forth. So that's all going on as well in the equity space as well as the commodity space, and we can get to the FX space in time as well, because there's plenty there, and I think we'll go into the Johnson and the LIBOR cases as well. So I'll stop.
If you've got nothing to add on that?
No, I'll come back to prediction and MEV in a bit later on in the panel, I think. But yeah.
So thank you very much for opening the gambit onto the Johnson case. So you're quite right, Alex. There are a number of challenges in regulating not just unregulated markets, but regulated ones too. The Supreme Court's rejection of the right to control theory of fraud ultimately led to the overturning of a landmark FX manipulation case, raising fundamental questions about the legal tools available to prosecute complex financial market conduct. So, Richard, can you help us understand what this tells us about the existing regulations and laws and whether they're keeping pace?
The risk of sounding slightly flippant, there's a big difference between agency actions and principled actions, and that seems to have been a very large part of, shall we say generously, the confusion in the Mark Johnson case. For our amusement, I brought along a statement from April 2018. Former head of HSBC's global foreign exchange cash trading sentenced to 24 months imprisonment for front-running scheme. Cites the attorney for Eastern District of New York, Justice Department, FDIC and FBI. Mr. Johnson exploited confidential information, betrayed a client, generate profits, and so on and so forth, undermine the integrity of financial institutions and bring culpable bank insiders to justice, except that was all overturned. It's hard to know exactly how to phrase the conclusion you draw from that. I made it sound like it's very easy to deal with market abuse, and we just need to extend the sort of powers you have in the exchange world, which would be lovely and probably does need some more thought, because, as I've discussed, you've got to have regard, if nothing else, for the interaction between that world and the OTC world. But we all know that there are legitimate uses for OTC instruments for various reasons, and if you start from the wrong point in analysing what's going on in markets, you're going to get nowhere fast. Having said which, I go back to my original position, which is, in a world where you're beginning to talk about 24-hour trading, possibly using mimic tokens that are stocks, except they're not stocks, they're actually derivatives, which raises some investor protection issues, as well as the possibility of market abuse. So we really need, I think, a pretty holistic and intelligent and nuanced discussion about what we expect from financial markets and what we expect from financial market intermediaries. Yes, intermediaries have to be held to account. There's a reason why they're subject to a best execution requirement, and that does not apply to platforms unless perhaps they're crypto platforms acting in more than one capacity. But at the same time, we should have regard to how the overall system works, and we can make that work with interaction between them. You mentioned Goldman Sachs, but yeah, whoever you like, and central platforms. It's a question of getting the balance right, and also not hollowing out those central markets, which has been a big issue. And I don't exaggerate. The phenomenon of ghost liquidity has existed in, quote unquote, the biggest capital market in the world, and the quote marks aren't really necessary because I'm talking about the US. Ghost liquidity has been a phenomenon, partly because of the incentive structure to provide quotes without necessarily standing behind them in equity markets. So you talk about equity markets being a relatively easy case, but actually the way the structure is set up lends itself sometimes to illiquidity, and where there's illiquidity, markets can get moved around much more easily for one reason or another.
Totally agree. Christopher, would you like to add?
Yeah, I mean, so I was rereading the Johnson case last night, and it's and the overturning of it in last year, and it's an interesting one. Just to briefly recap for those, many of you will be pretty familiar with this, but it was probably the nadir of kind of relations between UK institutions and US authorities, and I think that's important, like context for the jury's decision in the US case in 2017. Essentially, a HSBC client, Cairn Energy, wanted to switch $3.5 billion into just over £2 billion pounds sterling at that point, and that transaction was going to be priced off a 3 p.m. fix. HSBC, as was sort of normal market practice when you're trading as principal, to Richard's point, traded in advance of that to manage its risks associated with executing the transaction at 3 p.m. fix. But the price in sterling spiked, and the client complained, and then authorities subsequently looked into it, and it led to this original conviction in 2017 of the global head of FX trading at HSBC, who served a couple of years in prison. And the conviction rested on, well, it was a wire fraud conviction, and it rested on two theories in US law that I'm not actually enormously familiar with, but to simplify, one, to your point, was the right of control theory. So essentially, he was deemed to have misrepresented how HSBC were going to manage their risk to the client in terms of not buying the pounds aggressively in a way that would ramp up the price of sterling. So essentially, sort of a misrep in the pre-transaction disclosures. And then the second element of it was the misappropriation theory, as described under US law, which was about essentially using client confidential information in a way to benefit you rather than the client. The conviction was then subsequently upheld on the basis of that right to control theory. So the first one, which, as you say, was then struck out in another US court decision. And so when they brought it back last year for appeal, only the misappropriation theory remained, so this one around misuse of client confidential information. And the jury found, one, that where you're trading as principal, or the court found that where you're trading as principal, you don't owe a fiduciary duty, albeit typically or often. And also, in executing the trade the way that they did, i.e. trading ahead to manage the risks associated with what they were going to take on, it was hard to say that information had been misappropriated. So sort of it fell apart on those grounds. And I guess to your point, there are a couple of interesting things in the ruling last year. Was one that the ruling made very clear that in principal to principal markets, it's okay, and it is market practice to enter into and to manage that risk ahead of time. But it's not when you're trading as agent. And when you're trading as agent, clearly it's front running because you've got no risk to manage, and you're getting paid on a commission basis and not on the basis of the performance of the risk management activity. So I think that is interesting. We've done a lot of work on pre-hedging at FMSB that's informed some of the IOSCO work that was published at the end of last year. So the IOSCO guidance looks at pre-hedging and sort of appropriate use cases, the consent and disclosure around it. We're currently updating a previous standard that we wrote in that regard to reflect the IOSCO work and pursuant to discussions with many global regulators on the topic, and we'll be publishing that later this year.
So, Alex?
Yeah, what was notable maybe about that case, which was really all about agent principle, but should have been about jurisdiction and where the jurisdiction is, since the UK courts would not have taken that same approach to agency principle. But was actually thrown out on a change of the legal basis is that's really what the Palumbo Hayes case was thrown out on too, a change of the legal basis, rather than what it should have been thrown out on, which is either the jurisdiction, because the jurisdiction was all wrong, or the fact that he was sent down on collaborating. Collaborating with no one in a racketeering sense, which also is very hard. But it was thrown out for a whole other evidential case. But you put that together with the Johnson case, and there's a lot of jurisprudence now that says your evidential basis, certainly for that level of fraud, is now much higher. You've got to prove actual post-fact damage, which of course you couldn't do in libel, and you probably couldn't really have done in the Johnson case either. So that has changed the way forward on that. But that said, they were managing against some sort of benchmark, and I would flag an ex-working colleague of mine, a chap called Carl Nabar, posted an interesting webinar week before last, which is where he is now at LSEG Refinitiv, and they've put it on their learning website, which is open to view, and into 4 bite-sized pieces about managing benchmark risk and how that actually exists, particularly in terms of passive or silent benchmarks everywhere now. So on the one hand, you've got those benchmark risks going down because you need a lot more exposed evidence, but you've got the actual world of benchmark risks going up because you're moving to passive investing everywhere. The world of equities is now really an ETF, or now going to be a tokenized equities world rather than a stock by stock world. And again, I would recommend Acquired dropped a big podcast last week on the growth of Vanguard and BlackRock and all of the ETF world since the 1970s, and you can just see how retail investing is now an ETF or some sort of wrapper sense. So that brings in the fact that yes, the equity is not the equity; it's something in a wrapper, something tokenized, or something that is a structured product or a derivative or a thing which is other than the thing we might have thought it was.
And I'm sort of hesitating silently there because there are moves to create tokenized versions of equities which will converge and be legally exactly the same, just operationally different. So there are exchanges within our membership that are doing that. Actually, the work's being done by the clearinghouse behind it, but same difference. So it's perfectly possible to go down that route because it appeals to a new generation of investors. It's where you get into things which are tokens that might be trading outside regular hours where, okay, we're all stepping to that brave new world, but we're also conscious that we're going to have to think about all sorts of questions if you're trading overnight outside your own hours, because you're going to have to think about circuit breakers and you know, reputational damage to issuers as well as market abuse issues. So that's partly why I'm saying that we need to think about this whole market structure question across all of these issues, but not least because of the market abuse. Just on the Johnson thing, whilst I've got the mic, if I may, there's a very good article, very interesting article from June 2018, which appeared in a publication called Euromoney. It's written by the expert witness on the defence side. I don't know if you read it.
Nice.
And it refers to those two legal issues and how they panned out. It also says that the client was offered 3 different options as to how the trade would be executed. And I think perhaps the question you have to ask yourself is, on what basis would you or could you as a principal have done this other than in the way that it was offered by the bank? And again, with what damage? Because from what I understand from this article, that came out better than just doing something through the fix, and it came back better than the sort of kind of quasi-agency kind of role which was offered. So the counterfactual kind of matters as well.
Agreed. I actually just want to go back to Alex, your point on the benchmarking, because I think one of the you highlighted the rising risks in equities, but actually something that's quite present now that we in the exchange in ICE Futures Europe see is the pricing agencies that price some of our derivative contracts. They themselves aren't actually regulated, and yet and hence they pose quite a challenge to us when we may observe potential market manipulation occurring at the position being held on the exchange with pricing that's obscure to us. Have you got any kind of thoughts or opinions on that?
And that played to the ESMO workshop this morning, where there's a big discussion between closing auctions and the pricing are closed because they have entirely different trading populations in them, and the characterization of those points, because they set again these passive benchmarks. Or maybe active benchmarks in many cases as well, to which a lot of these ETFs or other tokenized products then follow, and you can create instruments around them. So just from Hernative Carnabar's discussion, we talk about some of the exploding Greeks and certain benchmarks when you have products around them where you can create gammas of 500, 5,000 times the underlying amount around when you get trading around a benchmark, and he uses a gold case which was then prosecuted on, where the hedge for the gamma and for effectively the put spread that you have to put in front of your trigger was something like 5,000 times the amount of gold in the world. You had to trade within basically $1 or $2 in and out all the time, and you do get these exploding Greeks. So the role of passive benchmarks in terms of pricing and therefore exchange closes and the pricing of securitized instruments becomes ever bigger, and it's a risk. This is a risk if you're monitoring markets or surveilling markets and so on and so forth. So there are benchmarks everywhere, and again, from the other discussion we've been having over the last 2 days on the European energy sense is the role of the various energy benchmarks in Europe, which currently all struck around either the intraday or the day ahead price, but clearly the users of energy don't use energy on an intraday or day ahead basis. They have it on a 3 or a 6 or a 4 or a 10-year basis, and if they're a consumer and if you're actual generator of energy, you're needing a 10-year construction period. So you're interested in the price of energy at a whole different transformed piece there. So again, the risk of these passive benchmarks and the transformation is very much in the mind's eye of the people looking at market structure. You know, even in a single domain, sort of single product of power or gas at the moment, and clearly when we had the latest Gulf War, there was a big lobby to stop putting some sort of ceiling to the price of gas, as we had seen in 2020, 2021, again as a benchmark piece. So so the role of closings and benchmarks are everywhere, even though these cases have pushed back at least perhaps the first legal approach. They're everywhere else, but they're a big risk.
Cool. Thank you very much. Very mindful of time, I'm going to move on to the cross-product abuse topic. So, Chris, markets are increasingly interconnected, as we've discussed, so across physical commodities, derivatives, equities, and FX, sometimes within a single trading strategy. What does that interconnectedness mean for how we can identify, prosecute, and ultimately reduce the risk of cross-market abuse?
So, most people in here are more expert on sort of surveillance than I am, but I think what I wanted to talk to were a number of trends, and some of which we've referenced, that are making, I think, the identification of market abuse more challenging. And I think I sort of had 4 buckets of them when thinking about this last night. So the first, in terms of proliferation of platform connectivity. You know, some firms are connected to 1,000+ platforms globally. So, you know, just the scale of the challenge in terms of monitoring that, in terms of even initially having an inventory as to every platform that people are connected to globally, the rules that apply on those platforms, the degree of controls on those platforms, and how they map against what firms are doing internally. That's something that we've been asked to look at. The second, to your question, is around growing correlations, and I think correlation in 2 ways. So one, in terms of cross-asset correlation, becoming greater over time, and you know, there's been quite a lot of work recently on correlations between commodity and equity markets in particular, and the increasingly complex nature of cross-asset strategies, and so monitoring around that, and then also correlations between regulated and unregulated activity across venues. And Richard mentioned prediction markets earlier is a good example of something that's grown hugely over the last couple of years. And there is increasing institutional activity on, you know, the likes of Polymarket and Kalshi, etc. And clearly, the levels of liquidity on those platforms are much smaller than in traditional financial markets, but have the potential to influence traditional financial markets. So to take a big political event, a Brexit event, or a US presidential election, markets looking to these platforms, and so you can move the betting odds on those platforms with much smaller volumes than you could in terms of actually trying to move, you know, cable, for example. So the interconnectivity there, I think, is an interesting one. Third point, which Richard just raised as well, is in terms of 24/7 or 24/5. So one, on liquidity, clearly if you're trading instruments 24/7, even very liquid instruments are going to be not very liquid at certain times of day or night. Easier to move, if you know, less liquid, as we've seen in many instances. And then again, quantity of what you have to be surveilling. And then finally, I think on the market structural changes and the growth of tokenization. So tokenization does allow for a degree of proliferation in instruments. We've seen it before, but clearly you can create more synthetic versions of securities through this, which is happening, which will have correlated profiles. And also you have new structures or ways of committing market abuse that are emerging. And Richard alluded to this earlier, but there's been a bit of press around how certain blockchains, so public blockchains, can be used. So that typically transactions on public blockchains are processed in a batch way, or they call it blocks. Those blocks, the validator of those blocks can decide the exact ordering in which the transactions are executed, unlike in a traditional centralized model. And so if you can see on the blockchain that there is an upcoming major transaction, you can then move an order or a trade in front of it, and you've got a large buy trade, you trade ahead of it, and you put your position ahead of that, and you benefit from the large trade behind it. So That's something that the SEC mentioned last month and talked about it. Altering sequencing of transaction can be used and would constitute front running. I think they're just some examples in which I think the overall role and volume of monitoring and correlations is becoming more difficult to look at.
I think that's really interesting. My sense is that there's some very smart trading people out there that are making most of their money from correlation trading. So I'm fully on board with that. There was a really good article on MEV. I don't know if people spotted it, but Don Wilson, some of you may have heard of him, DRW, rather famous in the trading world. He said it runs to hundreds of millions. This was an article in the FT on the 28th of May. And just quickly on the crypto, if I may, we're actually fans of derivatives on crypto, particularly when they're traded in a regulated market, because we see that as a way of, in principle, providing a better platform for investor protection and market integrity. And the quid pro quo is that if you're running a derivative on Bitcoin, you choose very carefully what your underlying reference sources are, and you may have to choose multiple ones to make sure that you're not leaving yourself open to markets that can be pushed around relatively easily.
I agree. That was very interesting. Thank you. I think one of the things I wanted to touch upon, Chris, actually, with what you mentioned about cross-asset correlations, and I think going back a few panels to the usage of AI, from my perspective, actually, that is one of the best uses of AI, is trying to work out where these correlations lie before you even build the alert that will create that will try and identify something moving in one Brent market that's actually sourced from a WTI market, for example. So it's there's multiple uses to how we can kind of consider that AI usage, which actually does, keeping it unfortunately to yourself on this, just a little bit longer, taking us to the next stage with data. The FMSB actually published its AI and Trading Spotlight review earlier this year. It noted that as AI models become more complex, the ability to interpret their internal decision-making faces practical limits. Essentially, they turn it into a fully black box. We don't really understand how they've ever decided to withdraw an order or put an order in. To some extent, it's almost like a trader being asked a question from a month ago when you end up sending the inquiry. And that greater focus should be placed on monitoring the outputs of that AI instead. Does that hold true, do you think, for surveillance as it does for trading systems? And could we ever get comfortable with these governing tools that we can't really fully explain?
So as you say, the focus of our work was on AI in the trading context, and so we worked with many people across the industry who are running electronic trading businesses and quants to sort of understand how people are using it currently, what are some of the risks associated with that, and how people are managing those risks. Now, I suppose to your point, one of the main areas of discussion was that lack of explainability is a feature as opposed to a bug of more advanced AI systems. If we insist as an industry and as a regulatory community on higher levels of explainability, that will significantly stifle innovation around these models. And we're already at a point where it's difficult to explain certain outputs. So the group were very much of the view that we should be focused on outcomes and controlling outcomes from two perspectives. So one from a model risk management perspective, and how does model risk management need to evolve, and the auditing and validation of these models need to evolve in light of increasingly complex models. And the second being, do automated trading controls need to evolve? And obviously we have, through RTS6 and other comparable things in different jurisdictions, we have an extensive set of controls on automated trading. And I think the view was that actually providing those remain truly independent and separate from the trading modeling, those are broadly fit for purpose in the way in which people are using AI right now. I think the other point to highlight is that these models aren't operating entirely autonomously currently. There are significant guardrails around their operation, and there are filters before anything hits the market. So some of this discussion was about where do we go, where might we get to in the future, and how would you manage those risks? On your question, I guess, in terms of surveillance, and I think I would answer this more broadly, but one is you can't fully audit or understand why any human made a decision. And so in a human-driven trading environment, do you really, if you ask the same person why they made a particular decision, they'll probably give you 3 different answers if you ask them 3 times. So it was never truly auditable then. E-trading actually made this a lot more auditable because everything got written down. And now perhaps we're moving to a world that is actually resembles a little bit more the previous kind of slightly opaque human decision-making models, but at greater scale. I think the other thing I've noticed that clearly the tolerance that we have as a society for mistakes made by machines is much lower than mistakes made by humans. And an example of that is in self-driving cars. I think 1.2 million people die on the roads every year as a result of car crashes globally. The tolerance for accidents relating to autonomous driven cars is much lower. And I think there are certain parallels at the moment that can be drawn into an automated trading context and in an AI context where, will it be foolproof? No, but will it be better than human decision making? Potentially. So, providing there remains human accountability and individual accountability around this, so you have someone to point to if something does go wrong.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I like the analogy to the automated cars, but I suppose the flip side to it that I'd consider would be it's so much more grander scale, to your point. If an AI model starts to sell down an equity or a futures contract, it may not stop until it hits inbuilt triggers. Are we comfortable with that? Is it going to be as bad if a simple trader had put in a manual order? I suppose that's the kind of a context we've got to battle.
Yeah, and I think that's the main change is the scalability of this risk. Clearly you can scale up decisions and actions through using technology that you couldn't through humans.
And jurisdiction. Where are you doing it from? Who's where? What's where? What's the thing? I just night before last I was cycling back across Cannon Street, and one of these AI things with the fan on its head, whatever, drove along, and I stopped my bike and it stopped, and I was not sure. I didn't really trust that it wasn't going to start going again, and it stopped because they'd seen I was kind of there too, and I know that in America they all stop out. They can stop them all everywhere and jam up all the streets. But yeah, a couple of weeks ago, Imperial University College put out a paper talking about agentic AI now purely learning from itself, that there isn't any mapping to humans anymore. In our forward world going forward, is they've truly started this process of saying it's not just in a framework of learning, it's now creating the learning framework and then breeding itself from that. So when you add the lack of ownership to the lack of jurisdiction, where are you on all of this? And anybody can tell me, but I thought just relating it to the discussions this week on energy market regulation, and this is because on Friday Europe is closing its a very wide consultation on all of the technical standards and all of the schemas and all of the guidelines on energy market regulation under what's called the Remit 2 approach in Europe. And one big piece of that is algos and how you regulate for algos. And of course, the discussion this morning with the regulator panels was that you always regulating so much in the past, it's very hard to keep up, and so this approach asks for each algo to have an ID and, if you like, a persona, and of course everybody out there is saying, but they don't. They change moment to moment, and they change on their own volition, and you can't map them to a trader, and you can't map them to any lineage or family. What are you trying to do to put this into schema fields? And so this debate is already becoming a bit existential in algorithmic trading in that sense. And the other particularly live debate in that regulatory sense, and in a schema on the ground point is what they're now terming DEA. It was always called DMA in this framework, but this notion of sponsored access and who's bringing who to the market and who's responsible for whom, particularly if the whom will be an algo behind it. And in certainly the front end of energy markets, everything is algo. There are no people. And now in the longer end of energy markets and the cross-market piece is becoming more algo as well. So when you have sponsored access, you come across that idea of who do you write down in a box to regulate anymore. And these issues, are already becoming hard in these schemas for this, because it was already so in the past. So that was a big debate this morning, particularly algo DEA and this approach to decentralized market. But one thing that is going on, which ties to your previous point, is they're now creating an investigation unit, a monitoring unit within ASA, within the European entity, and now they're giving it a legal investigations framework. What it doesn't have is the enforcement, is the actual sanctionings power at the moment. It has to go through a national authority to do that, but it is doing this because the cross-market approach is everything. So they're trying to bring this up, and this again, you bring this back to financial markets and the 28th regime in Europe, and you're thinking about putting everything into the 28th regime because you can't do it nationally. You know, certainly in energy markets, when you've got 27 financial regulators, 27 energy regulators, plus others all trying to do something together, you can see already it's beyond hopeless when you've got basically a singular number, which is kind of European power. But so you are now talking about sort of trying to get cross-market supervision higher up, and then an IOSCO framework for data sharing, because that doesn't really work when you've got international trading as well. So wherever that's going. So these are all, I think, the debates in market surveillance and market abuse at the moment.
I mean, I concur. I can't see any other way other than the consolidation, really, in regulation, or certainly an interconnectedness there in order to combat this kind of cross-jurisdictional trading that we've got.
So a lot of the debate this morning was how this pan-European body is talking to the UK and is talking to Switzerland in particular at a legal enforcement level.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in equity derivatives, right? We all remember Archegos, or however you wish to pronounce it.
Very conscious of time. I think we need to open up to the floor for questions, if that's okay.
It's not here.
I think there was
Someone
the
at the back.
It's to, my question relates to a comment that Mark made right at the start of the session, which is very interesting, and it was also covered slightly by previous panels. And that is, from the information that's out there, a lot of the monitoring and the abuses that have been identified are primarily in cash markets, equities in particular, concerning insider dealing and some of the simpler market manipulation techniques. Do you think, or I'd be interested in the panel's opinion, is that because there is a lack of technical understanding in more complex and sophisticated markets and products within surveillance teams, limitations of capability in surveillance systems, or a constraint on the available technical resources at regulators? Or all three?
I'm tempted to go back to the old joke about the guy who's looking for his keys under the street light and said, "Did you lose them here?" I said, "No, but this is where the light is."
We had this debate only this week in a meeting with these European energy regulators. Why, as a set of, if you like, decentralized venues, are you not submitting more stores? We've done a couple of deep dives, and they produce what they call an Article 15 report beginning of every May, which is on the mechanisms and the outcome of surveillance and energy markets. So it's slightly on the back of that. So okay, you've got all of these great monitoring systems and great inputs, but it's not producing any output. It's like, well, what did you say? What do you want? What do you want? In a market without a singular closed club, how do you monitor for trades outside of the closed club price? In spreads, in episodic stuff, you don't. How do you know? So there's a lot of discussion on, yes, you can look at the AML, the fraud aspects to this, but the idea that a regulator wants trades happening off of some modelled price means you're just generating a lot more modelled prices to show that something's off of it in order to submit the amount of stores you want. And we had these discussions with the FSA and then the FCA for years and years as to why there weren't more stores outside of equity markets. And they didn't go anywhere. And this is literally the 20th, that went on for 20 years. And you'd think the FCA might have gone beyond that, but they didn't really.
Any points? I tend to agree. I think it is just a combination of the three. From my perspective, that there is more investigation required for the market manipulation cases, which would be more typical in the commodities and I would imagine similar for the FX spaces than there would be for equities, where we, in particular, because we're the derivative side of it, are looking more for the insider trading elements. It's, I suppose, from a venue perspective, it's far easier to see the signature of it without having to prove it's definitely insider trading. So off it goes as a store, and I can imagine that that's probably a very similar mindset across the board. So you're looking for the signature, you've met the signature, you validate it, off it goes. Was there another question? Yeah.
Yep, Charlie from the WFE here again. And my question for the panelists, and you as well, Mark, probably, would be where do you see the big remaining blind spots now? Because we've seen not all commodity markets are regulated equally, and especially here in the City of London, we've seen over the last few years that both regulators and market operators don't have the same level as oversight in some commodity markets as others. So yeah, where are those blind spots, and what other sort of best practices in terms of supervisory frameworks from other commodity markets could maybe be replicated? I'm thinking of Alex talking about, ACER and REMIT providing a joined up overview of non-financial physical energy markets to go with the view that ESMA and the NCAs have of the financial energy markets as well.
I would jump in and say harms is you need some sort of either the public policy or the regulators doing it, again looking at harms and thinking what they're regulating for. It might be that we can talk about energy because energy's got this public policy harm set around it, whether you're paying for sanctioned gas somewhere or running tankers through the Straits of Hormuz or the cost of everybody's energy in that on their bills. So you can see that has an outcome. We don't kind of have that conversation in FX so much because it's institutional wholesale and the harms aren't quite there. And you might now have it a lot more in equities because there's a lot of retail participation in the ETF basket world. But what markets have you got adults in the room and you run to your client classification and say, look, I don't really want to regulate this too much because the harms only accrue to consenting adults rather than the harms accruing down the chain. And this is something the FCA bounced in and out for years as to the consumer duty in the wholesale world and this piece. But I think until you frame it in terms of what do you want to surveil for and what harms there are, otherwise you micromanage everything and you struggle into your jurisdictions, your ex post outcome questions and everything else. So I think you need to come back and say, where do I feel damage might occur from behaviour and where can I basically let the behaviour rip? And it might be that in prediction markets or left to their own devices, the regulators didn't want to regulate crypto. They'd rather let the consenting adults play and not do it. It was a public policy push to do that. So that's what I'd say is you start at the end, you start at the harms and you work back because it gets quite hard otherwise.
For me, it'd be a simple the usage of AI actually, both in your own in-house usage of it, as you build out new controls, the governance structures, the models. That's obviously a gap. I think that's still coming. Although because people are cognizant of it, hopefully it's not too large of a gap. The other blind spot is actually if you are onboarding clients or as an exchange, we onboard members. People can utilize AI to make the most perfect applications. It fits the bill. They have wonderful market surveillance, risk assessments. What's the thing behind all of that? When you scratch the surface, it turns out it's all been generated by AI. And that's actually the other part of the risk, the blind spot that's coming potentially downstream, especially if you're client onboarding. So those are the things I'd look at.
And one other point I'd flag is, again, a couple of weeks ago, the FCA put out Market Watch 85, where they asked for inter-participant data sharing of where staff have been fired and let go or other disciplinary histories and they flagged a UK legal safe room where you can share data which would otherwise be compromised. And of course, I don't think anybody's doing this, but you might ask how many clients have ICE ever offboarded through conduct? And of course the answer would be about the same number as the CME or others have ever offboarded, which is 0. So you say, okay, so has everybody actually been perfect all these years by this token because there's no data sharing of offboarding to share. And this concept of please tell everybody who you've kicked off your platform, your venue, your client list, whether you're an exchange or a bank or a retail fund manager type thing is an interesting space because of course it's very difficult to share that data there, but this is where the FCA seems to want to go now.
I could certainly take it away. I think we've really eaten into everyone's break right now, so thank you very, very much, panelists, and apologies to everyone for eating into your break.
Well, unfortunately, there is no break at this time, I'm afraid to tell you, so you'll have to hang on a little bit longer. But thank you very much for that. Okay. Right, so next, next we're talking about inside information. We've touched quite a bit on market manipulation through the course of the day. We have, touched on inside information, but now we'll have a dedicated session on that. And we have two speakers for this session. We have David Pygott, who you heard from earlier today when he was moderating a panel. But also joining him is Ross McCartney, a colleague from Allen Shaw's as well. And Ross is a legal director in the global investigations practice of Allen Shaw's. He joined just over 6 months ago from Morgan Stanley, where he was in the legal team too. And he's also previously worked for Clifford Chance, Herbert Smith. And together you will present and talk about inside information. Thanks very much.
That's great, thanks. Could we have the clicker moved?
Yep. There we go.
Thanks indeed. Hi everybody. So last session ran over a little bit. We will probably cut ours down just a little bit and make sure we try and get back on track. But we had proposed to talk for about 20 minutes or so on the theme of how do you identify and prevent inadvertent or deliberate disclosures of inside information. And this is a topic that's very close to my heart. My practice covers a huge range of market participants, but I do act for a lot of issuers, in particular listed PLCs, where handling inside information properly is absolutely key and not as easy as it might sound. So what we're planning to do, just the next sort of 15-20 minutes or so, firstly, Ross is going to give an overview of the key risks, so the slightly terrifying number of things that can go wrong legally if you mishandle inside information. So Ross is going to run through all of that, and just to be clear, we're going to focus our presentation on instruments within scope of MAR, so not so much the commodities world and the things we've just been discussing, but classic equities and bonds and things of that nature. And then it's over to me for a few war stories and what I'm going to say my top 5 problems in the wild, the things that in my practice I see go wrong most often. So on that basis, Ross, let's have a look at the key risks.
Thanks very much. I think Mark sold this as a break. I'm not too sure this black letter law will be much of a break for many in the room, but if you bear with us. If I start with a bit of flattery, I'm mindful that this is a very sophisticated audience, so I don't want to go into the detail on what amounts to inside information, but just very briefly because it sets the scene for some of these key risks. 4 elements, obviously, to inside information under Article 7 of UK MAR. First, precision. Second, non-public information. Thirdly, relates to an issuer. And fourthly, likely significant effect on price. I think on the first limb, precision, we get into some really interesting legal debate, which you'll save for today, but I think that's where lawyers can add value. The second and third limbs tend not to arise as much difficulty in practice. And I think in the fourth limb, the effect on price, I think that's where we really have to look to companies' brokers to work out how the price moves. And really the FCA expects firms to look to their advisors to try and reach those, what they say, very finely balanced judgments on when inside information arises. See the key rest here on the screen. This is really from the perspective of an issuer. The dual columns reflects in a way the dual track that most FCA investigations will start, as Abby said earlier. And really, this is the FCA's arsenal to use. This is their legislative toolbox to use against market participants and against issuers. So this slide's focused on issuers, taking first of all the failure to disclose inside information. Article 17 of UKMR, it has to be on as soon as possible basis. It's very easy for me to sit on the stage here and say that. It's very difficult to do that in practice. There's obviously a focus on UKMR, but in addition to that, it's always important to look to the UK listing rules and mindful of particularly UK listing rule 6, continuing obligations of firms to meet their disclosure requirements. And then where there's perhaps more serious wrongdoing, where there's intent which is required by the criminal standard, you've got the Section 89C of the Financial Services Act, where someone dishonestly conceals material facts with the intention to adduce another. So on the criminal side, you need the intention; on the civil side, less so. Then on to the next key issue, so uncontrolled disclosures. From an issuer perspective, we're really focused here on the listing principles in the UK listing rules. Particularly Principle 1, having adequate procedures, systems and controls to allow compliance with obligations. So again, always paying attention to the UK listing rules and not just UKMR. Then the third key issue that issuers face, key risk, is where the disclosure is late. There are some safe havens within Article 17. You can justify delay, but in practice they're very difficult to meet. And then also after the event you have to notify the FCA, so it's not the best position to be in. Under UKMR there's the market manipulation set out in Article 12, and then the prohibition of that in Article 15. And then where it's particularly egregious wrongdoing, look to Section 90 of the Financial Services Act 2012, and that's where there's an intention again to have a misleading impression on the market. And then penultimately, the disclosure of inaccurate or misleading misleading information, again Articles 12 and 15 of UKMR, and particularly again calling out the UK listing rules. So that 1.3.3 is to exercise reasonable care when putting out through a regulatory information service where it may be false, misleading or omit crucial information. And then Section 89 and 90, which have discussed the different limbs within that can be deployed in multiple ways, but really the focus here and concern on the civil side, the regulatory side, and the middle column. And then pervasive across all of this, and it comes up in nearly every FCA final notice that I've had to deal with and defend firms on, is the issue of governance, and particularly there again looking to the listing principles. And a firm might have a near miss and get away with the particular event, but if it shines a light on poor governance, poor systems and controls, then you can get into very difficult discussions with the regulator. And I took Helen's keynote this morning from the FCA. I took it as a real shot across the bows when she discussed the importance of get your house in order when it comes to policies, and then adherence to those policies to make sure they're being adhered to in reality. It's just quite moving quickly on to yeah, if you don't mind, yeah.
Try again. Oh, there we go.
I didn't point it out. That was a failure. So yeah, from the side of the individual, here on controlled disclosure, UK Article 10. So disclosures except were in the normal exercise of employment, profession, and duties. And also we have to be mindful of where individuals can induce other individuals to act. So UK Article 8, and then where you've got the three key offences under the Criminal Justice Act for individuals. So the first being the disclosing offence, then the encouraging defence, and then for insider dealing, the dealing offence. And again, where behaviour is particularly egregious. Obviously, where you're trying to meet the criminal standard, it's evidentially more difficult. The FCA has finite resources, so it comes down to deterrent and how much they really want to pick the fight and prove intention and knowledge. It's just much more difficult. then on the market abuse side, Article 12 already discussed, and really with market abuse, there's a whole range of statute that the FCA can look to for market abuse. So in addition to the Financial Services Act, sections 89 and 90, there's also obviously the Fraud Act to be mindful of, and conspiracy to defraud as well. And again, there's obviously the pervasive regulatory piece on governance, and for individuals that I've represented in Morgan Stanley, looked after the senior managers for that institution in EMEA, it's the importance of individual conduct rule 5 to call out, so observing proper market standards. But one of the challenges with inside information is that it's incredibly dynamic and it needs to be contextualized, and can arise in very sensitive situations. I had an investigation recently. I'm not saying too much about it. I don't want to disclose at a market abuse forum inside information and fall foul myself of one of these provisions. But it was really challenging as the investigation evolved, and if potential outcomes were hit, then it would become inside information. And we notified the FCA, and we're in regular discussions, and their focus was on holding announcements to have a leak strategy and have announcements prepared for every permutation of what the outcomes would be. But it really brought it to life, the challenges. But now to pass over to David, who's going to bring us into the wild, as it were, to draw out some practical points.
Thanks, Ross. So what we see in practice from the FCA when they're looking at these kind of disclosure cases is actually going after a selection of all of those things. And, you know, as lawyers, we'll only be acting for one party. We've got conflicts rules, professional standards that we have to adhere to, so we act for one party in the chain. But or you find out later that what the law authority's done, they've gone to the issuer. We've had a look at the issuer systems and controls. How good were they? How did the inside information get out in the first place? Then they've looked at which individual person, whether the issuer or someone else, did the unlawful disclosure. Then they've looked at who's actually done the dealing. So look right down the chain, looking at some selection or combination of all of those things that Ross has just mentioned. And that makes these investigations pretty challenging. But there's an awful lot in their toolkit. So just thinking about my own practice, which again, as I say, covers lots of different market participants, work a lot for investment banks and for brokers, intermediaries and others, but I also work for a lot of issuers and helping them sort of handle these kind of issues at source. Here are my top 5 things, thinking back over my case over the last couple of years, of the banana skins, the things that I've seen go wrong. The one that comes back time and again for issuers, I think, is failing to identify and to announce inside information at all. And it's fundamental if you're listed. A fundamental part of the deal is you get access to public capital, but you've got to tell the public what's going on. That's the policy of what's going on here, right? That's why MAR looks like it does. And what I find on the ground is that a lot of boards, a lot of listed PLCs are very good at identifying and spotting inside information in a couple of scenarios. So deal making. Why? Because there's usually M&A lawyers on the transactions. There'll be advisors. There'll be other people who are focusing on this issue. A lot of public M&A deals, there will be a market announcement work stream. People will be thinking about leaks and that kind of issue. The other area where I find that issuers are generally pretty good at handling this is in the kind of financial year end or financial period end dates. MAR has a concept of closed periods. That's required to be reflected in people's controls. People get that and understand it. And they know that that's often a sensitive period when we're putting all the accounts together, we're getting financial information in big groups from across the world and consolidating it, and that may well expose us to inside information. My experience is that in the wild, often the bits that are more difficult for people are the one-off events, the surprise events, the things where firms have got to react quite in a difficult way, or to difficult circumstances. And the things I see is sometimes a lack of alertness, just people not being on the ground in businesses. They're running the businesses very well, but they're not thinking, well, what about disclosure obligations? How do we escalate something that might be inside? How do we get that on the board's radar? How do we get it to the disclosure committee? That kind of governance issue, it sometimes comes down to what I have put on the slide there is the challenge of seeing information that's familiar to you in your business through the prism of past market disclosures. That's often the thing I see people really struggling with in this area. Because one of the things that causes inside information to be inside is the fact the market doesn't know about it, and if it did know about it, things would change. So if you may well be in a BAU scenario, working on a fantastic new project in a listed PLC, you've got some brilliant investment going on, you've got some wonderful ideas, but if the market doesn't know about any of that, that's the kind of the risk zone. You're dealing every day with information that might be inside under MAR when you sit and focus on it, but you're not thinking about it like that, because you're not thinking about what your investors and the rest of the market is thinking about. So that failing to spot it, failing to escalate it, is something that comes back time and again. Secondly, look, you heard me talk about this morning. I'm not going to bang on at length, but policies and procedures really, really matter in this situation. I didn't put it on the slide, but I've had a number of clients over the last couple of years where, we said, run us through your governance. How do you deal with these issues? How do you spot inside information? Have you got a policy, whatever? And the policy comes out and it's got 2016 on it. So it's a policy that they put in place when MAR came along, and everybody was focusing on it, that has not been updated and in some cases not been touched, or it looks like it's not been touched for years. That's a problem. Lots of reasons why. If you are subject to the EU Listing Act, as we heard from colleagues around Europe earlier on, there are changes to MAR coming through. You may have to reflect them. Post-Brexit, the UK MAR has, not massively, but to some degree, changed from the original EU MAR position, and things go out of date. But fundamentally, if you've put in place a disclosure committee, which technically isn't a requirement of MAR, but lots of listed PLCs did as a way of handling this quite tricky issue, and then you've no idea when that committee last met, who's on it, or what to do with it, then that's a real problem. Why? Because if you have a blow-up, colleagues at the FCA are writing out demanding information, doing initial inquiries to work out why there's been a price spike or why there's been a problem. Then at that stage, they're going to look at what your policies are. They're going to ask to see them, and they're going to try and reconstruct what you did according to that policy. If you can't do that, if they call people in for interview and say, well, you're a member of the disclosure committee, and that person has no idea what the disclosure committee is, it's a problem, right? So making sure those policies are fresh, making sure they're updated, making sure they're followed, is one of the best defences that you can give yourself against a sort of an unlawful disclosure or failure to spot inside information issue. Quite hard, for FC colleagues in the room might disagree with, but quite hard, I think, for the regulator to say, when you've had the right people look at it, the right forum, make a difficult decision, to say that somehow that fell below regulatory standards. On the other hand, if the right people didn't look at it, it wasn't spotted, it wasn't escalated. At that stage, at the very least, going back to Ross's table, you've got disclosure governance problems, and they can translate into actual insider dealing problems. Okay. Final thing on this slide, but third thing out of the five. We've heard a lot from FCA colleagues, rightly so, at this summit last year and in numerous publications about strategic leaking. So the idea that people in possession of inside information about a transaction deliberately disclose information about that to try and change the economics of the transaction, right? So it causes a spike or it causes a depression in the share price, that then makes the deal more economic, whatever, that kind of very deliberate strategic leaking. That is clearly against the rules, it's clearly against UK MAR, and it's definitely an area of focus for the FCA, no doubt about it. What I see in my practice a bit more often is what I call unstrategic leaking, which is more the situation where people, issuers in particular, and those who work for them, are just not controlling inside information as well as they should be. And it's difficult, guys, right? Because you think about the number of devices that people have with them every day. So they'll have corporate devices, they'll have personal devices, they'll be issued with, sort of tech to do their job. You can get information stored all over the place that may be inside these days, but controlling that and making sure that that is not leaking out to the market, that it's not available to people who shouldn't be able to see it, is quite challenging. If that kind of thing happens, again, going back to something I mentioned earlier on the panel I was moderating, expect aggressive requests, short deadlines, and requests not just covering corporate devices but personal ones as well. If people's holding of data is unstructured and it's all over the place and some of it may be inside, you can well understand why a regulator is going to say, well, I want to see everything, and there may be legal reasons why they can't see some of it and whatever, but all of that's a big legal fight that people don't necessarily want to have, right? So you can expect that quite aggressive approach, in my view. Last two things I see in the wild. this hopefully is not something any of you, with all this experience and knowledge in this room, will ever have to deal with, but poorly calibrated trade systems. Imagine a lawyer like me going in with my team, something's blown up, there's a problem. One of the things that we want to do very quickly with the client to try and understand whether or not there's been a leak, and if so, how it happened, or if we've not spotted some dodgy trading, why we've not spotted it, is to get an explanation of how your trade surveillance systems work. Talk us through it, talk us through how it's configured, and we've heard today about sort of the range of systems that are live in the market. Some of them older, some of them newer, some of them using AI. Recent FCA enforcement action has majored on this point, has really pulled this out. Out-of-the-box configurations of systems, so vendors have sold you something, you've put it in place in the company, or you put it in place in the bank or whatever, without really thinking about how it's calibrated, thinking about how it works. That is a regulatory issue, and it's been picked up as such and used as as a basis for fining. Failures to calibrate or periodically to recalibrate. There was a brilliant comment made on one of the earlier panels about the constant challenge, that loop of recalibrating all the time. A geopolitical event like Ukraine happens, that changes the risk profile of people trading in that market and the business that you're doing. If your recalibrations, your systems are not picking up and responding in some way to that, albeit reactively and accepting it's challenging, then will you be capturing the bad guys? Will you be able to get stuff reported out within the pack or at the front of the pack, and not be having to deal with a request from the FCA to sort it out? Undocumented configurations and calibrations as well, the documentation that goes around it has been picked up again in enforcement cases by the FCA as a basis for fining people. If you can't explain now how your system works and when it was calibrated and to what it was calibrated, that itself is a problem, right? And the FCA has gone after some firms for that issue. And of course, the older things get, the less robust become, reliable the configuration becomes. The final thing I would say is in a plea in this world of AI and fantastic new whizzy tools is don't forget the humans. I've done numerous cases in my career where the surveillance tech was pretty good. Investments have been made, thoughtful people have put it in, people knew what they were talking about. But what it was doing was spitting out so much stuff that a bunch of overwhelmed analysts just couldn't handle it. And they weren't escalating, and they weren't shouting at the board and going, hang on a minute, we can't cope, we've got bad stuff going on here and we can't get through it all. That again has been used as a basis for enforcement action, right? And recently, but also way into the past, I can think of cases 10, 15 years old where that was being pulled up as an issue on which older versions of the tech that we use today. And the final top 5 issue, again, this is focusing very much on stuff advising issuers, but it's just as relevant for those who work in banking or in financial services exposed to these kind of markets, is what I call insider lists that don't match reality. And often these come in 2 flavours in my practice. One is we've put everybody on the insider list in the organisation because we thought that if we did that, then we'd never fall foul of the MAR provisions on insider lists, because we'd always be able to say there's somebody on an insider list. That was, I think, when MAR first came in 2016, the thinking of some law firms, I think some lawyers. At the other end of the spectrum, we have, the insider list is just the board for everything and we never have any other lists for anybody else. Those are equally bad from a legal perspective. When the authorities expect that when somebody's name goes on insider list, they've got inside information. If they haven't got it anymore, they come off it, and you put them on it in the first place when it first arises, when they have it. If your name is on an insider list and you trade for some reason, right? When the authorities, FCA, come along, Prime Markets Oversight, start requesting things, they'll request the insider list very often. Was the first thing they do, they see your name on there, and there's a trade there, that you're already on the back foot, right? Because trying to explain to them you didn't really have inside information, but you're on the insider list is already not a great place to be. Likewise, the other way round, if people are trading away and the insider list has got almost nobody on it, what's the regulator going to do in that situation if they're worried about the trading pattern and whether or not people have got inside information? They're going to push away in witness interviews and elsewhere to establish whether or not you really did. And if you didn't, the company itself has got a governance problem. Why weren't you complying with those provisions? So they're not easy to get right inside the list. Lots of people have got tech now to track them. There's some great COSEC tools out there. Use them wisely, but be careful with them, and certainly don't take too broad or too narrow an approach. If you're worried about that, if you worried about the way you set things up when MAR first came in 10 years ago as an issue, then my view is look at it again, have a project, revisit it. So there we go. In my practice, those are the top 5 things that I see go wrong. Happy to take any questions about any of that. Question at the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. My question is about a couple of terms that I've come across. Shadow trading being the first one. First read about it 5 years ago. Haven't really read too much about it since, but there was a case about it. And the second thing, which I hope is relevant to this discussion, is the Muddy Waters case. I suppose they both sort of point to a grey area, which I don't think is actually well understood, or that well understood, particularly by the front office in terms of what is and what isn't market abuse. So can I sort of ask what your view on those instances is, and how to sort of protect against it? Because as far as I'm concerned, they could be argued either way in terms of it isn't, or it definitely is.
Okay, so it's a good question, and it's got a bit of a legal answer. So I'm going to try and go fairly high level, and we can have a chat later if that would help. I think the key thing to understand is that market abuse and insider dealing are separate issues. We often talk about them together, right, for good reason, because they have the same legal source, but they are different. Generally speaking, insider dealing requires actual dealing. So, entry into an agreement to acquire a security is something that's covered by the regime, entering into agreement to dispose of one. Separately and independently of that, you can have abusive trading behaviour, which involves actual securities changing hands or placing orders for securities and cancelling them. But there are other forms and flavours of market abuse that don't require actual trading. So a good example in MAR is disseminating false and misleading information, which when you know or ought to know was false or misleading. So shadow trading, I've heard that expression used before. I also find that a bit grey and a bit murky, because in a true enforcement investigation into insider dealing, one of the things that is going to be established pretty quickly is, was there or was there not a deal? Did somebody enter into a contract to buy or dispose of these securities or not? If they didn't, then generally speaking, the insider dealing regime isn't going to be that relevant. You can still have some cases where it might be, but it to do with encouraging and assisting and that kind of thing. But generally speaking, if there's no actual trading, insider dealing regime isn't really relevant. But you've got to look at the market abuse provisions separately and in addition. And if what you've done is, for example, gone towards a trade and then cancelled it, deliberately trying to move the market, without ever actually money changing hands or a security changing hands, that can be market abuse as a separate issue. So the key thing to watch out for is to take the definitions of each and take your fact pattern and apply each one. Okay, you will get slightly different answers each time. The other thing, of course, with insider dealing is you need inside information. You don't always need inside information to commit market abuse, because the definitions are different. I hope that helps, and we have a chat later.
If you've got time, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. And on the Muddy Waters thing, I mean, you obtain of information, it affects the price. So they would argue that providing information that isn't precise, that isn't all the terms you talk about, it isn't any aspect of NMPI, and yet as soon as it comes out, it affects the price. Have you come across instances like that?
We've definitely come across instances of cases where people have taken the view that information was not inside because they didn't think it was precise enough, and where, quite frankly, the market disagreed when the announcement was made. We've definitely come across that issue.
But it has the ability to shift the price, whether you believe it or whether you disbelieve it. That's my point.
Right.
In terms of it has the effect of affecting an outcome, a shift in price or a shift in market.
That's true, and look, you're quite right. With the way that the definitions of inside information work, it talks about a significant effect on price, right? Likely to have a significant effect on price in the event that it became public. But there's no definition of what significant means. There was once upon a time years ago, but the FCA is really clear in the DTRs and in the guidance that's issued. There's no percentage change or anything like that you can point to. So people can take different views about just how far they think the price will move as a result of this information. And one of the most difficult issues there is calling it right. Sometimes people will take a view that it's not price sensitive. They think they've got some precise information, they just don't think the market cares enough about what it is for it to be inside. Then it gets disclosed, it comes out, and then the market reacts quite badly because traders in the market disagree. The critical way to try and defend against that kind of case, again, it goes back to governance. If you've had the right advice, the right people look at the question, is this inside information or not, and reach a difficult judgment that turns out to be wrong, I think regulators are, the FCA is, in my view, a bit more forgiving of that situation than if you didn't spot it at all and you never did the analysis. Because the reality is people's views will vary, like in that case, about just exactly how serious a price movement may happen. It's one of the inherent elements of MAR, and indeed the Criminal Justice Act regime, which has a similar but not identical definition of inside information. You have to make a judgment about price sensitivity, and people will reach different decisions sometimes.
Sorry for speaking. Is then adequate governance the ability to evidence that there's been a discussion internally, you've considered something, it's been minuted, and a course of action agreed? Is that adequate governance?
I think it's good practice. As to whether it's adequate in any specific case, I mean, the regulator may disagree if they thought that you should have done even more. But I would say in the majority of cases that I deal with, yeah, that's a good way of getting the FCA to recognise that this isn't a big issue, right? That you've done your best. The disclosure committee's looked at it. The right people around the table. The right advice was obtained. It's all documented. None of it's made up. And this was the view we reached. I think what's also, so just to complete the picture, what also matters sometimes is if you're caught out as an issuer in that situation, you call it wrongly. Actually, the market disagrees with you. They thought it was price sensitive and they're not happy with the issuer when the information comes out. How you respond to that as an issuer is really quite important. So if you are out there talking to investors, if you're out there dealing with it, maybe putting the case or committing to review controls or whatever, that often sends a strong message to the market that this is a controlled environment, that people are trying to do the right thing here. This is not intended to be an abusive situation. It's not a poor governance, poor inside information handling situation. And because the market also matters as well as the regulators in that place. Right? If, however, you don't engage with your investors afterwards, then you can expect some unhappy shareholders, right? Okay, I think we're at the end of time, folks, so happy to carry on the conversation later.
Thank you very much.
David and Ross, thank you for that very, very insightful, very practical presentation. Thank you for that. And actually, the discussion there about governance and system control is a good segue into the next and the final discussion now, which is about systems and controls. And we've touched on this through a number of the panels today, in that apart from the surveillance systems, the regulations, etc., we've got to focus on the system and controls in the organisation. And that's what this final session is going to be about. So allow me to introduce Emma Parry to you. Emma is the CEO of Novafin Consulting. She's a conduct, risk and culture specialist who's built a career advising financial institutions across wholesale, digital banking and other sectors on culture and conduct and system controls. And she has deep in-house experience working at the likes of HSBC, etc., and has also acted as an expert witness in a UK High Court litigation case as well. So this particular panel is also in very, very good hands. So welcome and thank you, and I'll hand over to you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have reached the final session. So thank you for being here. We're going to talk about market abuse, best practice, systems and controls. If for those of you who were here at the start of the day when the FCA's keynote, it's quite clear that certain types of market abuse are just not going away. Pump and dump schemes, they've been referenced throughout the day, insider trading throughout the day. So, we can't be complacent around the importance of strong systems and controls. Before we dive into it, I'm going to ask my panel to quickly introduce themselves. So,
hi, I'm Rebecca. I've been working in compliance for around 10 years on buy side, mostly across trade surveillance and monitoring, and I've been at Janus Henderson for the last 4 years.
Thank you.
I'm Louise Roger. I think I know some of you. I'm a managing director at AFME, where I run our compliance team. Within our compliance team at AFME, we've got various groups, working groups and committees looking at all aspects of the market abuse regulation. We've got a surveillance and monitoring working group. We were very involved in the development of the policy work that contributed to the AFME response to the IOSCO pre-hedging consultation, which I think will certainly be a bit more relevant to some of you this afternoon and in your roles going forward. And then other sort of broader compliance. And then before that, I was at the FCA.
Excellent, thank you very much. So one of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of control frameworks, and it's been referenced today by a number of panelists, is that we're not starting from a level playing field across different firms. I mean, there's different sizes of firms, different types of trading activity, different client types, but there's also a different level of maturity. And what I'm hoping to bring out in the panel discussion today is some of what we're seeing in terms of the good, the bad, and frankly the ugly, in terms of what we've seen. So just to give you some insights from what I've seen, there are some firms who have never done a market abuse risk assessment, ever, which is quite astounding, I think, for most of us. There are others who have done the risk assessment, but it's on multiple spreadsheets and perhaps not dusted off for 3 years or 5 years. And then there's others who are ahead of the game and they've got, quite sophisticated solutions in place, including some AI for their sort of trade and e-com surveillance. So we've got a spectrum of what we're seeing. I think that the one that I keep going back to is, without a market abuse risk assessment as a starting point, I'm not entirely sure how people are building their control frameworks without that. And they must be sitting there wondering or waiting for the regulator to knock on the door and how they're going to answer the questions. So I'm going to turn first to Rebecca. So I wonder if you could share with us some of your insights around implementing some new systems.
Yeah, of course. As you say, I think the MARA is probably the most critical document that we have, whether we already have systems in place or if we're looking to onboard a new system. Not just what scenarios exist and are they in scope, but exactly where they're in scope within the business. Are there more niche areas where the scope varies? It's really important to have that kind of background of, we know all sort of operating models within the business, whether it's the main look at equities as we all go to first when we're thinking, but actually those more niche areas which typically would get forgotten about to some degree during a proof of concept to look at a new system. We focus on what data we can send over quite quickly and what's easily understandable when we send it over, but to have that good understanding of where some of our high risk areas are, but maybe we trade less, going into a proof of concept with that kind of information means that we can actually identify if we're looking at a system that's going to cover more than the basics. So definitely a strong MARA is where you need to go first. I think you need to take a very slow, when possible, approach to implementing a new system, meeting with as many vendors as possible if you are going to do that externally, and actually involving different stakeholders, not just the compliance function, but understanding from the front office, are we going to be moving into new areas, new instruments, new venues, looking ahead rather than where we are today. And I think, as you say, making sure the MARA is up to date, it's okay, let's do it once a year, but in reality, the business changes, the regulations change. We're evolving at such a pace now that you need to be thinking about it much more regularly.
Thank you. Excellent insights. Do you have any experiences around AI usage and whether teams are A, using it, and B, benefiting from it?
Yeah, I think trade surveillance and AI are probably the slower paced area. We don't want to go there too quickly, whereas the front office and the rest of the business just talk about AI 24/7. I think a good place to start is comm surveillance. I think what you need is something that's clearly definable of how it's going to work. So an example such as having AI filter on top of your comm surveillance, where it filters out things like, is this an advert? Is it a bulk email? Do we regularly see it? It's something that's quite easily explainable to a regulator, but it's also then easily auditable by us as well. So it feels like quite a natural space to move into. When it comes to the sort of transaction monitoring, at the moment I find AI can be very useful for trend analysis, looking at is our calibration set well? What were our close misses? What didn't actually generate alerts but could have if we amended it slightly? Or are we getting too many alerts? Rather than panicking and dropping those thresholds down, it's saying what would happen if we didn't have those. So I think it's definitely a place that we need to be moving into more, but definitely with caution and no decision making to a degree.
And you touched on calibration. It's come up a few times.
Yeah.
Can you give us some insights into your approach for calibration?
Yeah, again, I think understanding what you can calibrate and how you can calibrate it to fall back to what your company's risks are. If you can calibrate as per strategy, brilliant, because then you can sit back and say, well, we're going to amend them as needed. Looking at that MARA again to say, what's the basic, what can we change? I mean, we've had some examples where we will potentially configure alerts where we're looking at multiple securities at once because we're looking at that trend across the actual behaviour itself. Sometimes one trade in isolation doesn't look like a concern, but if you look then at a few more trades and reconfigure it to look at plenty that are happening that day with a similar behaviour, that's when you're going to notice that sort of risks that we are potentially missing when we don't have that on top.
Yeah. The behaviour lens is critical. Right, thank you. Okay, I will take you off the hook for the moment.
Thank you.
I'll move to Louise. So let's look at the multi-jurisdictional and industry insights. So what are you seeing in your work?
Well, I think first and foremost, for our members who are very much wholesale banks and brokers on the sell side, I would be astonished if none of our members had a market risk assessment. I really would be. I'd be picking up the phone. But I think what we have seen is that evolution, and it's come up in previous panels. You know, we've had MAD, we've got MAR. I think we're at a sort of 10-year, almost inflection point. I think previously it was, you know, what are you doing to implement MAR? What have you got a surveillance system? Is it covering all the products that you offer? I think what we're seeing now, nearly 10 years on, is what does it look like now? What are your risks? What are your regulatory expectations? So from a sort of international banks and international regulators supervisor perspective, I think their sort of knowledge and experience has also grown sort of exponentially as well. We've seen lots of enforcement activity in the US. I think that's been very helpful for all firms in looking at any remediation they might need to do. Firms that were part of those sort of enforcement activity, they were sort of able to sort of share best practice, what they've learned as a result. So we certainly track, you know, what's happening in the regulatory supervisory space, what regulators' expectations are, the pace of change and what firms are most focused on. And I think, you know, enforcement is the hard sort of driver to do something differently. Efficiency is another driver as well. And I think historically some of the early AI use cases were in the surveillance space actually. We then saw that shift to more sort of trading use cases. And I think firms are looking at, you know, how do we design the best surveillance system? I think the FCA in particular have been really good in articulating their expectations in various Market Watch publications. We've seen the Dutch regulator, they publish their own equivalent. So I think it's sort of piecing together that global landscape and then looking at what you have within your firms and what you need to do. So we've done a lot of work with our members on the thought leadership piece, rather than the sort of reacting to sort of what regulators have seen. And we've put together, over the years, the future of surveillance and how it can be more efficient to sort of address that global landscape. Data governance has been key. I think it continues to be key. But putting together a sort of market abuse data governance sort of a strategy that firms could use and adapt to their own individual operating models. We did a really interesting piece of work looking at AML and market abuse typologies and transaction monitoring, and looking for sort of synergies, and also recognising where there aren't synergies and not trying to reverse engineer into sort of existing systems. So yeah, the governance piece, we did a really interesting piece, probably during COVID, sort of record keeping. The obligations haven't changed since sort of MiFID MAR, but I think we were seeing some of the old risks emerging, and this, that's not quite a geopolitical situation, but it was, business continuity plans and disaster recovery plans didn't quite work in that context. So what's changed, what are the new risks, and what are you doing, or what are our members doing within that to kind of review and refresh, identify and mitigate those new risks.
Wow, thank you. That's a lot. You've been busy. Was there anything particular on the pre-hedging consultation? Do you want to mention?
So I think what's really interesting is the panel before spoke about the Johnson case.
Yes.
And I think, I think regulators and supervisors do a very good job, on the most part in what they do. But what we saw in the pre-hedging was there is still, being frank, a lack of understanding between principal and agency. And if you're looking at pre-hedging, conflating pre-hedging, which is a legitimate market activity, with front-running, we're already starting at a concerning point when we're trying to represent the industry views and actually create something that can be implementable. So we did a lot of work globally with our sister organisations, with our member firms, did a lot of teach-ins with regulators, took, head of FX trading from one of the large banks. We took a corporate treasurer with us to explain how pre-hedging works and why it's not front-running. And some of the really early sort of drafts we saw, we were very grateful we could contribute. But at one point we saw a proposal to isolate and flag every trade, even in flow markets, whether they've been pre-hedged or not, and that simply can't happen. So it's bringing diplomatically the experience from the banks and the brokers to the same table as the regulators and the supervisors. And some of the regulators are extremely advanced because of the market structure that they have, and others less so. So it's that sort of teach-in element has been quite important on the pre-hedging work, and we've worked with Chris at the FMSB as well.
Excellent. Wow. Yes, I think the Mark Johnson case is particularly interesting. I worked with him at HSBC on best execution for my sins. But I do think that the transcripts of the conversations between the London and the New York traders didn't help the case. If you have chance, have a look at what was said and why it might have swayed the US jury in that particular case. I won't go any further. That's great. We were going to talk about sandboxes as well.
I'm very happy to, and I think one of the things that we do see is, what keeps you awake at night if you're in a surveillance function.
Yeah.
And I think there are the things that you can broadly control within your framework, and there are the things that you have much less control of, but you're on the regulatory hook for. So I think you mentioned, constantly reviewing policies and procedures. You have more of a control between what happens within your firm. I think when we look at sort of trade and comms surveillance, it is third-party providers, it's vendors, it's outsourcing. You have a regulatory obligation to make sure you're sort of aware of everything that's happening, but sometimes there'll be instances when that doesn't happen, or where there is a tension or a challenge. So we're hoping to do a piece of work on vendor management, We've sort of had some early discussions with the FCA. We all know there have been a couple of recent issues with vendors that have actually compromised, regulated firms' ability to comply with their obligations. So I think here it's how can we use the sandbox so firms can get the data and the information that they need about what they're doing from these vendors. We don't want to be sort of stuck behind sort of lawyers and terms and conditions of a contract. We want to say, move away from black box. We want to, be able to manipulate and test data that is relevant to the firm. And I think an environment where that could happen, if everyone is willing, and that's the vendor, the firm, probably the regulator, to really kind of test out some scenarios and really, give it that sort of road test to make sure everyone's comfortable with what they're doing.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go back to Rebecca. Question for you around training. What have you seen that works best in terms of the training activities within your firm?
I think it's, across board, especially with surveillance systems. It's getting regular training from actually, if you are using a third party, often you get notified of releases of changes, and I think you're not always too sure of what that is. So I think having that first point with the actual provider is really, really helpful. When you're onboarding, asking every single question and really making sure that you understand how that system works, because as you say, it's then your responsibility to ensure that we're managing it well. It's then training throughout the whole teams to understand that does everyone who's investigating the same kind of alerts really understand? When we're understanding that there's businesses in the changes in the business, have we all shared that information back? I think when we have major changes within a company, everyone knows about it, but sometimes there'll be a small structural change in a team that can have a really big impression on certain traits, certain behaviours, and it's ensuring that the business is then sending that training back. So I think it's having that good communication with the right people who manage change, manage the onboarding of new instruments, new teams, more complex sort of instruments especially. I think it is something that's quite hard for compliance and specifically trade surveillance teams to stay on top of learning, because we are moving at such a speed that whilst trying to juggle the amount of alerts that sometimes you have as a team, often trade surveillance teams aren't the biggest in compliance. It can often be outsourced, so are they getting the right training to understand where we are moving? I think it's just making sure there's communication every step of the way. Compliance send out their annual training every year, the whole business completes it. We don't necessarily see that back. So it's making sure we just have good communication throughout the business and share what we know as it changes.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yes. We often hear when sort of updates are rolled out and people aren't made aware of it and didn't know that it happened. So I'd certainly endorse everything.
Excellent. And if there's one thing you'd like to share with the audience around an area they really need to focus on in terms of systems and controls, what would that one thing be, Rebecca?
I think from experience is understanding the data that we have. I think it's often an area that we don't take too much responsibility on because we're focused so much on onboarding the right systems, reviewing the work, understanding what changes are happening. The data can sometimes, you'll rely too heavily on the teams that are providing it. And if they don't necessarily understand every thing that we need, especially in those more niche areas, maybe we won't be sending the right data in the first place. And it can take a long time to identify if alerts aren't there because we're not sending it or the provider doesn't know what that data is. And sometimes you can go, there's been cases where people have gone years without noticing that subsets of data have not been sent because they are still generating alerts across the rest of the business. So I think understanding the data is something that is a key takeaway that we do often miss, I think, in compliance.
Great. Wow. Louise?
I would absolutely agree with data. All the regulators and supervisors are data-led. We've heard they're all rolling out their own AI solutions. I think the more you know about your own data, the more governance you have of data. Absolutely, I think that's key, and it can actually help you in efficiencies, sort of having that sort of strong governance and ownership and control. I think one point, sort of small point I've taken away from today actually, is prediction markets and PA dealing policies. I think that might be a new topic that wasn't currently on my list of new and emerging risks and things to focus on. But I think that just goes to show what firms, what you need to do in a compliance and surveillance role at the moment. It's fast moving.
It is fast moving, and there's lots of new. I think the ecosystem is becoming incredibly complicated and interconnected, and so it's moving fast, but it's in a very complex way. I would add the governance piece. So, how are things being escalated? What's going up to the board? Is it effective? And critically, are there any questions coming back down? Which tells you whether or not your escalations are landing or being relegated to 5 minutes at the end of a board meeting. I've seen that. We have time for some questions, I believe. Yes? Ooh, okay. Do we have any questions from the audience? Oh. Not one? Oh.
We got away with it then.
You thought we were going to be scot-free for that?
Yeah, thank you very much. A question for Louise. About sandboxes, and Christopher mentioned the case where there is a need of outcome-based regulation. So, in this respect, do you think that there is a need to identify constraints in timing or to react properly once you are experiencing something new?
Thank you, Carlo. I think that's a really good question, and I think sandboxes can be very helpful. I think they can be less helpful. I think you will have sort of GDPR and data privacy issues to think about. But I think if you set the parameters of what it is you're wanting to test or map out and try, and be very clear at the outset and have all the right people there, I think that's a sort of good way to start. And I think being able to share, obviously we don't want firms to ever share proprietary information in a sandbox, but I think it's, what does good look like and how do we get to the outcome? What are the sort of the obligations or the requirements to get to that end good state of best practice, I think.
Thank you. I think, therefore, we are done. I want to thank my wonderful panel for their time and their insights, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you, Emma and panel, for that. So I think we're now closing, and I won't take much of your time because we are 2 minutes away from the promised closure time. So just a couple of things from me. There's so much that was discussed today. It's really hard to pick out 2 or 3 things to summarize. The one thing I would say is that, I had the opportunity of chairing this event last year as well, about this time last year. And I really felt the conversation has come forward on things like AI, where last year we were discussing about, how AI needs to be used, to detect and prevent market abuse. And whilst there are still challenges around model governance and data, it does feel like we're getting towards the precipice of, real deployment of AI in surveillance, for instance. And I felt that really came through today. What was also interesting is the FCA itself, like organizations in the industry, are looking to deploy AI to address their own false positives that they get through, 1 billion rows of data, per day, and the stores that they're receiving. So a lot of interesting pieces there. And, all I was to say, just to kind of close, I guess, is that I started today's session by saying that, this is the ecosystem that helps to address and keep markets clean. And I think that's really come through with the richness of the conversations that happened today. And I really have to thank the people who have come up on stage and spoken today, and to you in the audience for asking the questions, keeping us honest, contributing. It's been a very, very insightful day. It's been 7 hours and 15 minutes, and so much information has been departed from that stage there. So thank you to all of you. I would just ask that if you have a few minutes, just fill in the the feedback form. I know City and Financial will always look at this very carefully. I want to thank the audience that's been joining us virtually as well. It's been important that you've been able to attend this, so that's great. And the last thing to say is that we've got networking opportunities still. There's still, I think, tea and coffee out there as well. So please do stay behind if you're able to, and continue having the conversation. And otherwise, thank you also to all the sponsors here that helped make today happen, and hopefully see you again next year. Thank you very much.